Joining me now is the Democrat running to be the next governor of Virginia. It's the current Lieutenant Governor, Ralph Northam. Mr. Lieutenant Governor, first of all, happy Election Day, sir.
Thank you, Chuck. It's great to be with you. I hope you and your viewers are doing well.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. Let me start with this. These last 10 days of this race have been pretty tough, pretty rough. It's been some tough things traded on both sides. Is there anything, do you accept some of the criticism that you haven't hit back at Gillespie hard enough?
Well, we've hit back at him, Chuck, and, you know, for Mr. Gillespie to run ads like the MS-13 ad saying that I have supported gangs, the MS-13 gangs. I mean, I'm a physician. I've taken care of sick children and their families for over 25 years. I have served in the United States Army for 8 years, taking care of wounded soldiers during Desert Storm. These ads he's been running are inaccurate, number one, and they're despicable. And it's unfortunate he has taken that direction. But, you know, I'm proud our team, we've run a positive campaign talking about jobs, health care, education, inclusive societies, and it's resonating across Virginia, and we expect a good win tonight.
You know, this race seemed to be in a different place a month ago. He got aggressive, and it closed the race. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think he's feeding right into what Mr. Trump has been talking about since, you know, he ran a race in 2016 that was based on a lot of hatred and bigotry and discrimination and fear. And Mr. Gillespie, a Washington lobbyist, is now Mr. Trump's chief lobbyist, and he's finally found his target in Mr. Trump. But we've run a positive campaign. There's a lot of enthusiasm across Virginia. Our ticket is united. We've got great folks running statewide. We've got great candidates running for House of Delegate seats. And, again, we've seen a lot of enthusiasm, and we expect a good victory tonight. I
don't know if you heard one of your voters, and look, a vote counts no matter whether they cast it enthusiastically or reluctantly. Do you at all think the Democratic primary campaign with Tom Perriello hurt you at all? Does it dampen any enthusiasm with those on sort of the more progressive left of you? Well, we ran a great campaign. Tom and I both did. It was very civil. We talked a lot about progressive values in Virginia, things that Virginians care about. And, you know, I think the stark contrast between our party and the Republicans the night of the primary, I mean, we were unified. Tom endorsed me. He has introduced me at various functions, and we've been working together very well. You know, the other side, Corey Stewart and Gillespie, they can't get on the same sheet of music. And even the president of this country right now, who Mr. Gillespie says he has a good relationship with, chose not to come into Virginia and campaign with him. That's the first time that's happened since 1973. So they're in a state of disarray. We're unified, and that's why we're going to have a good night tonight. Well, there is a former Democratic governor that has not endorsed you, and it's Governor Doug Wilder. He was upset. He thinks your campaign, or at least the party, has not treated Justin Fairfax, the nominee for lieutenant governor, the person that's running to replace you on the Democratic side, fairly enough. What do you say to Governor Wilder about that? Is he right about that? Well, Governor Wilder was a great governor. He's a good friend of mine. You know, he chose not to endorse others except for Justin. That was his choice, and I certainly respect that, Chuck. Are you worried at all that it's going to dampen enthusiasm with African Americans? Well, we're very, very unified, and there's been a tremendous amount of African-American unity behind our ticket. As I said, we have a very strong ticket in Mark Herring, who is running to be reelected as Attorney General. And, of course, Justin Fairfax is running to replace me as Lieutenant Governor. So we're in good shape, and we're unified, and we're focused on a victory tonight. All right. If you win tonight, what's the mandate you take away? Well, the mandate is that this country and Virginia is looking for new direction. They're tired of the divisiveness. They're tired of the fear-mongering that has come out of Washington. And, you know, Chuck, I'm glad to say I'm a doctor. It's going to take someone that can heal this country. I'm going to be on call for Virginia for the next 4 years and look forward to it. All right, Mr. Lieutenant Governor, I know you are going off doing more campaigning. Be safe on the trail, sir, and thanks for coming on and sharing a few minutes with us. Chuck, encourage everybody. There's 2 hours left. Encourage everybody to get out and vote. Will do. Appreciate it. Thanks very much.
I felt like reading between the lines without saying anything we can't say before polls close. There's skepticism about Democrats in Virginia. What's your final take for us here?
Well, I think Democrats woke up nervous. My guess is they're looking at some turnout numbers right now in these early exits and feeling slightly better. But you know what? Exit polls have been known to overstate Democratic performance quite a bit in the first two waves. So I would just sit back and enjoy the results as they come in at 7:01.
Well, we're going to have Governor Terry McAuliffe, who I know you've spoken to as well, on the show, and I'll tell him, translating your message, every silver lining has a touch of gray, so we'll keep watching. Thank you, Chuck.
See ya.
Donald Trump has downplayed the roles of several aides implicated in the Russia probe, but tonight the people facing Russia investigators are literally some of his closest confidants. That includes people who surrounded him long before politics. Trump's longtime bodyguard, Keith Schiller, facing investigators on Capitol Hill today. Mueller's investigators are also interviewing Hope Hicks next week. The White House communications director got her start working with Ivanka Trump's fashion line, and she was also a top aide at the Trump Organization long before the campaign. The fact that these aides are being interviewed does not mean they did anything wrong, but it does show where these investigations are going. They're reaching right into Trump's kitchen cabinet. Hicks was Trump's voice, and Schiller was his muscle, protecting Trump from perceived danger, literally ejecting protesters out of Trump rallies. In fact, the candidate would call personally for Keith's assistance on the road.
Get him out of here. Come on, Keith. Go. Get him out.
Come on, Keith. It was Schiller, actually, who physically removed a reporter, Jorge Ramos, from a press conference after that exchange with Trump. Then later, they let him back in the room. And it was Schiller who punched a protester outside Trump Tower. That is who Trump brought to the White House. Some advisors would even pass material at him to try to get to Trump outside of the normal protocols. Now, Schiller always had the details on palace intrigue. He seemed to know what was on Trump's mind. Trump even trusted him on trips to Mickey D's. Political reporting when the White House kitchen staff could not match the satisfaction of a quarter pounder with cheese, no pickles, extra ketchup, and a fried apple pie. It was Schiller, bodyguard, and Trump whisperer who would head down to McDonald's. Crowd control, Big Macs. Keith Schiller's portfolio matches that of any good entourage member or even hype man. But when you're president, your entourage can get out of its lane. Schiller no longer works at the White House, but when he did, he hand-delivered a firing that's now part of an obstruction investigation.
We know that the FBI Director James Comey is scheduled to be in Los Angeles tonight. He was there for an FBI event. We also know that the letter, the notification of termination, was hand-delivered to the Department of Justice by Keith Schiller.
Keith Schiller hand-delivered that termination letter of the FBI director. That put him very close to the action that is now under Bob Mueller's scrutiny. Was the firing part of a wider obstruction plot? Schiller also was with Trump on that famous visit to Moscow in 2013. This footage is of some of what we have from that period of time. Bob Mueller, we now know, is willing to charge crimes that occurred before 2016. If there are allegations to examine from Trump's earlier days, strobe light or not, Schiller is a witness worth talking to. Let's get right to it. I've got former Watergate prosecutor Nick Ackerman, Natasha Bertrand, political correspondent for Business Insider covering the Russia issues, and former federal prosecutor Paul Butler. Nick, I begin with you, the bodyguard in the action, the body man.
Yeah, I mean, I think they know a lot. He knows a lot and could really say a lot about Donald Trump. But you're dealing with a person who is a longtime loyalist. I would compare it very much to the driver of a mafia boss who sits with the person all day long, drives him all over the city, but yet those people are not going to talk. He is not the kind of person that's really going to give evidence. You're dealing with a president here who has probably lied more than anybody in the United States since he's been in office. And there's no reason to expect that the person who is his chief loyalist is suddenly going to come in and tell the truth, whether it's before a congressional committee or a grand jury. This is a person who's going to fall on his sword for Donald Trump.
And you say fall on the sword, you mean that he would be willing, in your estimation as a prosecutor, you're looking at his positioning, you think he'd be willing to take on significant legal risk and still not reveal?
I think that's right. This is the kind of person, if I were the prosecutor, unless I had emails or other kinds of documentary evidence in his handwriting that I could question him about, I don't think this interrogation is going to go anywhere.
Paul Butler, I want to read to you on the 2013 issue. It says, friends and advisors outside the West Wing wanted to share a news article, gossip, or advice with President Trump. They would be advised to send it to Keith. He'll get it to me. This in a piece about him potentially testifying on the Moscow visit.
Yeah, so this is a man who was the first person Donald Trump saw in the morning and the last person he saw in the evening. He's an investigator and prosecutor's dream.
Paul, hold on, Paul. What about Sean Hannity?
Well, in addition, Schiller was right there with them, waking them up and tucking them in at night. And so I never had a witness this good. And I think that Nick is right. He's not going to flip easily. This is a former NYPD officer. He's used to, the blue wall of silence. But there's nothing like 16 of the country's best prosecutors and many more of the best FBI agents in the world looking at everything you ever did to put some heat on you. So again, we have no way of knowing whether Mr. Schiller has any criminal liability, but if he does, Special Counsel Mueller, even more than the House committee, is going to try to get him to say everything that Donald Trump ever told him about why he fired Comey. Schiller was kind of the bag man delivering the letter, and that July 2013 trip to Russia, the Miss Universe pageant, the subject of the infamous dossier. It's just too good for an investigator to let go.
Yeah, Natasha, speak to that, because the other piece with all of these colorful characters is hiding things that are bad means you have to know they're bad. And there were meetings in Moscow that Keith Schiller may not realize are implicated by anything else. It was at Moscow Nobu that we now know Donald Trump met with a host of financiers who were linked, these oligarchs, back to the FSB, back to Putin. But Keith Schiller is the kind of person that might know things about that meeting and not even fully realize how incriminating it might be. And some of that goes, as you know, as you've reported, back to people linked to the offer of dirt from Putin's hand-picked prosecutor out there.
Right. So I don't think that Democratic members of the House Intelligence Committee are kidding themselves when they think that they're going to get a wealth of information out of Keith Schiller about Donald Trump. But I do think that they realize that there are certain questions that they could ask Schiller that he could answer that could really provide them with a really wide glimpse into what Donald Trump actually did when he met with those Russians in 2013. I was speaking with some members of some Democratic members of the House Intel Committee, and they say, well, we really want to know whether Donald Trump met, for example, with any Russian intelligence officials, whether at some point or another he met with Vladimir Putin, because in the past, Donald Trump has said that he met with Putin, and then he kind of backtracked off of that when the Russia investigation kind of started to become controversial. There's also kind of rumors that the Republicans wanted to bring in Schiller so that he could kind of throw cold water on the dossier. There are certain allegations in the dossier about things that he did that were salacious in 2013, and Schiller is, of course, likely to push back on those claims and try to further discredit them. Right,
and in all fairness, he may have a lot of positive testimony to give about things that either didn't happen or that he didn't see, and that might be, as is always the case when you gather the facts, Nick, that might be truthful testimony that's helpful. The White House sees him as a helpful witness. Then there's another witness who falls somewhere between helpful and unhelpful because he falls all over the place. I'm speaking, of course, of the one and only Carter Page.
The guy who
you brought visual aid.
This is the testimony, over 200 pages.
So this is a lot. And this is the first time we've had a full testimony release, right?
That's correct.
What did you learn looking at parts of this?
Not a lot, other than the fact that Carter Page doesn't know how to tell the truth. I mean, looking at this, you
think he's confused or you think he's lying?
Oh, he's lying. He's asked about meetings that he had in Russia. He'll admit to meeting with certain people, but when it comes down to what was said, no recollection. He pulled the old "I don't recall" trick. He's asked about his meeting with then Jeff Sessions, who was a senator before he went on his trip to Russia. He told Jeff Sessions he was going to Russia, asked what was said, doesn't remember, doesn't really recall.
It's just, I try to be as fair as possible, Paul. It's not plausible that the guy chiefly associated with the Russia outreach doesn't remember anything. And I will say, in fairness, when Corey Lewandowski says that he was running a fast-paced, understaffed campaign, getting hundreds of emails, and he may genuinely not remember a single email asking about the trip to Russia, that's entirely possible. I would legally call that plausible deniability, a plausible defense. Paul, how do you read, though, Carter Page, whose whole thing was Russia, now saying he doesn't remember these key parts?
I mean, it's hard to believe that it's credible. I agree with Nick. I don't think he's telling the truth. The problem is now he's a lousy prosecution witness.
Right.
He's all over the place. You know, he contradicts himself, and he doesn't even exercise good judgment about his lying. So he refuses to turn over documents citing the Fifth Amendment. There's no Fifth Amendment privilege virtually for voluntarily prepared documents, and yet he testifies before the Intelligence Committee for hours, doesn't cite the Fifth Amendment there, and doesn't even bring in a lawyer. And so, again, I think that people are going to be interested, investigators will, in what he has to say, but he's never going to appear before a jury in any prosecution.
Right, and that goes to some of those issues. Paul, stay with me. Nick Ackerman and Natasha Bertrand, thank you both for being a part of this. We have a lot more on this, including the revelations about the private conversations with a top official in Putin's government. Carter Page was in Moscow. What was he doing? I have a special guest on that. Our live interview, as I mentioned, with Virginia Governor Terry McAuliffe. This is minutes before polls close later tonight. Stunning news. People signing up for Obamacare at a record pace despite claims of Trump sabotage. We're going to talk to an official running Obamacare exchanges in a key state. And Chris... The first Kremlin-backed leaks of those DNC documents happened all the way back in July of 2016. Now, today we are learning that it was a high-ranking Kremlin official who met with a very prominent Trump campaign advisor 2 weeks beforehand. That is one of the takeaways out of this testimony from Carter Page that he gave. These are his accounts to the House Intelligence Committee. The testimony details how multiple Trump aides knew about that trip, and that includes, and this is potentially important, a claim that Jeff Sessions, Corey Lewandowski, and Hope Hicks were all in the loop. Page testifying he met with Putin's deputy prime minister, saying they had a private conversation, and that the deputy prime minister expressed strong support for Mr. Trump and a desire to, quote, work together on a range of current international problems. Today, the ranking Democrat on the House Intel Committee says this new testimony raises several issues, and one of them is that it actually contradicts Carter Page's own previous public statements that he had no meetings with Russians during his trip.
It was apparent right from the very beginning of the hearing that what Carter Page had been saying publicly was completely at odds with what he would later testify to, and the documentary evidence that we were already in possession of.
As we were reporting on The Beat tonight, that issue cuts both ways. As for Corey Lewandowski, he says, look, I've never met or spoken to Carter Page in my life. Also reminiscent of how one Trump ally dismissed former Trump advisor George Papadopoulos, who of course was indicted last week. They called him Coffee Boy. Paul Butler, former federal prosecutor, is back with me. Evelyn Farkas, a former Pentagon official under Obama dealing with Russia. Evelyn, I don't know what your coffee access would be or what the right term would be. Obviously, on that campaign, Coffee Boy carried with it some pretty high diplomatic privileges because he was famously seated at the table with Jeff Sessions and Donald Trump. But walk us through the Kremlinology side of this, the type of meetings Carter Page was getting, and whether or not there's wrongdoing. As I've been careful to point out, Carter Page has proven so non-credible, it's not even clear when he's incriminating himself. But on the Russia side, what would they think they were getting in those meetings?
Yeah, I mean, like, first of all, Ari, I think we have to note that Carter Page was invited over there. It was very similar to the George Papadopoulos invitation. So the Russians knew that he was already publicly identified as associated with the Trump campaign, and then through connections that they had to him, they invited him to come and give a lecture. So that was the tease, you know, that was the invitation. Once he got over there, of course, the place that he was invited to like most educational institutions in Russia, it had connections to high-level officials, and the deputy prime minister of Russia actually was there at the same time as Carter Page. Carter Page initially told the House Intelligence Committee that, he just sort of exchanged greetings with the deputy prime minister. Turns out, of course, that it appears they had a little bit more of a conversation. And then, of course, he had other meetings with one official he admitted to later, who was a high-ranking corporate executive with Rosneft. And that gets into the whole issue of whether there was money involved, whether the dossier was correct about Carter Page being offered a potential cut of business. And I think there's a lot of open questions about quid pro quo. But clearly, if you're Russian, you invite him over there because you're trying to influence him to do the number one thing that they care about, whether you're a Russian government official or whether you're a head of a Russian oil company. You want the sanctions lifted.
And Paul Butler, it's important for folks to keep in mind, whatever Carter Page's character study is for people following Russia, he also is doing all this knowing that he was previously a target of Russian spies in New York. I mean, it's for some people, they can say, hey, I'm new to this, what's going on? In his case, he'd literally, by this point, seen an investigation with the FBI involved of people who saw him as an asset. So you would have hoped he would wise up. He certainly was on notice.
And the FBI had slapped a FISA warrant on him in 2014, in which they have probable cause to think that there's something criminal going on with his dealings with the Russians. But, this special counsel investigation is about collusion and obstruction of justice. And I think they're interested in what Carter Page has to tell them about those issues. So Evelyn's right. With the Trump campaign, we see this pattern of foreign aid official coming in, and if he's got dealings with foreign policy, the Russians reach out to them. Happened with Papadopoulos, happened with Carter Page. And the campaign seems receptive. With regard to obstruction of justice, what I think is really fishy about the Trump campaign and Carter Page is this non-disclosure agreement. After they learned that Carter Page had these dealings with the Russians, they said, we want to know about it, but you have to promise you're not going to tell anyone else. Again, that raises a prosecutor's suspicions.
And then, Evelyn, you have the question that Carter Page wouldn't answer. He was asked by Jackie Spear, Congresswoman, have you ever met the special counsel? And he says, I would prefer not to speak about that. That's one of the shortest answers in this very long transcript.
Yeah, I mean, look, he is everything but forthcoming in this transcript. I mean, first of all, it's very odd. I don't want to get too much into atmospherics, but you read it and you just wonder, because he's full of hyperbole, and he uses words like dodgy, dodgy dossier. He talks about the Clinton-Obama regime. He's trying to mirror image the whole time. But when they come right to the bone and ask him questions where he knows that he might get in trouble because he might lie under oath, he won't answer. He'll plead the Fifth Amendment selectively. I'm sure Paul has more to say about that. Throughout, he's saying, well, I'll give you some information, but I won't give you this other information because I need to protect myself.
Evelyn Farkas and Paul Butler on a busy news day. Thank you both. Ahead,
thanks,
a journalist whose newsmaking interviews with Carter Page have a very new investigative relevance. Chris Hayes is here live, coming up in this hour. Up next, the first big governor's race in the Trump era. Virginia polls closing, as you've heard, within the hour. I have the current Virginia governor, Terry McAuliffe, right after the break. Developing news in politics right now. The most pivotal statewide elections since 2016 are happening in Virginia. Polls close in just minutes. This morning, Trump tweeted up a storm about the highly contested race, saying Democrat Ralph Northam will allow crime to be rampant in Virginia. Week on crime, week on great vets. Northam, though, is a U.S. Army veteran. And Democrats say under the governorship of Terry McAuliffe, Virginia is actually ranked the third lowest in the country on violent crime, and it's one of the 10 safest states. That's per U.S. News and World Report. Republican Ed Gillespie ran towards Trump issues, hammering gang violence, touting Confederate monuments, while avoiding campaigning with Trump himself. The dance showing Republicans might welcome Trumpism, while fearing its leader already has approval sinking to record lows.
Do you think you will regret not campaigning with him?
Look, I appreciate the president's support very much. If I'm elected today, which obviously I hope to be, it will not be my job to be always for President Trump or to be always against President Trump, but to be always for Virginia.
And joining me now is the current Virginia governor, Terry McAuliffe. You won the governor's race by 2.5 points. Clinton won this state last year by 5 points. Why do you think today's race looks tight at all?
Well, as you know, it's an off year, so everybody comes out in the presidential year, and we always have a drop-off by about half this year. But this year, I think we're going to have a record turnout. I've already seen some early numbers in Northern Virginia, in Arlington, Alexandria, and Fairfax. They've already exceeded what we did in 2013. So I'm predicting we're going to win all 3 statewide, a bunch of House of Delegates. It's been a great race. Ralph Northam is going to be the next governor. Everybody is happy in the state. As you just say, we're a safe state, a record amount of economic investment. And Ed Gillespie has run really a racist, bigoted campaign, horrible ads. Donald Trump today is now doing robocalls. Donald Trump's at 31% in Virginia. We're going to reject that, and we are going to move forward as a Commonwealth, and Ralph is going to be the next governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia.
What is your examples or evidence of Gillespie running a, quote, racist campaign?
Oh, my goodness. The ads that he ran, first he ran ads on sanctuary cities. Virginia law does not allow us to have any sanctuary cities. They don't exist. We don't have them. And he ran these ads with MS-13. And in the ad, he had some prisoners from a prison down in El Salvador. They weren't even part of MS-13. Just horrible, racist ads. And that's just not who we are. Donald Trump, gutter politics. Ed Gillespie's brought that to Virginia. But folks are happy here. Unemployment now the second lowest of any major state in America. Record amount of economic investment, record amount of K-12 investment, $1 billion. Folks are happy. We're safe. We have jobs. And we're just going to reject that horrible politics of Donald Trump and Ed Gillespie. Tonight, you're going to see a sweep here.
Ed Gillespie is someone who I think even you would agree at other points in his career has worked with a wider range of people or even at times across the aisle. Does this look to you like a different Ed Gillespie? Do you think Trump sort of ruined him?
I do. I've known Ed for a very long time. The campaign that he has run is not the Ed Gillespie that I have known for many years. But to run the ads that he has ran, he couldn't run on the economy. He couldn't run on education. He couldn't run on health care. He couldn't run on transportation because we've had record success here. Best state in America for veterans. Best state for active duty military. So he went in and tried to divide people. It was really a hurtful, hateful campaign. It's similar to what Donald Trump did in 2016. And the great news tonight, when we stand up in this stage behind me tonight, this is the comeback for the Democratic Party. This is how you win. Focus on economic issues, lean in, and help people. And at the end of the day, that's what voters want from us.
You mentioned that some of the issues Gillespie injected. He took the Trump issue of Confederate monuments. Exit polls showing 60% of voters today in Virginia say they should be left in place. That's 60% of your voters. Right. Are they wrong?
Listen, what everybody says here in Virginia, let's focus on the living. Let's focus not on the bronze statues. We got to focus. Everybody wants to make sure they got a quality education. But Ed went in it. In fact, Donald Trump leaned in the other day, talked about the statues as well. But I can tell you what folks are voting on today, they love where we've been. As I say, a record amount of economic investment, $6 billion more than any governor in the history of our great Commonwealth. That's results. They want results. They're tired of all this gutter politics. We have unified, folks. That's why you're going to see a record turnout today.
Governor Terry McAuliffe, a big race to replace you. We'll be watching tonight. We wish you and all the candidates good luck.
Thank you.
Now I'm going to speak to another former DNC chair. Democrats are still reeling from these allegations from the former chair, Donna Brazile, who said the Clinton campaign essentially bought control of the DNC. She also said this on The View today.
That this book is being used. Yes. Against the party. Say it. Against, well, I'm trying to say it. Against, you know, against yes, I know. Against everybody. So you know, people are upset.
Well, first of all, I never used the word rigged in my book. I said that I used the word cancer, and that I was uncomfortable with the cancer that I found when I became chair.
Joined by Howard Dean, former DNC chair, as well as a former governor of Vermont. Howard, you look at this dispute. It is not yet resolved. Was the Democratic Party too friendly to Hillary Clinton, who you supported in its early days there in the race, as Donna Brazile alleges?
Well, first of all, I have no way of knowing because I haven't been in the DNC for 8 years. Second of all, I think this is something we ought to stop talking about and start talking about what Governor McAuliffe was talking about. We need to look forward in this party, and this endless recriminations about what happened in 2016 is not good for anybody. I personally believe that what happened in 2016 is in the rearview mirror. If you want to win in 2020, which is a matter of preserving the country, that's what we ought to do.
But Governor, as you know, this goes to the allegation now made by someone who was party chair, just as you were, that this was not run fairly, and that, like the Russia investigation, very different issues, but it's not just backward looking. If there are people involved making serious claims that somehow the election may have been either impacted or that the DNC wasn't run right.
I met with Tom Perez today. He's already done a number of things to prevent anything like this from going on in 2020, including naming all the times of the debates, so before any candidate gets in, making sure the primary schedule and the convention selection is way ahead of any candidate getting in, so there can't be an accusation of favoring anybody. All you can do is look forward. This endless complaining about what went on in 2016 is not going to help us win in 2017, 18, 19, or 20. So we've got to focus on the future and stop all this backbiting and book selling.
I'm not trying to give you a hard time, and you make a point that one of the people raising the allegation is trying to sell a book. I get that. But clearly, if there were problems, the fact that they were in history isn't the issue, right? I mean, if there were issues around the fairness, then that's got to be looked at. No, it can't just be that it's bad for the electioneering or campaigning to talk about a problem.
There's a committee called the Unity Commission at the DNC, which is doing exactly that. One of the interesting questions is how do we make our primary and caucuses more democratic? Mm-hmm. One suggestion is to open the primaries to anybody who wants to vote and get rid of the caucuses, which were clearly undemocratic. These things are all going to be talked about. That's fine, and that's appropriate going forward. What's silly is for us to be looking back and banging Hillary Clinton or Bernie Sanders or any of their supporters. Enough of that. We want to win. That's the one thing we want to do is win. We don't think Donald Trump is good for this country, and that means the Democrats are going to have to be strong and not attacking each other all the time.
You talk about not attacking, and we were looking at this today because that's what I've heard from a lot of party elders like yourself, a former chair. But as you know, when you were running and when you were out there, you were very tough on things you thought were wrong with the party. In 2003, McAuliffe, who we just had on before you said if we had strong leadership in the party, they'd be calling out other candidates and saying somebody's got to win. You said if Ron Brown were chairman, this wouldn't be happening. And of course, your famous speech, which I remember, I think it inspired a lot of people, but it took on the Democratic Party at a DNC meeting. Let's take a quick listen to that.
What I want to know is why in the world the Democratic Party leadership is supporting the president's unilateral attack on Iraq. What I want to know is why are Democratic Party leaders supporting tax cuts? We're going to change this party, and then we're going to change this country, and we're going to take back the White House.
Today, the Democratic Party's approval is at about 37, the lowest in a long time. Are Democrats too afraid to have these debates in public?
I don't think so. That speech that you just showed was looking forward. It was saying to the old party, enough of voting for Bush's tax cuts, which caused huge deficits. We're not going to make that mistake again, as Chuck Schumer has said. Enough of voting for wars that we have no business, in which were actually started under pretentious, dishonest presumptions. We're not going to do that anymore. Going forward, looking forward, we can have a debate going forward. It's fine for Democrats to disagree about what direction we're going to. I just don't think it makes sense to attack each other for stuff that's going on in the past. Let's look forward. Let's get our message together. Let's get our field operation together. And there's a lot that's going on. If we win in Virginia tonight, that's going to be just exactly the step that we took when I was chairman in 2005. That was the first thing we did, won New Jersey and Virginia, and that was the setup for winning back the House, the Senate, and the presidency in 4 years. That's what I'd like to see out of the DNC, and I think it can be done.
Well, and tonight is a big night in Virginia. We're going to see how Democrats do. That's a state Hillary Clinton carried, and it'll be very interesting to see if there is momentum. Howard Dean, thank you, as always, for taking the questions and having the conversation.
Thanks, Ari.
Ahead, more on the revelations about Carter Page. We're learning he was told not to appear on this network at times. It didn't stop Chris Hayes, though, from making news. Chris is here live, and later, Trump's been telling you Obamacare is dead. We have brand new news today about why it's alive. Stay tuned.
Did you meet Sergei Kislyak in Cleveland? Did you talk to him?
I'm not going to deny that I talked with him. Although
so you did talk to him.
I will say that I never met him anywhere outside of Cleveland.
The only time that you met him was in Cleveland.
That I may have met him possibly might have been in Cleveland. So,
but you're not going to deny that you talked with him in Cleveland?
I do not deny that.
Okay, good.
It might have been in Cleveland. It's the kind of suspicious answer lawyers love to pull from a witness on the rhetorical run, which is how Carter Page sounded in that March interview with MSNBC's Chris Hayes. The interviews were revealing that may be good for journalism, if not for the White House, which apparently some Trump advisors realized. In newly released testimony today, Page recalls that Steve Bannon told him not to do a scheduled MSNBC interview in January. And today we know Page's response. He said to Bannon, "I won't do it. That's fine. No big deal." No biggie, but Page did do the March interview, and he was back last Monday talking to Chris Hayes, who's here live, to break down Page's testimony and his story, which includes this parsing of his trip to Russia in 2016.
So you and Papadopoulos, you probably were on email change together, right?
Perhaps, yeah.
Okay. Those probably included discussions of Russia.
It may have come up, yeah.
You went to Russia, but you are confident that the footnote about sending a low-level staffer is not in reference to you.
I definitely did not represent anyone from the Trump campaign during that my trip.
Chris Hayes, host of All In, is here. What did we learn today from this man that you've spent time with?
Well, look, the question here is always how much was he interacting with the campaign itself, right? The status of this group of people that were announced in March, right, the Papadopouloses and the Carter Page and the J.D. Gordon and others, was always a little unclear. And the status of Carter Page with respect to his relationship with the campaign was unclear. What's pretty clear is, like, yeah, he was connected to the campaign, that the trip was signed off on, that he sent a dispatch back after he met people on the trip to campaign officials on campaign email saying, "Hey, campaign, this is what I learned. I talked about Donald Trump with high-ranking officials there," that he got sign-off to do it, and also that he's emailing them about the platform fight over arming Ukraine at the RNC. These all place him in the orbit of the campaign, talking about the issues related to Russia and explicitly sort of trafficking in his connections with Russia and the Russia trip.
Right, and what did Russia get? We don't know, but one thing they benefited from was that platform change you mentioned. I mean, any lawyer will say, if you have the quid and the quo, you're in more trouble. As for his lawyering, let's take a listen to you and Carter talking again.
Do you have legal representation?
I have some people that are helping me. My main lawsuit.
But do you have an attorney?
I have some informal advisors and a formal advisor on the.
Did you bring an attorney to you when you spent 5 hours before Senate committee?
No, I'm very, very open and happy to give all the information that I can.
That is true. I should say, I correct myself. House committee. That is true. Clearly, from the transcripts released, he is very happy to talk. But what you see in the transcripts of that talk is they peel back layer by layer that many of the sort of key questions are answered in the affirmative. So, did you meet high-ranking officials? I met with the Deputy Prime Minister of Russia. If you or I went to another country and met with that country's Deputy Prime Minister, that would be a notable highlight, low light, something you would remember.
I don't even know if I could get that meeting.
I mean, I probably couldn't either, right? But it's something that, like, you would remember. There's also the fact that he met with someone who is at Rosneft, which is sort of a Russian energy firm. The significance of Rosneft, of course, is that it comes up in the infamous Steele dossier, reporting that Carter Page is meeting with officials from Rosneft. He did, in fact, meet with an official from Rosneft, though an apparently different one than mentioned in the dossier. So again, he goes to Russia. He's meeting with folks in Russia. The Russians know because they've seen his name in the paper as one of the advisors of Donald Trump. And clearly, this is the thing that's so clear both in the case of Papadopoulos and Carter Page, they are clearly being approached. They're being approached specifically because of their proximity to Donald Trump. They are being cultivated. And it's clearly the case, particularly this early in the campaign, particularly in that spring time of the campaign, where Russians are trying to figure out how to get closer to Donald Trump.
So what have you learned sitting across the table with Carter Page?
I am as flummoxed, I think, as most people are. Like, I don't understand what his game plan is. He clearly wants to talk. He feels incredibly persecuted. He's got a whole manifesto about how this is essentially a weaponized use of the judicial system and investigations to come after him. He's talked to the FBI multiple times. He has a tendency to do this thing where he minimizes admissions. So he'll say, yes, I met with Sergei Kislyak very briefly. Yes, I got the okay from Jeff Sessions. I just asked him in passing. Yes, I met the deputy prime minister, but it was very, very brief. But when you add all these up, it looks like maybe the minimization is disingenuous or dishonest.
Right, and I think there are two competing titles for the Carter Page memoir. One is the minimization is dishonest,
right,
and the other is it might have been in Cleveland.
It might have been in Cleveland.
It might have been in Cleveland.
Or the Carter one.
Or the Carter one. That's for everyone who's listening closely. I want to thank.
Obamacare is dead. It will fail. Obamacare is dead. It's a dead health care plan. Obamacare is dead. It's a disaster. It's a complete disaster. Obamacare is dying. It's essentially dead. Obamacare is finished. It's dead. It's gone. Obamacare is a disgrace to our nation. Obamacare is a disaster. It's virtually dead.
If you build it, they will come. But if you say it, will it die? Apparently not. We have a new report for you tonight. Obamacare signups are now surging. They are setting a new record. This is during the Trump era. On the first day of enrollment, more than 200,000 people signed up. That's actually double from last year, a 33% increase in traffic, also compared to 2016, the last of Obama's presidency. So Trump is continuing sabotage while the numbers seem to show resistance to those efforts. Now he is prepping an executive order that could go further, trying to gut the individual mandate. The White House, though, saying Congress should resolve the issue. That is, of course, the same Republican Congress that has a new plan out that would try to hold health care hostage for 9 million children, something we've been reporting, and they would hold it hostage until they could gut funding for, you guessed it, Obamacare. I want to turn now to an expert we've talked to before. Allison O'Toole is the CEO of MNsure. That's Minnesota's healthcare exchange program. We've talked about CHIP. We've talked about the other programs that intersect. I have to begin with this presidential question. Is Obamacare dead in Minnesota?
No, it's not, Ari, and thanks for having me back. It's far, far from dead in Minnesota, and I know the same is true around the country. We have just completed our first week of open enrollment this year, and we're off to a strong start. We had, we've had more than 200,000 Minnesotans visit our website. We have strong call volume, and we've renewed into coverage more Minnesotans than we ever have before. And this good news isn't just in Minnesota. I know from my colleagues, the same is true in other states across the country, and that's good news.
Allison, do you know why? I know sometimes on the news we ask for an immediate explanation and a lot of factors, but it is wild that after months of not only rhetorical attacks, but also very real measures that the White House has taken that we've reported on to gut or hurt or make Obamacare hindered, that it does seem to be going up in this enrollment period.
Yeah, that's true. And, those headwinds are stronger than ever from Washington. And so we're working extra hard. I know my colleagues across the country are working extra hard. And guess what? Americans are showing up. They want and need coverage, and they're coming to our doors and getting the help they need, and they're taking advantage of those tax credits. And again, that's good news.
And finally, on the Children's Health Care Program, your view of the Republican version of the funding that's making its way through Congress.
Yeah, well, you had a guest on last night, I think, from Minnesota who knows a lot more about that than I do, but we have our eyes on that. Anything that hurts Minnesota children and Minnesotans in general is bad, and we're going to continue to watch it and critique it as it comes our way.
Allison O'Toole, we always like to talk to people who are actually doing things in this policy space, and we always learn from you. Thanks for making time tonight.
Thanks so much.
As Chris Christie votes for his own successor, naturally there are confrontations. You might have seen some over the years. I've got it all for you next.
Serving folks like you, that is really such a unique joy. It really is. You're fabulous. Any other questions?
Polls in New Jersey close in an hour, and departing Governor Chris Christie making some friends there on Election Day. Now, we do not have projections on the winners while polls are open, but we can project Chris Christie will no longer be governor. In fact, he came to power back in 2010. As Jerry Garcia would say, what a long, strange trip it's been.
Did I say on topic? Are you stupid? On topic. On topic. Next question. Good. Thank you all very much, and I'm sorry for the idiot over there.
Let me tell you something. After you graduate from law school, you conduct yourself like that in a courtroom, your rear end's going to get thrown in jail, idiot.
I was wondering why you think it's fair to be cutting school funding to public schools.
What's her name? Hey, Gail, you know what? First off, it's none of your business. I don't ask you where you send your kids to school. Don't bother me about where I send mine.
Appreciate that.
Well, you know what? Then you don't have to do it. So if you'd like to conduct a respectful conversation, I'm happy to do it. If you don't, please go and sit down, and I'll answer the next question. What's your choice? I worked the cones, actually, Matt. Unbeknownst to everybody, I was actually the guy out there. I was in overalls and a hat, so I wasn't. But I actually was the guy working the cones out there.
Busted. Down on Bourbon Street. Two of Christie's aides, of course, were convicted for crimes in Bridgegate, even if Cones were not personally moved. The governor, though, never charged in connection with that plot. As a national figure, Christie put his cards down for Donald Trump, including that infamously unbelievable press conference with his intense look.
We're going to make America great again, folks. We're going to make it great again. And, you know, I watched Hillary's speech, and she's talking about wages have been poor and everything's doing badly, but we're going to make it. She's been there for so long. I mean, if she hasn't straightened it out by now, she's not going to straighten it out in the next 4 years. It's just going to become worse and worse.
He stood guard, but Christie's loyalty was not returned. No big job in the Trump administration. To quote Jerry again, Christie was betting his cards weren't worth a dime if he didn't lay them down, but it turns out for Trump, they weren't worth much either way. Now, Christie also had moments of leadership. When he appointed a judge in New Jersey who faced attacks for being Muslim, Christie slammed anyone who suggested a judge couldn't uphold American law because of religion.
Sharia law has nothing to do with this at all. It's crazy. It's crazy. The guy's an American citizen who has been an admitted lawyer to practice in the state of New Jersey, swearing an oath to uphold the laws of New Jersey, the Constitution of the state of New Jersey.
Credit where it's due. You add Christie's punchy attitude there to a good, strong principle, and you have a strong moment. But by the end, Christie's attitude began to be invoked for far narrower agendas, like his choice to close the beaches for everyone but his family.
Christie was captured on camera taking his family to the beach Sunday, but they were the only ones there. Thanks to a budget standoff, hundreds of would-be beachgoers were turned away by police. The governor stayed at a residence provided by the state, a decision he's defending.
This is the way it goes. Run for governor, then you can have the residence.
Then you can have the residence. That's where it ended. We look at that, it's kind of late-stage Christie, an almost Baroque period, as the governor basked in the ultimate lesson from the whole trip. Sometimes the light's all shining on me, other times I can barely see. And lately it occurs to me, Governor Christie, what a long, strange trip it's been. We thank you for the memories. That is our show for tonight. If you want to check us out on Facebook or Twitter, we're at The Beat with Ari. You can talk to us about any of the segments tonight or the results in this big night of election races, which will be covered continuously for the rest of the night. Keep it locked on MSNBC. Hardball starts now.
Virginia is for lovers of those old Confederate statues. Let's play hardball. Good evening. I'm Chris Matthews across the Potomac River from the Old Dominion. That's right. Virginia voted today, and early exit polls show that 3 out of 5 voters, that's 3 out of 5, want the Confederate statues, which have been at the heart of the governor's race, left standing. All eyes are on that marquee race for governor down there between Republican Ed Gillespie and Democrat Ralph Northam, the lieutenant governor. And right now, NBC News is characterizing that race for governor as too early to call with the polls closed. But Democrats are bracing themselves for either a comforting victory or, of course, another devastating defeat. Recent polling has shown Northam with a slight edge, but within the margin of error. Gillespie, a former aide to President George W. Bush, has tried to balance his establishment Republican bona fides while adapting Trumpian tactics to his own self. If he wins, he could provide fellow Republicans with a blueprint on how to campaign in the age of Trump. But let's get the very latest on the race right now from our own Steve Kornacki. Steve, what do we know?
Well, it was 7 o'clock, so the polls just closed in Virginia. We're still an hour away in New Jersey. As you just showed, we have no actual votes in yet. We'll keep you posted. But what can we show you from the exit polls? Let's take a look at a few of the key questions that we can start to tackle there. First of all, let's see if we can, let me call up, there it is. Okay. That should call it up. Here we go. The Trump factor started in Virginia. The president, his approval rating, according to the exit poll, clocks in at 43%. By comparison, last time they had a governor's race in Virginia, 4 years ago, Barack Obama was the president. His party's candidate did win. Very close race. His number was 46 on Election Day. Trump's today coming in at 43 in this exit poll. Also, New Jersey, you could see a blue state. Not surprisingly, 32% is the Trump approval rating there. But keep your eye on this. Even more significant maybe in this New Jersey race. How about Chris Christie? Look at the odyssey for Chris Christie throughout his time as governor. He peaked at 77% back during Hurricane Sandy, all the way down today in the exit poll, a 19% approval rating for Chris Christie as his lieutenant governor tries to succeed him there. But back to Virginia, obviously the marquee race. Something else we can tell you. The story last year in the election of Donald Trump was that social class split among white college, white non-college voters. What share of the electorate are we talking about here in this exit poll? At least the data we have right now, 43% of the voters in Virginia, white college grads, 26% white non-college. You could see that would be, if that holds, we'll see as the more numbers come in, if that holds, that would be an uptick in white college graduates from 2016. That's something Democrats wanted to see. And you mentioned it too. This question here, Ed Gillespie, he ran on these Trump cultural issues. The question here, Confederate monuments on government property, should they be removed? Only 36% of Virginians in the exit poll said yes, left in place. 60% said leave them be. So that one's going to get certainly plenty of attention. That was an issue that Ed Gillespie ran on, Chris.
Well, thank you very much, Steve Kornacki. We'll be back to you throughout the evening. Anyway, the governor's race isn't the only interesting one to watch in Virginia. All 100 seats in Virginia's House of Delegates are up for grabs today, and Democrats are hoping to gain ground there. As NBC News reports, quote, if Democrats surprise and gain 10 or more seats in the House of Delegates, it would be a sign they are probably on track to take back the U.S. House of Representatives next year. For more on this and the governor's race, I'm joined by Jeff Shapiro, politics columnist for the Richmond Times-Dispatch. Jeff, thank you so much for joining. What do you smell out there tonight in terms of how this race is going to speak to the country?
You know, the fundamentals in Virginia have always favored the Democrats. To the outside world, this may seem a southern state, but it is a suburban-dominated state in which the majority of people who live here are from somewhere else, whether it's out of state or overseas. This has had a moderating effect on the state's politics, and that's particularly evident in higher turnout elections. This is why Trump didn't win Virginia in 2016. And it looks like, it looks like Ralph Northam will win it for governor.
Well, let me ask you about Trump here. How's he do? Is it that thing where you just get more rural the more Trump, like the days of Oliver North, where you could always tell where the Oliver North signs were going to be on people's lawns, the further you got from D.C.? It was pretty simple. Is that the same with Trump?
2/3 of the people who live in Virginia live in cities and suburbs. It's in those cities and suburbs that the enmity for the president is greatest. And maybe it's just an accident of geography that Virginia's across the river from you all in Washington, but there's not much that Donald Trump has said or done that hasn't had an immediate and measured effect on suburban Virginia, whether it was the perceived Muslim ban, the freeze on federal employment, and the threatened shutdown of the federal government the president's gambit to squeeze money from the Democrats for the wall on the border with Mexico.
Let's talk about the House of Delegates, the lower house out there in Virginia, down there in Virginia. Do you think that's going to give us a reading on how the chances are for the Democrats to pick up the U.S. House next November?
It's tricky, Mr. Matthews. The legislature in Virginia, when controlled by the Democrats and now controlled by the Republicans, has elevated to a high art hyper-partisan gerrymandering. That goes a long way towards protecting a number of these Republican incumbents. That said, there's still 54 of 66 Republican seats contested, and in Northern Virginia, where the turnouts are running higher, it's possible, underscore that, possible, that there could be a wave effect, and some of these Republican incumbents in these fast-growing, increasingly diverse outer suburbs of D.C. could be in trouble.
Yeah. Let's get one thing straight, Jeff. You're the sophisticated gentleman with the bow tie. I'm not Mr. Matthews, I'm Chris Matthews, but thank you for your dignity tonight. I've always been impressed by your elan, your sophistication, and your nuance. Sir, thank you so much. Jeff Shapiro of the Richmond Times-Dispatch. You haven't heard that stuff lately. In the closing days of this race, the polls have tightened. A Real Clear Politics average has Northam up by 3. That's the one. I think that's the number to keep your eye on, about 3 within the margin of error. Just a month ago, Northam had a 6-point lead. I think it's closed a little, but not enough, I don't think, for Gillespie. Anyway, Hillary Clinton beat Trump in Virginia by 5 points last time around. Last year, it was the only southern state that Donald Trump didn't win. For more on how Democrats are feeling about this race and their party, I'm joined by Democratic National Committee Chairman Tom Perez. Tom Perez, do you know that you have the power to get rid of a presidential nominee when you feel like it? I just heard this from John in Brazil the other day. Do you have that kind of power?
I didn't realize that. I better not.
I love Donna, but I didn't know she was that powerful.
Well, I better not catch the cold next week, or someone might do that to me.
Well, let me ask you about this this whole race tonight, because Virginia is not the old Confederacy. It's not the old Dominion anymore. It's got a lot of Northerners living down there, a lot of single women that work in D.C. who are almost all pro-choice, and they're sensitive about it. You have African Americans who are voting in big numbers now. Is that still a state that you guys own?
Well, Virginia is a purple state. There's no doubt about it. That's why this election will be close.
Even with a Democratic governor and 2 Democratic senators?
Hey, but Virginia is and 66 Republicans in the House of Delegates, and we're changing that because that was a hyper gerrymander. And one thing that Mr. Shapiro, I'm going to call you Mr. Matthews.
No, don't
tonight.
do that. Just call me Chris, please. Don't do that here.
One thing that is so important about this is I think those down ballot races. I spoke to. So
you buy this as this is a leading indicator of what your party can do next November. If you pick up 10 seats or so in the assembly there in the House of Delegates, that's a good sign.
I think it's a very good sign, and we'll see what happens tonight. But I met with most, if not all, of the challengers, and you know, in the last 3 or 4 cycles, Chris, Democrats only contested 45 or so seats, and so we seated the other 50, 55. We have 88 candidates this time, and they are spectacular candidates, and they're going to drive turnout in their districts. We're obviously not going to win 88 seats, but when you get people
How about the districts in Virginia where Hillary Clinton won last year, and you have a Republican incumbent? They must be your happy hunting ground. That's where you'd like to win.
And there are 17 of them, and we need 17 seats to flip the House of Delegates.
Now,
that's a tall order to get to 17.
Will you get 17?
I think that's a tall order tonight, but I think that the last time that Democrats won both New Jersey and Virginia governor's races was 2005, and we know what happened in 2006. And the reason we're winning is because I spent a lot of time in both states. People are talking about health care. They see what Donald Trump is doing. They have loved ones who have an opioid addiction issue, and they're seeing this president take away their access. In Virginia, they haven't expanded Medicare. Why? Because the Republican-dominated House and Senate have said no. And people understand that. And Virginia looks a lot like America, the diversity of
You're right,
America.
because we've got exit polling saying that health care is the #1 issue in Virginia. So you've nailed that one.
Well,
Here's my problem with your party, by the way, and you know I have a problem, which is you argue about the Republican tax bill, which I think shouldn't get near passed, but you don't offer an alternative to rebuild this country. Why do Democrats fear to talk about construction, jobs, good jobs, railways, fixing up the country, and building a big intercontinental railroad system, doing something that catches up to the rest of the world? Why don't about Democrats for support public enterprise?
Oh, I do that all the time. I mean, the Democratic Party is about bold possibilities.
Okay,
it's about making sure that we give opportunities in every community for everyone.
You got to stop dithering about what the Republicans are doing and outmatch them.
Amen.
Thank you,
Chris. It's always good
Tom
to be
Perez,
with you.
the chair of the Democratic Party, who does not claim the right to remove the nominee for president. Anyway, President Trump has cast a long shadow over the race, despite having just a 41% approval rating in Virginia. Not so hot, but I think it went up today to 43 in the exits. Anyway, from Seoul, South Korea, the president urged his supporters to get out and vote for Gillespie. From South Korea, he did it, tweeting, Ralph Northam will allow crime to be rampant in Virginia. He's weak on crime, weak on our great vets, anti-Second Amendment, and has been horrible on the Virginia economy. Vote Ed Gillespie today. That's from Seoul, South Korea, courtesy of the president. Gillespie has kept President Trump at arm's length, however, even if the president hasn't kept Gillespie at arm's length. On the issues, will it be enough to win the governor's seat? For more, I'm joined by Michael Steele, former RNC chair and an MSNBC political analyst. If Donald Trump's such a great president, why won't Ed Gillespie mention him? Michael, you chuckle, but it is a problem. If you like the guy so much and think he ought to get reelected, renominated, whatever, because that seems to be the impulse among 80% of Republicans,
but
why not show up with him?
That's not necessarily reflected among, candidates who are running around the country who are going to be running in various races. They're going to be reflecting the people in their community. You got to be sensitive to where, popular national figure or unpopular national figures stand in your state as well. And so the focus is, I went through this in 2006, wearing the brand of a party that was not very popular with the American people and certainly not within my own state. But you still forge ahead and you make your case to those folks about the issues that they care about, which I think Ed Gillespie did masterfully.
You're not on the sidelines in this race, Michael. Don't talk like you're on the sidelines, because you're in there fishing in troubled waters. I know what you're up to. You're trying to get African-American Democrats not to vote Democrat because of this assumed cutting from the ballot of the lieutenant governor.
You're not going to sit here and get away with that. That's not what I'm doing at all. I've not done that at all. And anyone who says that, including political, are dead wrong. The fact of the matter is that myself and J.C. Watts, who was on this program last night, made it very clear last night that the concerns that we raised was the way the Democratic Party and this Democratic candidate treated the African-American candidate for lieutenant governor, and the type of literature they put out that was two-faced, where he was on the literature when it went to certain neighborhoods in the northern parts of Virginia, and he was off the literature in other parts of Virginia. So,
I thought that was because he wasn't in good straits with the laborers union, International Labor Union.
Oh, Chris, please, spare me. Come on, stop it. Because not good straits with the unions, really.
Okay, keep schooling me here if you want,
you
Michael,
tell me
but
that it's okay.
You're making
You tell
a case.
me, Chris.
You say you weren't
need to tell
involved in
me
this issue, and you're here arguing the issue.
No,
Which
I'm
is
just
it?
saying. Oh, I'm just saying the fact that you just want to sidestep it because you know daggone well that if a Republican put out two pamphlets, one showing a black candidate and the other one taking that black candidate off his pamphlet, that you would be screaming to high heaven.
Okay.
So you're not going to get away with it. You're not going to play this game.
Well,
And
look,
I think
I'm
it's
not playing a
important
game
that black
because
Republicans push back on it.
I share such suspicions as those you just voiced. I just wanted to know whether you're in this fight or you're watching it. Which is it?
Oh, I'm in the fight for Ed.
Okay.
Absolutely. No, there's no doubt
That's
about
what I wanted
that.
to know. And you're making your points. Thank you, Michael Steele, as always. Well done with some charm. We'll be tracking, by the way, the returns from Virginia all night long tonight. Again, NBC News is characterizing the governor's race. The polls have closed, but it's too early to call. We'll be right back with the bombshell news on the Russian investigation. There's always some Russian news. Trump campaign foreign advisor Carter Page says he coordinated with top campaign officials, 5 of them, before and after his trip to Moscow last July, after maintaining he made the trip as a private citizen. And he met with top Russian officials while he was there. The glue gets thicker and stronger between the Russians and the Trumpies. This is Trump's longtime bodyguard, is interviewed by the House Intelligence Committee. Trump doesn't like that guy being interviewed, I can tell you. And this is Hardball, where the action is. We're getting word right now that President Trump attempted a trip to the demilitarized zone, the 30th parallel between North and South Korea. But he was turned back by not problems of military problems, but bad weather. NBC's Kelly O'Donnell joins us now from Seoul with the story. Kellyanne, it looks like sunshine over there right now.
Well, there is heavy fog here, Chris, and this is a breaking development because in advance of this trip, the White House had said President Trump would not go to the demilitarized zone. Vice President Mike Pence had visited when he did an Asian tour earlier in the administration. So this was an important and surprise development that has now fallen apart. The pool traveling with the president had this information, and it was held for a period of time as they made an attempt with Marine One to get to the demilitarized zone. They were turned back due to fog, restaged, tried to go again, and then determined what we call a weather call that they would not be able to make this trip. It would have been important, especially because the layout at the roughly 150-mile strip between North Korea and South Korea is a place where, according to those other lawmakers who have visited and people like Mike Pence, you can look right into the eyes of North Korean soldiers who are staged on the other side. There was an enormous uptick of security around President Trump for this attempt that did not succeed due to weather. Obviously, the president had tried to make this a surprise, in part because of the security threats that would be inherent for this kind of a visit. And leading up to this attempt, President Trump had notably turned the volume down on his own rhetoric, not repeating some of his more belligerent, provocative language that we have seen from him back in the United States, much more toned down while here in Seoul. Of course, Seoul itself is only roughly 35 miles from the North Korean border. So this was an attempt to make a surprise visit, which would have been an opportunity for the president to look right into North Korea, a show of strength, perhaps, certainly an opportunity for him to get some perspective. But apparently weather has foiled that attempt for President Trump to be right on the border with North Korea. Chris?
Great reporting from Kelly O'Donnell in Seoul, South Korea. The latest in the Russian investigation and much more as we're trying to, or actually starting to see very early results in the Virginia governor's race. Right now, the governor's race, we're calling it too early to call. Back after this. Welcome back to Hard. We continue to watch that Virginia governor's race right now, but there's new information tonight on the Russian investigation. The newly released transcript of Carter Page's testimony before the House Intelligence Committee last week reveals more about the former Trump campaign advisor's trip to Moscow in July of 2016, right in the middle of the campaign. Page said under oath that prior to making the trip, he informed five campaign officials of his travel plans, including Jeff Sessions, the future AG, and Hope Hicks, the future White House communications director, and both served the administration, as well as then campaign manager Corey Lewandowski. While Page said he traveled as a private citizen to give a speech at the university in Moscow, an email shows he offered to coordinate the details of his speech with the campaign. The transcript also reveals that after his event in Moscow, Page reported to campaign officials in an email that I'll send you guys a readout soon regarding some incredible insights and outreach I received from a few Russian legislators and senior members of the presidential administration here. Close quote. While Page told the committee he did not recall what he said about adding new language to the RNC platform on Ukraine before the convention, an email shows Page congratulating his colleagues in the campaign after the change was made. Quote, as for the Ukraine amendment, excellent work. I'm joined right now by Ken Delaney, an investigative reporter with NBC News, Shannon Pettypiece is White House correspondent for Bloomberg News, and Robert Costa is national political reporter with The Washington Post and an MSNBC political analyst. Ken, it's great to have you on. Can you just give me a full picture now? Take some time. What do we know about Carter Page's relationship with the Trump campaign? For months, if not a year now, he said, oh, I was a private citizen on a tourist visa or whatever, acting like he had nothing to do with Trump and his plan to become president and deal with Russia his way.
That's right, Chris. So I think his testimony moves the story forward in two important dimensions. One, we've confirmed once and for all that he did meet with senior Russian government and business officials. After he suggested for months, as you said, that he did not, he met with the deputy prime minister who passed on his good wishes to Trump. He met with a number 2 person at a major oil and gas company. This was a high-level trip. And while Carter Page may say he was taking it in his personal capacity, it seems fairly obvious that the reason these important Russians were meeting with Carter Page was because he was Trump's foreign policy advisor. The second thing this testimony shows is that he coordinated this trip with the campaign. He sought permission from these senior campaign officials, and one of them, J.D. Gordon, told NBC News today that he tried to block the trip because he didn't think it was a good idea for Carter Page to go, and Page went around him to other officials who green-lighted it. And then lastly, we know that he reported back about the success of the trip and the coordination and the conversations he had with these Russian officials. He told the campaign about it. So if we believe, and it seems fairly clear, that Carter Page was somebody that Russians were trying to use to infiltrate the Trump campaign, Russians were trying to seduce, recruit, whatever verb you want to use, it's very clear that senior officials in the Trump campaign were on notice that this was going on. They either didn't understand it or disregarded it, Chris.
Thank you so much, Ken. Let me go to Shannon right now about the implications. It seems to me, if you're talking of the question, I don't think it's a question anymore, the idea of collusion between the Russians and the Trump people, when they changed the platform, the plank dealing with Ukraine, to a pro-Russian position, and then they go by, good work, excellent work, back and forth. It sounds to me like they're doing the work of a collusion.
That is certainly how some people are interpreting all this.
I don't know how you don't interpret it that way. You're doing stuff that they want done, and you're giving credit to those who got it done for you.
And the story keeps changing, and we keep peeling back layers of this story, like the meeting about adoption that turned out to be a meeting about sanction, like Carter Page, who was just supposed to be a list on a name, and then a name on a list of foreign policy advisors. Then everyone forgot about him. And then we come out all these contacts, like George Papadopoulos. Who's that? I couldn't remember who that was. Yeah. And then again, all of these campaign contacts. And like, I think we'll probably find additional information out about this campaign platform.
Well, Robert, this whole problem is this unpeeling of an onion, basically. We just keep unpeeling it and peeling it. Trump's position from the beginning has been there was no Russian attempt to intervene in our election. That's fallen away a long time ago. Then there was no connection between us and them. And you can see this flirtation back and forth involving Sessions and Carter Page and all these guys. How does Trump look in a straight face to somebody like you who covers him and stick to that original position? There was no relationship.
Hard to say. And we've been waiting for so long because watching the special counsel, it's hard to speculate about what Bob Mueller is up to. But we're seeing a lot of action this week on Capitol Hill. You're seeing the congressional committees publishing the transcript with Carter Page. Yeah. But what this really tells, if you look at that list you put up on the screen of the 5 people he was talking to inside of the campaign, the most important person, Attorney General Jeff Sessions. Now the Attorney General...
Who says there was no relationship?
But he's coming to Capitol Hill next week to testify before the Judiciary Committee. Democrats are going to have tough questions for the Attorney General about the whole scope of that relationship with Carter Page.
Well, Shannon, it seems to me that is beautifully set up by Robert. One of those moments where, like, Bill Clinton goes in for his, his grand jury testimony. When you know what the situation is, you know there's a conflict between what he said before and what he has to answer for, and it gets into this language of what do you mean by is, and those things. Do you remember any relationship? Well, not that was reached a conclusion. But the way he was saying it before, Sessions, was, we never met, we never did anything. It turns out we met. And then it says, well, there was no discussions about collusion. Well, they did discuss collusion.
I think
and they did discuss what the Russians wanted.
A debate over what's a meeting, which almost came up with Carter Page. Well, I mean, we met in passing. I don't necessarily call that a meeting. What's a meeting? Where, we're getting down
But we now know that he's admitted that he was in a meeting where he had to shut off Papadopoulos and tell him to close down his argument for a deal, for another meeting. We know it all went on. How close are we getting to an argument here that there was collusion, Robert?
There was this outer rim of the campaign. It's arguable. But
Trump had nothing to do with this.
Well, I'm not ready to say that at all. I think you look at Sam Clovis and George Papadopoulos, all these people who are kind of inside of the campaign but not talking to Trump daily, they were still the campaign. Yeah. And they were having all of these meetings. And what Bob Mueller and the investigators at Capitol Hill are trying to piece together, where's the real network here? Where is the connection? Who knew what?
History lesson.
Right. And
Haldeman, Ehrlichman, Mitchell, all those guys went down before Nixon went down.
Well, don't forget we still have Manafort and Flynn out there, and there's a lot of speculation about a Flynn indictment coming, and I think more is to come on Manafort.
Okay, what do you know about the Flynn indictment coming? Are they going to squeeze the man, the father, to protect the son? What are they going to try to get out of this guy? It was done in the Rosenberg case. You threaten one part of the family and say, we're going to go after the part you love, and you can save that part. You can't help them make the deal.
Well, we've seen Mueller moving in a very smart, methodical way, so that is certainly the type of thing you would see a seasoned prosecutor like this do.
He's frightening. Anyway, thank you, Ken Delaney and Sir. Thank you, Shannon Pettypiece and Robert Costa. We're still tracking, of course, we're going to do throughout the night the results coming in from Virginia in that hot governor's race. Again, NBC News. This gets kind of dull, doesn't it? Characterizing the governor's race as too early to call. It's only 7:30. Of course, it's too early. This is Hardball, where the action is. Welcome back to Harbor. Polls in Virginia right now have closed for over an hour, half hour now, and we're watching the returns coming in that governor's race, which is, we're saying, too early to call right now. Well, both we could have known that because this is going to be a close race. Both Ralph Northam and Ed Gillespie face a set of demographic challenges in tonight's race in Virginia, where political divisions are reflected along geographic lines. No surprise there. To win, Northam needs to run up the score in Northern Virginia, which is a lot like the rest of the country. It's not very southern, which is a large population and are people from all over the country, and a Democratic stronghold, largely, I say, because of so many single women. In turn, for Gillespie to win, he needs to offset that margin in the rural parts of the Commonwealth where people have southern accents in places like Western Virginia. For more, let's check back with the expert, Steve Kornacki. Steve, tell me if I'm right or wrong, but it seems like that's the way we look at it.
Look, Northern Virginia is the place to look, and that's where I want to kind of dig a little deeper here. We're starting to get some numbers. Now, keep in mind, look, Gillespie's leading statewide right now. We do know that it tends to be Northern Virginia that comes in. The bulk of it comes in late, so keep that in mind. But let's focus on those counties right outside of Washington, D.C., you know, basically talking about, sorry, I should get this pen selected, basically talking about, well, it shouldn't, God, all right. Anyway, 25% or so of the vote is going to come from those counties right outside of Washington, D.C. Now, here's the thing to be looking at. When we showed you those exit polls earlier, we showed almost half the college-educated white vote was going to Northam. That's a very high number for a Democrat to be getting, and that immediately sets alarm bells off saying, boy, are the Democrats doing even better than expected in these Northern Virginia suburbs. Let me give you something where we're starting to get, if I can get this thing to work. It seems to have frozen. I'm going to give you the numbers. Prince William County, we're starting to get some numbers. That's right here on the map. Northern Virginia. Now, keep this in mind. Ed Gillespie ran for the Senate 3 years ago in Virginia. In this county, Prince William, he lost by only 3 points. His goal was to be competitive there tonight. Not necessarily win, be competitive. But last year, this county swung hard against Trump. Trump lost it by 21. We don't have all the votes in there right now, but right now you have Gillespie trailing by 29 points in the votes that have been counted so far. So the question here for Gillespie was, could he bring it back to more of a 2014 level in Northern Virginia, or was he going to be stuck with the Trump stigma? Early indications may be pointing in that direction.
So he's getting what? Gillespie's getting the Trump vote?
No, Gillespie is getting the stigma in Northern Virginia because he ran as that sort of Bush-style Republican in 2014. He couldn't win Northern Virginia, but he could keep the losses in check.
Getting the Trump vote is not a good thing in Virginia. Anyway, Thank you so much, Steve Kornacki. I'm joined right now by Steve Jardine, who's the Democratic strategist from down there, author of Foxes in the Hen House, How the Republicans Stole the South and the Heartland, and what the Democrats must do to run them out. And Cornell Belcher, of course, also a Democratic strategist and MSNBC political lens. Gentlemen, let me get your two schools of thought on this. I was amazed over the last couple of weeks, Steve, that Gillespie, who's all wrong for Virginia, he's from Catholic U up in Washington. He grew up in New Jersey. He's establishment. He's a lifelong lobbyist. He's part of the Republican leadership in the RNC. There's nothing Southern about him, really. And he's up against this guy, Northam, who, whatever you say about him, has a nice Southern accent and seems homegrown. And yet, these numbers keep coming at us as close. What do you make, Steve? Make of it.
Well, I think part of what you're seeing, Chris, is the Trump folks are fired up. They're going to turn out all the time. I don't see them going anywhere. They're going to keep turning out, and they're going to turn out for a Republican. So Gillespie has that. What you've seen Gillespie try to do in Virginia is try to moderate himself in many ways, not in all ways. Obviously, the moving of the monuments and things like that play into that base. But I think he's trying to have his cake and eat it too a little bit, where I'm going to keep that Trump base, but I'm going to try to eat into Northern Virginia. And hopefully keep the lieutenant governor down, win big enough in Southwest and Southside Virginia, where Republicans traditionally have done well. But you saw Mark Warner in 01. You saw Jim Webb do well in Southside and Southwest. So Democrats have evened the score there a little bit. But I think Gillespie's strategy is make myself look safe to enough voters and then rely on the base to come in without having to do too much to keep them. And he's made it a close race.
Well, let me ask you a first question. I'll ask the same question. Steve, first to you. Was Northam, the Democratic nominee, who's also lieutenant governor, was he wise to say, tear down all the Confederate statues right up front? That was the first thing he did. Was he smart to do that politically?
Well,
Steve?
I guess we'll find out shortly, right, Chris? I mean, I think the polls in Virginia, at least ones I've seen, most Virginians say don't tear them down.
Yeah, well,
it's a
we
part
got
of our
exit
history. I
polls
think it's
tonight.
something like
We have an exit poll that just came in. It's probably based on early voting today, but it does say 60% of the states say leave them alone, leave them standing. Cornell, what's your thinking about this politically? Was it a smart move to challenge the old order that much?
Well, my thinking is, look, if that's what you believe, take the stand and fight for it. I think Democrats have suffered far too long by being mealy-mouthed and trying to take.
Yeah, but is it worth losing an election?
Ways.
Is it something to die for?
He's
is
not,
it a fight
Chris. He's not going to lose. He is not going to lose an election in Virginia, fighting for, saying that take down the Confederate flags. This is a state, by the way, Chris, that Obama won back-to-back majorities in. Hillary Clinton, who was not the best candidate in the world, also carried 4 or 5 points. And we have 2 Democratic sitting senators and Terry McAuliffe as governor. I don't think Democrats should play defensive in a state like Virginia. If he believes we should take down the Confederate monuments, well, then he should fight for it and make his case. Don't try to have it both ways.
Where are you on that?
Well, but I think that's the
I want to
argument,
ask Cornell, because I want to ask everybody. I'm going to ask you the same question, Steve. We have battlefields in Virginia, lots of them. And, you've got the bull runs. You got all kinds of stuff out in Virginia. So much of the war was fought in Virginia. Should you take the Confederate monuments off of the battlefield? Cornell. Just leave the northern fighters.
Truth of the matter is, even among African American voters, and we did polling with minority voters in Virginia, they don't see this as a top of the issue concern for them, right? They're much more concerned.
I'm nailing you here, Cornell. I want an answer. Where do you stand
with me
on taking them off the battlefield?
Let me be perfectly clear. I think they were traitors to the United States of America, and that should come down. Period.
I think you're not running for office. When you run for office, let me know, because that's got a lot of nerve behind it. Steve, where are you in this? Keep the statues up or take them down?
Well, listen, I respect the side that says that's part of our history. I get it. We got a lot of history in museums. I think you can put them in museums. I think you can honor our history and still not disparage what the South tried to do. The South tried to split the Union. I think the bigger issue, though, honestly, Chris, is that Democrats very often let these single polarizing issues define them. This race is not about that. Republicans are voting against health care. They're voting against food stamps. They're voting against programs for education for the kids. Trump's doing on education. The Republicans in Congress have done nothing, to put money in the pockets of working Americans.
Everybody's
That's what
been
Democrats
honest here.
ought to be talking about.
I want to tell you about what I think about the statues. I think Hollywood is guilty. Hollywood, starting in the 30s, started building up the old South that never existed. It was all this, what's her name, Scarlett O'Hara, and all that nonsense about the wonders and joys of the old South. They never showed the slaves being beaten, put in chains. You never saw a slave in chains. All those movies were romanticized crap to make the old white tyranny look good. Anyway, it was awful, and we were brought up on that propaganda. Anyway, thank you. I don't know why we were. Thank you, Steve Jarding and Cornell Belcher. I'm closer to you than you think, Cornell. Up next, the Hardball Roundtable on the 2 big contests of the evening, including that race for, I don't think it's much of a race for Jersey governor, because I think Christie really stunk up that state. Polls close at the top of the hour on that one. You're watching Hardball. Welcome back to Hard. We continue to watch the governor's race down in Virginia across the river from here, which NBC News has characterized, as I said, too early to call. The polls just closed at 7 Eastern. Anyway, meanwhile, the other big race for governor tonight, not exactly a squeaker, we don't think, is in New Jersey, where polls will close at 8 o'clock Eastern. I'm joined right now by the roundtable tonight, Annie Linsky, chief national correspondent for the Boston Globe. You love it when I say your name. And Vivian Salam is a reporter for NBC News, our own. And David Catney is a senior politics writer with U.S. News and World Report. David, you were making a point before that this Republican candidate for governor in Virginia, we're all watching as the marquee election, is not exactly got the same cut of the jib as Donald J. Trump.
No, he's an establishment Republican. He's a former Republican National Committee chairman. He's a lobbyist. I mean, this was a party guy. Now, he tried.
He's also a northerner.
He's from New Jersey.
Yeah.
But he also, he tried to use the Trump playbook late in the game using cultural issues, right?
Name them.
Confederate statues saying they should be kept up. Talking about gangs. MS-13 gangs.
Saying that the Democratic candidate was against outlawing sanctuary cities. He was like voting negatively to make a point.
Right. And also allowing felons out. you know, that's out of prison.
We're looking, by the way, at the early. It is not a call, but we're looking at the raw vote. And this, to the experts of Virginia that have educated me all day, is not a surprise to Gillespie, where they get the vote in from the rural areas faster. Ironically, they get an earlier vote.
Good numbers, I think, for Northam, because usually Southern Virginia pours in first, and the Republican always has a lead, right? A 3-4 point lead, and then we see
he's a winner for an hour or two.
He's a winner for an hour or two, and then Northern Virginia.
So
with all the voters.
We always do the raw vote. Since I watched the Nixon-Kennedy race in '60, don't pay attention to the raw vote, but we have to give you the news.
Absolutely.
Vivian.
I mean, so what we see in Virginia, traditionally the year after a presidential election is they will often go for the party that is not in the White House. And so with the exception of McAuliffe's second term, where...
You're like buyer's remorse.
It's just, whatever you want to call it, that has been the pattern so far. And so whether or not we're going to see that again, we don't know. But, you know, President Obama had really kind of dominated and pushed that state into the blue area for a while. And then obviously now, you know, President Trump is trying to sway it back. Whether or not he's successful or not, it depends. Whether or not that's an indication of how he's been doing, it's too early to tell.
And in some states like Massachusetts, that when you vote for governor, you don't vote ideologically.
Right.
A lot of times, like in Utah, for years, they'd elect a Democratic governor just to balance things off with the Republican senators. Massachusetts regularly, or almost every other time, picks a Republican, even though it's a liberal state.
Yeah.
Virginia's like that. They can pick Republican governors. They didn't.
Yeah.
Bob McDonough.
Yeah. No, I mean, but I do think, you know, you've got to say here, Northam is not exactly the most dynamic candidate. I mean, you know, certainly the fundamentals are looking good tonight for him, you know, but I mean, my goodness, it felt a little bit to me like...
Tim Kaine's not very dynamic, but he's very popular. Anyway, let's go to New Jersey, where polls closed at the top of the hour. Reporters captured Governor Christie engaging in an argument. I love Christie fighting with a voter outside his polling location. Let's watch a portion of that action.
It's easier to sit here and complain. It's easier to sit. Oh, really? I'm sure. Easier to sit here and complain. But you know what? That's the joy of public service. It's serving folks. It's serving folks. Yeah, it's serving folks like you that is really such a unique joy. It really is.
David Cannes, why does he like to fight with anybody who wants to fight?
This is a final
There's
bout.
There's a Sinatra quality here.
Final
you want to fight, I'll fight with you, you know?
I mean, this is a guy with a, 15% approval rating in Virginia. The guy never gave, it's probably 13%.
She wasn't part of that. Woman wasn't part of the 15.
Well, but she was the lieutenant, you know, he gave his lieutenant governor virtually no chance at this race.
Why'd she run? Does anybody know why
she's lieutenant governor? She was next in line to run. They didn't have anyone else.
Get her head bashed in by a gale force headwinds here. Right?
Yeah, a superstorm, you might say.
Oh,
right?
That's good.
We've been there.
It's going to be tough for her tonight. I think that's an easy win for the Democrats.
Right now, I'm looking at something that's fascinating me. I've been saying that for Democrats to win the Congress back, to win the House of Representatives, they probably won't get the Senate. They need double digits in the national polls because the way the gerrymandering and also issues where Democratic votes tend to be crowded in the big cities. They got it. They're up to double digits right now. They got the highest spread in recorded history, frankly, right now.
No,
they can win the House back if things continue the way they're going.
Well, I mean, but you know, Democrats manage to mess these moments up, you know, time and time again. I mean, they still need a message, and they still need to be able. And they still need to be able.
That's
I mean,
look at the Georgia. Perez about. He said, "Yeah, we got one." I said, "Yeah, that's."
And what is it?
I know it.
Exactly right. Exactly right. And so they have this problem again and again. So I think they have got that party has a lot of work to do if they really want to. And their fundraising is a mess. I mean, look at Donna Brazile.
They think it's a seesaw, and if Trump goes down, they go up. They think it's automatic. That's why they're playing it so careful.
The other question is whether the Democrats can rally behind a leader. Right now, the party is in some disarray. They can't. Right. Well, exactly. Is there someone that can really kind of rally the troops and say, "Let's do this together"? Have a unified message to get the party together again after what happened last year? That's the big question going forward.
Well, we're not even there. This
not even close. Not even close.
There's so many of those freshmen and sophomore, but there's no obvious presidential candidate except Joe Biden. I mean,
I would not overread the results of tonight to say it's going to mean anything about 2018. Remember, in 2013, Terry McAuliffe
So you're telling people not to stay up tonight and watch me at midnight?
No, I'm saying stay up and watch all night.
There's a seat there that's down into a dangerous hole in the ground.
Wow.
I'm just teasing.
All right.
I'm just teasing.
No, but I mean, look, Terry McAuliffe won the governorship in 2013, and then Republicans in 2014 routed. They had a great midterm year.
I think there's going to be headlines in all the papers tomorrow, based in all the papers across the country. top of the fold in the East Coast of what happens tonight in Virginia. I do think it counts. I think the delegate races count a lot. If Hillary is able to win in the delegate races, where she run for president, look out. They're going to talk that up big. Annie Linsky, she'll be talking it up in the Globe. Vivian Salama, thank you, my colleague, and David Katniss, who's a pessimist about news value. And the polls in New Jersey will be closed at the top of the hour. That's 8 p.m. Eastern. We'll get the first look at who will succeed Chris Christie. That state cannot wait to succeed Chris Christie, the Garden State. That's coming up at 8 o'clock Eastern. And the vote keeps pouring in Virginia. With more than 30% in now, NBC says this race still too early to call. This is Hardball. The next is. Well, up next, we're going to take another look at that election that transformed American politics. My colleague Lawrence O'Donnell's here with a look at his new book about the 1968 presidential election. And as the returns continue tonight to come in from the Virginia governor's race, we'll be covering them. You're watching Hardball. Let's get one more look at the Virginia governor's race. Right now, it's being counted. Steve Kornacki joins us.
Yeah, Chris, I mean, we could tell you Democrats are looking at what they're seeing right now. They are feeling very good. Let me give you a microcosm of what it is. We talked about Northern Virginia. Look, Democrats always do well here in Northern Virginia. Trump got absolutely buried. The challenge for Gillespie coming in tonight was just don't get buried like Trump did. Well, here's a perfect example of what we're seeing in Northern Virginia. Look at this. Loudoun County here. What you see, Northam, the Democrat, winning by 20. What was the margin in this county last year? It was Hillary Clinton by 17 over Donald Trump. This is worse than Trump. And by the way, when Ed Gillespie ran in this same county for the U.S. Senate 3 years ago, he won it. He won it by a few hundred votes. And tonight, he's losing it by 20. He's losing it worse than Trump. We are seeing this throughout Northern Virginia and the returns we're seeing right now. The Gillespie goal was don't get buried like Trump. He may get buried worse than Trump.
Whoa. Looks like Northam. Anyway, thank you, Steve Kornacki. 1968 was Dr. Martin Luther King and the Kennedy brothers, but Bob Dylan and great songs like Eve of Destruction. Now it is all coming closer again, and for the best of reasons, I think. People of all ages are feeling the pull of a time when leaders spoke of values, when people sat around and argued the great issues of war and peace and the individual versus the nation. We looked with envy at a time when people thought big and put their competing hopes aside. Well, today, we have a president who never speaks of right or wrong, who never cites a moral compass for himself or our country. He acts as if the only thing that matters on this earth is the act itself, his act. That's Hardball for now. All In with Chris Hayes starts right now.
Tonight on All In.
When you talk about innocent, I am truly not involved in any form of collusion with Russia.
The president's bodyguard grilled on the Hill.
I'm no stranger to putting my hands on people.
New Russian contacts in the bombshell testimony of Carter Page.
It was one of the weirder depositions I've sat through.
And how the Page testimony supports key portions of the infamous Steele dossier.
I think it's very sad what they've done with this fake dossier.
Tonight, my interview with the top Democrat on House Intelligence, Adam Schiff. Then how the CIA is engaging with conspiracy theorists as directed by the president. And as polls close in Virginia and New Jersey.
This is massive.
My interview with Donna Brazil on the new book that is rocking the political world. It All In starts right now.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. All right, it is election night across America. We have a call at this very hour. NBC News right now projecting that Democrat Phil Murphy will win the race for governor in New Jersey and will replace Chris Christie as governor. Meanwhile, in the most watched race so far in the post-Trump era, the governor's race in Virginia, polls have been closed now for an hour. The early results are showing Ralph Northam with 51% of the vote and Ed Gillespie with 48% of the vote. It is too early to call. Both gentlemen have just over about 500,000 votes. There's 43% of precincts in. But here's the thing. If you look at a lot of bellwether precincts, if you look at turnout projections, our own Steve Kornacki has been carefully looking at this, comparing apples to apples. Right now, Ed Northam appears to be, in terms of turnout and in margin, outperforming where he would need to be to win the state if the margins are to hold. So an encouraging early set of returns for Ed Northam and the Democrats after a lot a lot of anxiety and wringing of hands about that race. We're going to have more from Virginia and elsewhere later in the show. We begin tonight with what has become a ritual for people closely associated with the president. Longtime Trump aide Keith Schiller going to Capitol Hill today to testify behind closed doors under oath before the House Intelligence Committee about the president's possible ties to Russia. Other than family, there's probably no one who's been closer to the president than Schiller, former NYPD officer, became head of security at Trump Tower in 2005, and who served as director of Oval Office operations before leaving the White House in September. Schiller has been Trump's body man, his confidant, and his gatekeeper, the man White House officials reportedly sought out when they wanted to know the president's mood. When Trump wanted a quarter pounder with cheese, it was Schiller who would head to McDonald's on a stealth fast food run. There were big tasks, too. Trump entrusted Schiller to hand-deliver his letter firing FBI Director James Comey. It was Schiller who removed journalist Jorge Ramos from that Trump press conference back in 2015. That's him there putting his hands on Ramos. It was also Schiller who ripped a sign away from a protester outside Trump Tower and then turned around and cold-cocked said protester when he tried to get it back.
Oftentimes you'll find in the city cops and firemen do a lot of side work, right? Yeah. Side work, right? Yeah. So I said, I see some, light goes off. I said, bodyguard, I can do this. This guy's a bodyguard. I'm a bodyguard. Trust me, I'll show you. And, knowing what I had done over the years, right? I'm no stranger to putting my hands on people. Right? From way back. From way back.
Crucially, Schiller was with Trump when Trump traveled to Moscow back in 2013 for the Miss Universe pageant, and that is when the Steele dossier alleges that the Russians gathered compromising material about the future president. The White House was hopeful that Schiller, ever the loyal lieutenant, would knock down that dossier's claims. Lawyer Ty Cobb telling the Washington Post that the White House is delighted that Mr. Schiller will have an opportunity to shed some light on these scandalous allegations. But Schiller's questioning under oath comes one day after the release of Capitol Hill testimony by none other than former Trump campaign aide Carter Page, a man whose comments appear to corroborate some crucial parts of that dossier, including a claim that Page met with high-level Russian officials during a July 2016 trip to Moscow, something Page denied to me just last week. Did you brief anyone on the campaign when you got back?
I may have mentioned just a few sort of, things I heard, but nothing serious at all. Yeah.
Well, people keep using these terms like serious or official, but you told them what you did and who you talked to.
What I said is that there's a lot of positive feedback in general on the street. The average person is really excited about
Donald Trump.
I think just in general about future possibilities. So I had no meetings, no serious discussions with anyone high up or at any official capacity. So
let me ask you
this
this.
is just kind of man on the street,
Congressman Adam Schiff, who joins me momentarily, confronted Page during his testimony with an email Page sent to Trump campaign official J.D. Gordon, in which Page said he had received incredible insights and outreach from a few Russian legislators and senior members of the presidential administration here. Page then admitted to a brief conversation with, among others, Russia's deputy prime minister. Page also revealed that Steve Bannon had urged him not to appear on this very network. And he acknowledged lauding the Trump campaign for watering down the GOP platform on Ukraine, making it more palatable to Russia. Page writing in an email to J.D. Gordon of the Trump campaign, quote, "As for the Ukraine amendment, excellent work." Gordon said in a statement he didn't see Page's email and insisted he isn't the one who cleared Page to go to Russia. Quote, "I discouraged Carter from taking the trip to Moscow in the first place because it was a bad idea. Since I refused to forward his speech request for him for approval, he eventually went around me directly to campaign leadership." I'm joined now by Representative Adam Schiff of California, who, as the top Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee, questioned both Carter Page and then Keith Schiller today. Congressman, let's start with Keith Schiller. Was he forthcoming today?
I can't really discuss interviews. We allow the witness to disclose whether they're interviewed or not, so I'm afraid I can't comment on that.
Can you tell me if he brought a lawyer or if he was there by himself?
We don't disclose the witnesses' participation. We leave it up to them to disclose if they choose, so I really can't, at this point, confirm whether he came in today.
Let's talk about Carter Page. What do you think you learned from Carter Page's very long testimony that we now have had the opportunity to look over?
Well, Chris, the first thing we learned, because I asked him about it right off the bat, was what he told you on the air just a few days ago was clearly not accurate. And indeed, what he'd been saying publicly for quite some time was not accurate. He represented to you and others that his meetings were, essentially with the man on the street. They weren't with high-level officials, that it was purely in his private capacity. But we learned within minutes of his interview in closed session that, in fact, he met with very high-level people. He did have private conversations. One of those was with the deputy prime minister of Russia itself. But more than that he wrote back to the campaign in a memo in the campaign's own format that said that as a result of these meetings and discussions, he had valuable insights and outreach to report to the campaign. That is completely inconsistent, obviously, with this being a purely private endeavor. So we learned the public representations weren't accurate. We also learned more detail about a second trip that he made to Russia later that year, as well as a third trip that he made to Hungary at the suggestion of the Hungarian ambassador, someone he met during the Republican convention.
One of the other items that you read to Mr. Page in your questioning, it's the first that we've heard of it, I think publicly, was an email he wrote congratulating the campaign team on their machinations to insert that amendment or change the amendment in the Republican platform with regards to lethal weapons or lethal help to Ukraine. What do you think the significance of that is?
Well, I think these memos show a number of things. They show certainly that Carter Page was aware of the debate during the convention and the efforts by the Trump campaign to fight off an amendment that would have been stronger in terms of providing defensive weapons to Ukraine. They also indicate that higher levels of the Trump campaign were more than aware of his trip to Russia, including notifying now Attorney General Sessions, then Senator Sessions, about that trip. As well as his disclosure during testimony that he notified Sam Clovis of his trip to Russia. So a lot of the contacts that he made were represented to higher levels of the campaign, and that directly contradicts things that we've heard people like Corey Lewandowski say, Attorney General Jeff Sessions say, and others within the Trump campaign.
Carter Page has in multiple instances attempted to minimize meetings he may have had or did have. He admitted to me that he met Sergei Kislyak in Cleveland, but said it was very brief. He admitted to meeting the deputy prime minister, but said it was very brief. He said that he told Jeff Sessions that he was going to Russia, but it was it was in passing. Do you trust those characterizations?
Well, I don't think we can trust these characterizations because, of course.
All right. That was my interview previously recorded with Adam Schiff, but we are back here to make a call. We now have NBC's own Steve Jernacki, who joins me to talk about the return so far. Steve, what do we have out of Virginia?
Well, we have a winner. We have the Democrat Ralph Northam. The polls were right, but maybe they even underestimated what's going on here. Ralph Northam, the Democrat, going to win this governor's race in Virginia. Big storyline that's emerging. We talked all last year about that split among white voters, right? The college-educated whites, the non-college whites, sort of a social class divide. Look, the story with Donald Trump's election last year was non-college whites in those critical battleground states. Well, the story tonight looks like it's the college-educated whites, the suburbanites looking right outside Washington, D.C. Look, this is Democratic territory traditionally right here in Virginia, but it was really big Democratic territory last year. They really turned hard against Donald Trump. Ed Gillespie's campaign was premised on two things. It was running up Trump-like margins in the southwest part of the state, but not getting creamed like Trump did in those college-educated suburbs of Washington, D.C. Let me take you very quickly through what happened, because to give you an example right here in Loudoun County, Ed Gillespie ran for the Senate here a few years ago. He won this county. Last year, Donald Trump won it by 17. Remember, the goal of Gillespie, don't get blown out like Trump. He got blown out worse than Donald Trump, 19 points in Loudoun County. Down here, Prince William County, when Ed Gillespie ran for the Senate, only lost it by 3 points. Last year, Trump lost by 21 points there. Tonight, 21 points. Same thing. How about right here? Ed Gillespie, Fairfax County, they're still counting the votes, only lost it by 18. Trump lost it by 35. You're getting Trump margins here, Trump backlash. The Trump backlash that we saw in places like this around the country, it has not subsided at all. It even expanded a little bit in Virginia, it looks like. When you get outside of Richmond, take a look here at Henrico County. This should have been, this is a mid-teen rate. If you're Ed Gillespie, you want to lose this maybe 13, 14 points. It explodes 10 points more than that. These suburbs in Virginia, there is a lot of energy there. Looks like it's anti-Trump. We can debate, did the Gillespie campaign running on those Trump issues, did that exacerbate it all? Or was it just the anti-Trump energy that's been there since the election last year? But you are seeing it. Ed Gillespie, I don't want to see any of the numbers I just showed you, and you're seeing them all over the place tonight.
Steve, it was interesting, the Gillespie approach, which Steve Bannon had called Trumpism without Trump at one point, and there were two prongs to it. One prong got a lot of attention, which were the ads he was running. Those were things on keeping the Confederate statues up, about the Central American gang MS-13, one about Terry McAuliffe re-enfranchising felons, things that played in the kind of culture war terrain of Donald Trump. He was meanwhile sending these mailers to Northern Virginia, calling himself a son of an immigrant and talking about economic growth. And what I'm hearing from you is attempting to essentially pull off that two-track campaign did not work up in those places in Northern Virginia.
Yeah, I mean, and look, maybe it was ultimately an impossible thing that he was trying to pull off, but here was the dynamic that Ed Gillespie walked into was this. As a Republican, his background, obviously, he's sort of the establishment Republican traditionally. Well, his background, he did pretty well for a Republican up here when he ran for the Senate a couple years ago. He actually didn't do as well as Republicans should do maybe in the rural parts of Virginia. Now, last year, when Donald Trump was running, we were seeing, Trump get 75, 80, 85% in some of these counties. So what Gillespie was trying to pull off was the culture issues that he ran on so aggressively. He was trying to get that 85% in places down here. Doesn't look like he quite reached that number, but through the tactics you're talking about, he was still trying to be the Ed Gillespie of 2014, the Ed Gillespie of the Bush era up here. The voters didn't buy it at all. And again, this is going to be a debate, I think. Was there a backlash? Could it have worked without the campaign he ran? Or was this just set in stone? What we are seeing in Northern Virginia tonight, was this just set in stone by that election result last year? By Donald Trump winning, by Donald Trump being the president, a version of the president that he was as a candidate? Is Northern Virginia just locked into the same anti-Trump position it was on Election Day last year, maybe even a little bit more so? And if that's the case, and it's not about the tactics of Ed Gillespie, that could have very significant implications for 2018.
Yeah, and I want to make one more point, Steve, here about what was going on in Virginia, which was a lot of investment also in the races for House of Delegates. And there's a lot of delegate races that were contested. Democrats had for a long time not contested a lot of those seats, and they ran candidates in them, and we're getting some early returns that even members of GOP leadership who've been serving in their delegations for a very long period of time, now looking neck and neck, possibly some huge upsets happening in that race. So we're going to keep our eyes on that. Steve, if you'll stick around, because I want to come back and talk more about that. NBC's Garrett Hake is in the Ralph Northam event in Fairfax, Virginia, where I imagine folks are pretty excited. What's it like there, Garrett?
Yeah, Chris, as we and then CNN just called this race over the last few minutes, the crowd here went nuts. I don't know if you can see the room behind me, but it's not even entirely full yet. They just started letting attendees into this party a little while ago. I think even the Northern folks didn't expect to see the race turn as quickly and as decisively as it has, although they have been much more confident, the Northam campaign and the folks I've been talking to in Virginia, than I think national Democrats were all along. The line that I've been hearing from people in Northam's camp and from voters in Virginia today was they felt like Northam had an authenticity that connected with Virginia voters in a way that maybe national Democrats didn't quite appreciate. I mean, this is a guy with a Southern accent. This is a guy who talks slowly. This is not someone who fires up the room as some kind of natural bomb thrower resistance candidate, and yet he's been able to translate a lot of that vote while not turning off some of these more moderate counties and places that tend to lean a little bit more towards establishment Republicans. When you talk to Steve about Loudoun County, Prince William County, sort of the D.C. exurbs, the numbers that we're seeing Northam put up there have been huge. And And the folks here attribute it a little bit to this sort of anti-Donald Trump, but also to the fact that they have, despite what national Democrats were talking about, what they felt like was a very good candidate for Virginia, a candidate with a legitimate Virginia background who was able to connect. And I think we're seeing that pan out in the numbers right now, Chris.
You know, it's interesting you say that about that room being partly empty, and I'll take you behind the curtain here. We were, as we were gaming out Election Day, Virginia elections get called notoriously late because usually Northern Virginia, which is a huge bulk of the votes, that comes in late. In fact, Hillary Clinton, the state was called for Hillary Clinton fairly late on election night a year ago, even when Donald Trump was shown being up in the actual vote count because of what was out in North Virginia. So this decisive victory this early, getting a call at 8:15, this is a huge win for the Democratic Party of Virginia and for a national Democratic Party that has spent the last 2 weeks absolutely lashing itself on the back in advanced preparation of a loss in Virginia and almost started down the pathway of the analysis of what did we do wrong. There's got to be a lot of exuberance and relief in that room.
There really is, Chris. And I'll tell you, I talked to Tom Perriello earlier today, who was the Democrat who lost to Ralph Northam in the primary. He's been very active, by the way, campaigning not just for Northam, but for all those House of Delegate candidates that you mentioned. And he said, you know, look, Democrats have been talking to themselves about how they need to get active in these off-year elections and these midterm elections in a serious way. Since at least 2010, he was hopeful this morning that they would start to see it tonight. And it looks like they have. And, you know, you mentioned those delegate races. One of the other theories here is that there's almost a reverse coattails effect here where Democrats just have not competed in a lot of these places in Virginia historically. And now they've got folks on the ballot. So even if you've got a House of Delegates candidate who may not do great, but if they've got a couple hundred of their friends and family who are going to come out and vote, it lifts a little bit in all these rural counties that for a long time Democrats had almost written off in places essentially sort of south and west of Richmond. Now all the rest of that is back in play, not to mention we're looking at a tiny, tiny fraction of Fairfax County, which is sort of the behemoth blue county here in Virginia, which comes in historically late and will be, I think, enormous based on the voters I talked to today.
Yeah, Garrett, thank you for that. We'll probably be checking back with you in the hour. That point you made about reverse coattails is something that the folks I know in Virginia had been hammering home, the activists and the sort of political operatives. And when we had the DNC chair Tom Perez on the other night, I believe last night, the weeks go by so fast, he said, look, we're competing in every House delegate race. We got a ton of people. And you were, Tom Perez, who's on the phone now, the DNC chair, you pointed to that as a key part of what you were doing in your role in the Democratic Party, investing in the state and investing in these House delegate races. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling incredibly optimistic. The author of the anti-transgender bathroom bill just got defeated by a woman named Danica Rome, a transgendered woman who is a spectacular candidate. The two Latino candidates, Elizabeth Guzman and Hala Ayala, are both ahead in their races. If elected, they will become the first two Latinas ever elected in the House of Delegates. The new Democratic National Committee is all about helping people up and down the ballot, Chris. And when you have such an authentic candidate at the top of the ticket as Ralph Northam, and when the number one issue in the election is health care, and you have a healer on the Democratic side and a divider on the Republican side, this is a really important night. And it's not only an important night for Virginia, but it's a blueprint for what we're doing everywhere, which is competing in every zip code, telling our story. And our story is that Democrats believe in health care for all. The story is that Democrats believe that we should be uniting our country, not dividing our country. That's exactly what Ralph Northam said. That's exactly what Phil Murphy said in New Jersey. And that's why we're winning up and down the ballot. And there's still more to come in Virginia.
You've got. I saw someone noting right now, and again, it's hard to keep track of all these House of Delegate races. But one of the things that happened in the Obama era, of course, was this sort of hollowing out of the bench. We saw Republicans take state house after state house after state house. It gave them control of things like gerrymandering of the congressional districts, which sort of further enmeshed their power. You've got a bunch of House of Delegate candidates. One, I just want a trans candidate who beat a Republican who wrote a trans bathroom bill. And there's also, I believe, a Marine veteran who identifies as a Democratic socialist who, if I'm not mistaken, is running competitively with someone in the House GOP leadership, right? The House GOP whip might lose to a socialist Marine veteran. Is that actually happening?
Well, there are a lot of remarkable things going on tonight in the House of Delegates races, and here's where it gets even better. I don't know whether we'll get to 17. That's the number we need. That's a tall order, but it's not beyond the pale given where things are moving right now. But it's important to know that there was a lawsuit filed because of the partisan gerrymander in Virginia, and we've already won that lawsuit. So a court is going to be redistricting next year to make the districts fair. So even with an unlevel playing field, look what we've been able to do tonight. And in the months ahead, a court will be redrawing lines in a way that will create fairness. Virginia is not a 66-34 state. It never was, but as a result of the 2009 election, that's what happened. And the illustration of this race, Chris, is these 2017, 2018 cycle races. These are 14, 13-year election cycles because these governors are going to control redistricting. That's why tonight is so important. It's a new day in Virginia, and it's a new day in America. It's a new Democratic National Committee.
All right, Tom Perez, we may be checking back with you. Thank you for hopping on the phone with us. I want to just reset for those who are just joining us on this, the first national election night in the Donald Trump era, and some good news so far for the Democratic Party, which was hoping for some good news after last year's results. You've got Phil Murphy, who is the Democratic candidate for governor. He is projected to be the winner in New Jersey. He's beating Lieutenant Governor Kim Guadagno, who is the lieutenant governor for Chris Christie, whose approval rating is around 15%. That was a heavy baggage for her to carry. Murphy heavily favored going down the stretch. He is projected to be the winner there. The one that had Democrats chewing their fingernails down to the bone was Virginia. Well, Ralph Northam, way ahead of anywhere where I think anyone thought it was going to be projected at 8:15, is the projected winner, with Northern Virginia still out, defeating Ed Gillespie, who won a narrow bid for Senate just 3 years ago. My colleague Chuck Todd is on the phone now. And Chuck, there was so much anxiety and focus on this race. What do you make of tonight's results?
Well, the data actually, the results match the data. I think why there was so much anxiety that I noted, even with the people that were looking at the data and all of that on the Northam campaign themselves, they had their own anxiety, was because they were sitting in this exact same moment a year ago, right? On one hand, so there's a little bit of that going on, that anxiety. But frankly, even in Virginia, 4 years ago, if you remember, all the numbers pointed to this big McAuliffe win, and it turned out to be more of a nail biter. Yep. And if you recall, I don't think we called that race until the 10 o'clock hour. They're basically we had to wait to see if Northern Virginia was going to perform like Northern Virginia before we could call that race. Tonight, what you're seeing is that the environment. It looks like a bad environment for Republicans, but you're not sure if the tactics are going to work. Going in, it looked like this was going to be a bad environment for them. But the question was, how much were the voters going to punish the Republican Party in Virginia for President Trump? I think we got an answer. This is a wipeout for the Democrats tonight. This looks like they're going to sweep all three of those statewide races, and they're going to have a good night on this. Right now, it looks like they're going to have a good night. Look, we'll see when all the returns are in, but this looks like this is going to be a big win for Democrats tonight. And I think you're going to have a lot of Republicans waking up tomorrow morning going, and the debate's going to be, is Trump that much of a problem? Or was Ed Gillespie not, the base knew he wasn't really Trump. Base knew he really wasn't of them. And I think that's going to be an interesting debate tomorrow morning in that postmortem on the right.
It's a great point, because one of the things we're going to see is turnout in sort of raw terms. What we did see today was that we had a high turnout in areas that are traditionally Democratic, particularly college-educated voters in Northern Virginia. Very big turnout numbers there. We're going to look at what those turnout numbers were in the Trump-heavy areas. Some of the early return I saw showed Gillespie doing the Trump kind of margins, but nowhere near the raw vote totals, to your point about whether he was able to get those people out, and particularly in these off-year elections, as we learned during the Obama era, who turns out their voters becomes, the determining factor in a lot of cases.
Well, especially in the off year, right? Very much so. And I think, for instance, that's what 4 years ago taught us a lot, which was when that was a base versus base, and you realize, boy, that and you sort of hinted that the Dem base was not fully enthused, and that's why McAuliffe perhaps narrowly won. This is a different story. The turnout numbers, Arlington County, Fairfax County, and which is basically the heart and soul of when you hear us talk about Northern Virginia. For those of you not familiar with Northern Virginia, those are two massive counties population-wise. And they hit their 2013 turnout numbers. I think Arlington County did it at 3:30, a full 3.5 hours before polls closed. And Fairfax County did it about 5 o'clock, 2 hours before polls closed. So lower turnout in those Trump areas, higher turnout in Northern Virginia. It's going to make that debate inside the party actually that much more complicated.
And tonight is the first night. I remember two big moments in the early Obama years. Of course, Scott Brown's special election, which was a huge wake-up call, and then the next year when Chris Christie won that race in New Jersey, in solid blue New Jersey, and that was sort of the beginning of the beginning of what will become the Tea Party wave in 2010, but also the beginning of sort of reckoning with what the political backlash to the Obama era would look like. And we've had a bunch of special elections so far in which Democratic victories didn't materialize, at least in the congressional level, and a question about whether some similar kind of pendulum swing was in the offing, which I think was the source of that anxiety. And tonight, at least, just looking at these returns, it looks like the terrain broadly has shifted from a year ago.
Chris, if a transgender candidate wins and the Democratic Socialist candidate wins, I think that tells you that, yes, I think the terrain is there. I am not convinced that most of the voters that voted in that race and probably knew about the transgender issue. I don't know that that's the case, right? How familiar were voters, or how many of them went in there and it's just say, look, I'm looking for the D right now because, I'm punishing the R's, or I'm coming out, whatever the reason is. That's the stuff that's going to give Paul Ryan heartburn tonight, frankly, and thinking about how 2018 is going forward. And then what I'm going to be curious to see, Chris, is do Democrats, and the next time you talk to Tom Perez, you got to ask him this because there's not been a lot of evidence. If Democrats what's the lesson they take away here from Virginia?
Oh, absolutely.
And how do they apply it to Alabama?
Yep.
Do they try to make a point in Alabama now, realizing there is some terrain there? Don't walk away from it.
That is a great point. A huge implications for what the Democratic Party decides to do with Doug Jones, their candidate running against Roy Moore in that special election in the Senate in Alabama. Chuck Todd, thanks for that. Appreciate it. I'm joined now by Hardball host, the one and only Chris Matthews. Chris, what are you making of this?
Well, I think I just want to add to that. It's about morale and the people working in Doug Jones' campaign down in Alabama, people working hopefully against Kelly Ward out in Arizona, and of course the Nevada, anywhere where it's conceivable that a Democrat can win, they're going to be thinking victory tonight. They're going to think this is a switch, as Norman Mailer called it, a switch of the cosmos, when everything just shifts. And voters have very crude tools to use to send a signal. Basically, when there's no presidential election, they got to grab every weapon they've got and send the signal they don't like this president and his behavior. They just don't like it. They think it's not what we want as a leader in this country. And I do think the fact that the people at all the lines today, all the lines of the ballot, they said, I'm going to take this line and use that against Trump. I only got a few grenades to throw. I'm going to throw them all. And I do think if I'm working down there in Alabama in a Senate race I thought was a long shot, I'm now thinking, hey, this is doable. I'm going to work my butt off. Same thing in Arizona, same thing in Nevada. If I were the RNC right now, I'd be thinking, get the people at the walls right now and start protecting everything you got, because everything's vulnerable now. Yep. And the reason I say that is because even with the issue of the monuments, And I understand the sensitivity. I went to school at North Carolina, Chapel Hill. I understand the sensitivity of people about the South and its history. It's not all about slavery. It was. The war was about slavery. But the history, the texture of the South, the whole thing. I understand where 60% of the voters told our exit pollsters that they wanted to keep the monuments, but they didn't vote that way.
That's right.
And it's so interesting. They voted on health care.
That's
they
right.
They voted on things that matter to their lives.
I don't know if we have that board up, but the top issue for voters was health care, and a lot of people noticed that Gillespie was trying to make this race about. I mean, he even sent a mailer out with a football player kneeling.
Oh yeah, that worked.
And you know, I'm glad you brought that up because look. Republicans and Democrats have learned how hot and how much it burns when you touch the healthcare stove. And let's not forget that Republicans took a run at repealing Obamacare and failed and still may be paying the political consequences without a bill to show for it.
Right, they're still threatening. And as long as they threaten, the Democrats are going to have that issue on their side. I think the only bad news for Democrats, and this is really reaching for bad news because there really isn't any, the notion that somehow all politics is a seesaw, that if Trump goes really down in the polls, then Democrats are going to start to look good. And you got to be careful about that. I think Democrats should have a morale boost like they've never had tonight. But they have to say, now we got to get out there and sell something. We got to sell something, whether it's a better health care program, a jobs program, or something. I think they got to be. That's just me talking. I think it's just a good night for the Democrats. I don't want to take any of the joy out of it. They beat the hell out of this guy who pretended to be a Trumpster. Ed Gillespie is a Washington lobbyist. He's way down, knee deep or head deep in the swamp. He's part of the problem Trump ran against. He is a Catholic U grad from New Jersey. I'm sorry. He's not Stonewall Jackson when he tried to run as his grandson. You know, it just didn't work. And people are not stupid.
Well, Ed Gillespie, proud son of Emerson Township and guarantor of the legacy of Robert E. Lee. Chris Matthew, thanks for making time.
Hey, it's great to have you on. Thank you.
All right, big night, big election night. We've got some big results. People are still just processing the scope of what's happened in Virginia because this was projected to be a nail-biter. It is not. It is over. It appears the projected winner, of course, Ralph Northam. But down ballot, Democrats would have to pick up 18 seats in that House of Delegates, 18 seats to flip that chamber. That seemed absolutely impossible just a few weeks ago. They still might do that. That is still a possibility. So we're going to keep our eyes on. We're going to keep our eyes on both headquarters in Virginia. We've got some other races coming in. Much more ahead. Don't go anywhere. All right, it is election night in America, the first national election since Donald Trump was elected president. We've got some calls, if you're just joining us. In New Jersey, Phil Murphy is the projected winner there. He's the Democrat. He's running against the Lieutenant Governor Kim Guadagno. And in Virginia, what was projected to be a nail-biter and conventional wisdom in the political press was that Ralph Northam was going to blow it, Ed Gillespie was going to win, but no, very early in this evening, 8:15, we called it for Ralph Northam. He's up by 5 points. We've still got a lot of votes to come in from Northern Virginia. That's going to be a significant margin. Not only that, it appears Democrats have picked up at least maybe a dozen seats in the House of Delegates. There's a Medicaid expansion item on the ballot in Maine. There's some early returns from that we will be looking at. So right now it's looking like the best night for Democrats in an election since that night last year. I'm joined now by Donna Brazile. You've heard of her, the former interim chair of the DNC. She's author of a new book that also maybe you've heard of called Hacks, the Inside Story of the Break-ins, Breakdowns that put Donald Trump in the White House. You have been making a lot of news with this book.
Yeah, but Chris,
a lot of people angry.
Chris, there are a lot of people tonight who are celebrating what's happening in Virginia.
You're celebrating.
They're celebrating what's happening. Look, I went.
They were going to come for you.
Well, they were
going to blame you if Northam. I already saw people writing the story about Donna Brazile being responsible for depressed Virginia turnout among Democrats.
A month ago, I went down there to help raise money. I went out 2 weeks ago to kick off a canvassing campaign. Tonight's story is about these delegate races. races. I mean, everyone was out there 2 weeks ago, out there knocking on doors. I'm proud of the Virginia Democratic Party. I'm proud of the New Jersey Democratic Party. I'm proud of what's going on in Maine. Most importantly, I am proud that Tom Perez is investing in down ballot races. That's what we should have been doing last year. We're doing it now, and that's great.
Yeah, you know, we had Tom on last night. We had him on just tonight. He was talking about that. What does this mean? I mean, I want to talk about the book, but it's funny now to sort of have passed through the curtain of time to after the election, because so much of the kind of controversy around it was this I think was an epiphenomenon of the nervousness that people had about this race in Virginia.
Of course. Yeah.
What does this mean for the Democratic Party, these returns tonight?
Turnout, turnout, turnout. In off-season elections, non-presidential years, you know Democratic turnout plummeted. This year, what we're seeing in Northern Virginia, Henrico, down there in the Tidewater area, we see Democrats coming out. They came out in Henrico, which is Richmond. They're coming out in College Town. This is a good sign that the Democratic Party is coming back to life.
So you were on the ground there. You're talking about those down ballot races. Tom Perriello, who lost that primary contest, former Virginia congressman, was spearheading part of the effort to get those delegate races going. Do you think this is a kind of bottom-up coattails that's happened here? The national analysis is going to be this is an anti-Trump vote.
Of course, and it should be. This is the first year after the presidential election. As you well know, the president, sort of controls the tempo. This is about those down ballot races. I mentioned this in my book. I talked about the energy that you need in order to win at the top. You got to get the grassroots involved. You got to get people to carry your yard signs or wear your buttons. And what I saw in Virginia, I saw a lot of young people working for state delegate races. That's the energy.
There's a question about a year after that election.
Yes.
And we'll get to some of the stuff in the book. But a year after the election, there's a real question about, what is the Democratic Party? Fill in the blank. The Democratic Party is the party that
believes in not just the working class, but we believe that our party stands for opportunity for all. We want to level the playing field. We want every American to be able to get a head start in life and a healthy start. That's who we are. And that's what you heard Ralph talking about in Virginia. That's what you're seeing in Maine. And that is what Doug Jones is talking about in Alabama.
But wasn't that Hillary Clinton's message, too? Wasn't that the message of, the thing about that message is that sounds like a message that was the message of a party that got absolutely slaughtered in down ballot races in the Obama era.
Chris, what we heard last year is she likable enough? What we heard was the sound of Donald Trump tweeting at 6:15 a.m. and the media blowing every tweet into a big major story. We didn't see all of the policy positions she put out. We didn't hear her message to working class. What we heard was, of course, the sound of 140 characters on a keyboard. I do believe that the Democratic Party will be able to bring that message home next year when we have 36 gubernatorial races, 33 senatorial races. That's the ball game. But we can't focus on 2020 until we can get past 2018.
So, but this is an interesting point because, the top issue, if we can show that again, the top issue in our election, in our exit polls today was health care.
That's right.
And part of what happened, I think, in that last campaign was it was a very policy-free campaign in many ways. Donald Trump made it very policy-free. The media, I think, helped in that.
I think the media helped a lot in making it, it was about what I call the soundbite.
The spectacle.
That's right, not the substance.
But does it, healthcare seems to me...
Look at that.
Yeah, and this is an issue that the Democrats have the luxury in some ways of defending the status quo.
Absolutely.
And it's hard to change people's health care. How central do you think that is to the party right now?
I think that's very important, especially at a time when the American people understand that the Republicans are trying to repeal Obamacare, but not replace it with something that's better. I think the Democrats will have to embrace not just Obamacare and health care, but we got to talk about bread and butter issues. The American people are still feeling anxious about the economy. If we go back to what I call those simple 3 words of opportunity and fairness and leveling the playing field, maybe 6 words, I think Democrats can win in 2018.
But that's, the issue there strikes me is that may be true, that Democrats want to level the playing field and opportunity and fairness. But here's the thing. This economy is not delivering raises for people. It's the fundamental truth about this economy. It's the truth in the Republican administration, and it's true in a Democratic administration, right? This economy, it can grow at 2-3%. It can get unemployment down to 4%. It can have all these statistics that look great from 30,000 feet, but my paycheck is not getting bigger.
That is something.
Do Democrats have an answer for people when they say, what will you do for that?
I think that has to be the central platform that the Democrats will put forward next year. How do we grow wages? How do we expand opportunity? If we cannot walk and chew gum and let middle America know that we're on their side and that we're the champions, then they won't come out. They didn't hear that message last year.
Well, that's the question, right? It's like, well, if you want to say to people, I want to raise your wages, right? What does that mean? Like, what is a Democrat going to do to raise their wages?
Well, first of all, you saw in the last midterm election, you had all of these states, including Arkansas, Ohio, they voted to raise the minimum wage. People want a wage. They want their wages raised. I think Democrats have to speak to those issues, but they also have to speak to bread and butter issues. They are going to reject Donald Trump, but we cannot just run on a platform of, we don't like Donald Trump. We got to run on a platform that says what we stand for.
We should note that Ralph Northam endorsed a $15 an hour minimum wage in Virginia. And interestingly enough, Ed Gillespie did not attack him very much on that, which I thought was indicative. Donald Trump now has 280 characters, as you can see on your screen there, and from halfway across the world, he said, Ed Gillespie worked hard but did not embrace me or what I stand for. Don't forget, Republicans won 4 out of 4 House seats, and with the economy doing record numbers, we will continue to win even bigger than before. The tire marks across the face of Ed Gillespie, Washington lobbyist and proud son of Emerson Township.
Predictable. That's the way, you saw what happened in Alabama when his candidate didn't win. He just rolls right over you.
What does this mean for Alabama?
I think Democrats need to go all in and trying to win Alabama. They have to win by not just getting Democrats, but they have to get independents and some Republicans. If they can do that,
you can't win a statewide race in Alabama with just Democrats.
That's right. You got.
You're looking at that spreadsheet. It's not going to work.
I'm from Louisiana. I understand, but we got John Bell Edwards in Louisiana. We got John Bell Edwards because we had a kind of candidate who could appeal to the middle and also get some Republicans. We need. I think Doug Jones can do that in Alabama.
And hundreds of thousands of people in Louisiana have Medicaid and health care because of John Bell Edwards and because that was something that he ran on in that state.
And you know what I did in 2015 when Democrats were criticizing? I went back home and I helped them.
Okay, talk about criticizing. So you've been in the middle of this maelstrom, and we should.
And by the way, Chris, I love my party, and I don't care.
You kicked the crap out of your party in this book.
It's not the crap. I want to kick my party back into gear because I want to win in 2018.
Well, let me ask.
I want to win in 2020.
I know that, but the question is, why are you doing what you're doing in this book, and why are you doing it now? I mean, and again, we're talking about this on the other side of what looks tonight to be an incredibly good night for the Democratic Party.
No, this is my form. This is my autopsy.
Why would you publish an excerpt in Politico that uses the word rigged about the election?
I didn't publish it, and I'm not.
You did publish it. It's got your byline on it.
Yeah, of course it is. Look, I use the word rigged because that's the word Donald Trump used to describe our election results. The word I prefer to use, and I said in the book when I talked to Bernie, I preferred to say cancer. I did not like the cancer, okay? I call it cancer because we did not rig the primaries.
It cracks me up that your defense is like, I didn't say rigged. I said cancer. Well, but cancer's pretty bad.
No, rigged is, yeah, of course cancer is bad, and God knows we want to get rid of cancer. But the question that I had to answer, and I wanted to report back to Bernie, was the process rigged? And I did a forensic examination, and I came to the conclusion Hillary Clinton won the primary. Okay? She got more votes, more delegates. She won more states. She won the primary.
Okay.
But what I found that I did not like, I call it cancer, and I said it's unacceptable.
And what is that? What is that? And then tell me about how that applies to the party right now.
Well, before a primary is over with, I think the Democratic Party must be non-partial, okay? And I'm talking about the staff and the operations. And when you have one campaign, and mind you, this campaign bailed the Democratic Party out. This campaign provided the Democratic Party with resources, continued to help us with resources. And I found that objectionable because I couldn't spend money as party chair. It got in my way of doing my job, and I opposed it.
Are the sort of dependencies that you felt were biased that existed there, are those gone now? Is the party an independent
absolutely.
operator?
I left the party. We cleaned all of that up. I left the party in good hands. Tom Perez has done a great job with Keith and Karen and Mike and all of the other officers.
Who's
Yes.
the future of the Democratic Party?
Well, you know, I won't know that until 2020. I'm not running. I don't know who plans to run, but I can tell you this much. We have enough seats open at the table to allow new voices and new faces to come within the Democratic Party. I'm proud of my party. I'm proud of my party tonight. I'll be proud of my party tomorrow as well.
Do you think, what do you think is the big lesson that Democrats have learned from a year ago? I mean, everyone's writing these 1 year obits, right? And where were you a year ago?
That's my obit.
This is yours.
My autopsy, my
Your
obit.
autopsy. And there's some great stuff in here, which we're on election night, so I would commend people to read the stuff about the hacking, because I thought it was very important. And really important in a broader context as people think about the new world we live in which your emails might be public at any time. What is the big one? You know, you got to think about. Everyone wants to refight that fight in 2016. People were very invested in it. The excerpt came out, but you really got to think about the future, both for American politics and for the Democratic Party. What is your big lesson for the future of the Democratic Party?
My biggest frustration, if you want to know what I went to bed with every night last year, I couldn't help enough candidates in non-battleground states. I couldn't send posters to non-battleground states. I saw someone today criticize me for sending money to Chicago. I sent money to Chicago because I wanted to help Tammy Duckworth. And the form of money I sent was robocalls with President Obama. I sent money to my home state of Louisiana because we had elections. Yes, I raised money, and then I went out and told state parties I want to help you. I don't want any state, whether you live in Alaska or my home state of Louisiana, to go without resources and trying to win elections. I'm proud of Virginia because the Democratic Party stood up and they gave money not just to the top of the ticket, but they gave money to all of those delegate races. That's the story tonight.
As for the story of the night, I think you could do worse than looking at, I believe her name is Danica Rome.
Yes.
She will be the first, I believe, the first trans state legislator in Virginia and possibly in the entire country, if I'm not mistaken, certainly in Virginia. She beat a GOP rep by the name of Bob Marshall, who's in leadership, who refused to debate her, who refused to call her by her proper gender,
absolutely,
refused to call her she. That happened tonight. That is a earth-shattering result. It speaks to what you're talking about this sort of need to contest at every level.
Grassroots energy. She was not written off. She was embraced by the Democratic Party, and money and resources were sent her way. Thank you.
Donna Brazile, who is pretty happy tonight for a variety of reasons, but not least of them, no one's going to be blaming her for Ralph Northam losing. The book is called Hacks. Thank you for being here. Let's go back to Steve Kornacki at the board for the latest. Steve, what are things looking like now?
Yeah, look, we'll go a little deeper than just the governor's race, but to update you, by the way, keep an eye on this margin because they're still tallying the vote. There's still some vote to come in from Northern Virginia, where Northam has just been, owning it tonight. But look at this, up to 7 points right now. Remember, last year, the margin in the presidential race, it was Hillary Clinton 50-44, a 6-point win. Right now, Democrats up by 7. Again, the story there continues to be, we can zoom in and show you, in Northern Virginia, this is higher than the anti-Trump level that we saw in 2016 in a lot of these places. You could take a look here, for instance. Look, we still got vote coming in Fairfax County. You see Northam by 35. That was the margin for Hillary Clinton. Take a look here in Arlington. Look at this, a 61-point margin right now, 80% for the Democrat. That is better than Hillary Clinton did last year. Take a look, Alexandria. Hillary Clinton got 76% here, Northam getting 78. So he is improving on what Hillary Clinton got, and what Hillary Clinton got in this area was exceptionally high for a Democrat. But the issue here in Virginia right now is becoming more than just the governor's race. It's a question of, will this margin, this much larger than expected Democratic margin in the governor's race, trickle down to other offices? Let me show you. We had a call a few minutes ago in the Attorney General race. The Democrat, this is closer, a little bit closer than the governor's race. The Attorney General, Mark Herring, he was running for re-election. He has been re-elected. We've called that one in the last few minutes. This one is outstanding. This is it is not outstanding. It's been called since I came up here. Justin Fairfax, the Democratic candidate for lieutenant governor. You can see closer than the governor's race, but he is now going to win this race. So the Democrats will win the governor's election. They will win the Attorney General's election. They will win the lieutenant governor's election, all three of the statewide elections. And that leaves the big suspenseful thing here right now. That is the question of the House of Delegates. Who thought we'd be talking about the House of Delegates? But Democrats set this up. Democrats right now coming tonight down 66-34 in the House of Delegates. I'm going to put the numbers up on the screen. 66 Republicans coming in tonight, 34 Democrats. They're all up, all 100 seats. So the Democrats need a net gain of 17. Coming in tonight, nobody said 17 was even possible. Maybe they'd pick up a few. Here's what we know right now. It's a fluid situation. Democrats so far have picked up 6 Republican-held seats in the House of Delegates. Remember, the magic number is 17. 6 they've picked up. Before I came up here 3 minutes ago, might have changed since then. They led in Republican-held seats in 12.
Wow.
6 plus 12, you get 18. If is a huge if, but if that holds,
wow,
that's unthinkable coming in tonight. A win of the House of Delegates for the Democrats. That's what we're really looking at right now.
We should note the background context here, Steve, is this is a state that has a Democratic governor that has gone for the Democratic presidential candidate in 3 successive elections with a 66-34 imbalance in the House of Delegates. That gerrymandering was just struck down by a court, and you can sort of see the mismatch between the way the state is voted at the statewide level and the margin there, but that may be coming to close tonight. Certainly that gap is going to narrow. Steve Kornacki, thanks for being with me at the board. With me now, I have David Ignatius, a columnist for the Washington Post, who, I was reminding everyone that it was your column about Michael Flynn talking to Sergei Kislyak about sanctions that was the first domino that's brought us to where we are. I'm glad to have you here.
A long time ago.
Yes, it seems like a long time ago. I'm glad to have you here because on a very, very busy night with a lot going on, the president, who just tweeted about it, Ed Gillespie, is in South Korea, where he is set to give an address to their main legislative chamber about North Korea. It's a pretty high-stakes address, given the tenor of the rhetoric so far. What do you think is going to happen tonight?
I think President Trump will try to reassure South Koreans who've been really nervous. His rhetoric, the little rocket man stuff, I think really has put South Koreans on edge. American military presence in South Korea has always been controversial, and so he has a significant job of trying to reassure folks there who are under the gun, quite literally, that he's thinking about them, he understands them.
War planners estimate that any open hostilities between the U.S. and South Korea and North Korea would result in somewhere in hundreds of thousands of casualties within the first hour, I think some people predict. This is a war there would be catastrophic, obviously, for the peninsula, and the folks there know it. Do you expect his rhetoric to sound different than it did in, say, at the UN General Assembly?
I'll be curious whether we hear some of the belligerent talk before that audience. The importance of this trip is that if Trump can move from Japan to South Korea to Beijing and have support for diplomacy in each capital, the chance of having a unified position towards Kim Jong-un, towards North Korea, is greater. In foreign capitals, there is something resilient in American politics. I think don't underestimate the degree to which people all over the world are focusing on our political fever and wondering what's happening in America. So I think tonight, as important as it is as a domestic story, it does have international repercussions.
So you think there will be international headlines tomorrow and prominent ones across the world about a Virginia gubernatorial race?
I don't want to say that they're going to be top headlines, but I'd be surprised if every correspondent for major foreign newspapers doesn't talk about what does this tell us about where America is. There's been real concern. Where's America heading? Is this the country that we know? How much is it changing? And here's a sign that there is. Chris Matthews earlier used the phrase, the kind of balancing process, the springboard that's at work in American politics. This tells the world that that there is a reaction. You can see it in the polls. You can see it in the election results.
The president, we should say, as he's preparing to address that joint assembly, and that's obviously Ralph Northam's headquarters there in Virginia. That is the legislative assembly there in South Korea, where the president's set to make an address in just a little bit. He also tweeting about this Virginia gubernatorial result, throwing Ed Gillespie under the bus, basically saying that Gillespie
worked hard but did not embrace me or what I stand for. That's not what Steve Bannon said, by the way, on the record to the New York Times the other day. Don't forget, Republicans won 4 House seats. I think he's talking about special elections, in which, of course, they were heavily favored. And with the economy doing record numbers, we will continue to win, even bigger than before. It will be interesting to see if he goes on a tangent about his electoral college victory in front of the South Korean legislative leaders who are assembled tonight. David Ignatius, thank you for making some time and joining us tonight.
Great to be with you.
All right. On a really busy night here, that is all in for this evening on this election night 2017. The Rachel Maddow Show starts right now. Good evening, Rachel.
I am used to seeing you juggle a lot of things on the air, Chris. I do feel like I'm used to watching you juggle with your hands. You just started using your feet, too. And it's like, oh, Chris is pulling out his monkey juggling skills.
The South Korean Legislative Assembly and, of course, Ralph Northam's headquarters, which are always on cable news split screens anytime you flip it on.
Exactly. And David Ignatius bringing it all full circle in terms of talking about the international implications of these results. Well done, my friend.
All right,
well done.
thank you.
All right, and thanks to at home for joining us this hour. There is a lot going on. Happy Tuesday, happy Election Day. It is clear already that this is a big election night for Democrats. Before we get into the details of that, let me just say what's going to happen over this hour that I'm responsible for. Right now, it is 9 p.m. on the East Coast in the United States. Right now, it is tomorrow. It is 11 a.m. on Wednesday in South Korea. So President Trump is in South Korea. He's about to address the South Korean parliament. This is the first time a U.S. president has addressed the South Korean parliament since the early 90s when Bill Clinton was there. It's certainly the first time any U.S. president has spoken anywhere in the Korean Peninsula since this president threatened that he would totally destroy North Korea. It's the first time any American president has traveled to the Korean Peninsula since President Trump threatened North Korea with fire and fury like the world has never seen.
North Korea best not make any more threats to the United States. They will be met with fire and fury like the world has never seen.
That was August. That was President Trump's red line, promising what he would do if North Korea made any more threats to the United States. North Korea responded immediately to that red line by threatening to bomb Guam, then missiles over Japan. Then they tested a hydrogen bomb. So that red line thing didn't work out. Awesome. While the president prepares to address the parliament in South Korea tonight, we've got eyes on that. We've also got our first electoral results from this off-year election night tonight. So it is sort of a split-screen night, but the election results are in sort of earlier than we thought they'd be. The most closely watched race in the country tonight is the Virginia governor's race. Ed Gillespie, former chair of the Republican National Committee, very high-profile Republican who almost unseated Democratic Senator Mark Warner in 2014. Ed Gillespie facing the Democratic Lieutenant Governor of Virginia, Ralph Northam. Polls closed at 7 o'clock Eastern. Now, Ralph Northam had been ahead in early polling. Ed Gillespie had gotten close in the polls in the last few days. A lot of people thought this was going to be a squeaker. We'd be up really late tonight waiting for the results if they were going to come in tonight at all. That is not how it turned out. Just 1 hour after polls closed, right around 8 p.m. Eastern, NBC News did project the winner of the Virginia governor's race as Democrat Ralph Northam. That means Democrat Terry McAuliffe will be succeeded in office by his current lieutenant governor, who is also a Democrat. It also means that the best chance the Republican Party had for a gubernatorial pickup this year is now dead, because the other governor's race tonight is in New Jersey. The race to replace Republican Chris Christie, who is still a high-profile national political figure, even while his 14% approval ratings at home make him not just the least popular governor in the history of New Jersey. By some measures, Chris Christie is the least popular American governor of any state ever in the history of American polling. No surprise, within 3 minutes of the polls closing at 8 p.m. tonight in New Jersey, NBC News was able to project that Democrat Phil Murphy will be the next governor of the great state of New Jersey. He defeated Republican Kim Guadagno, whose political experience serving as Chris Christie's Republican lieutenant governor for 7 years was really the opposite of an asset for her in this election. So those are the two governor's races tonight. Already a big night for Democrats. Democrats securing both of those governorships. We've been watching those governor's races. We've also been watching a bunch of other very interesting races tonight, including some that might be, watch them all night, down to the wire races. Don't worry, we'll be live into the wee hours tonight as results continue to come in. But I want to bring into the conversation now NBC Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel. Richard Engel is live tonight for us, tomorrow for him in South Korea. He's in Seoul. Richard, thanks very much for joining us tonight. It's great to have you here.
It's good to be with you. It's now just after 11 in the morning on Wednesday, and we're waiting for President Trump to address the parliament here. And so far, during this trip, he has been quite diplomatic. He has been not giving those fire and brimstone kind of speeches. In fact, yesterday he was talking about North Korea should come to the table. We should all sit down and have talks. But he has arrived with a big show of force, 3 aircraft carrier strike group, an extra submarine. There are about 32,000 troops here. So while he's saying, yeah, we should talk, he is also carrying a very big stick. So we will see what kind of rhetoric he brings to the parliament. There are many people in this country who are not comfortable with the fact that he is speaking to Parliament. Yesterday, there were quite a few people on the street, demonstrators, with a singular slogan: "No Trump, no war." They think that this president, unlike his predecessors, is pushing this region to a brink, and that if that word brink to be crossed, there could be an enormous war, and that this country and this city in particular, Seoul, would suffer tremendous casualties and tremendous consequences.
Richard, we've heard tonight that there was an effort by the White House, an effort by the American government to send President Trump to the DMZ. That effort was aborted, apparently because of thick fog, because of bad weather. We had been told explicitly by the White House that the president wasn't going to go there, but then they apparently made this attempt. Do you have any insight into why they were trying to do that DMZ visit as an unannounced surprise?
Well, I was told that it wasn't going to happen, but when you are told specifically it's not going to happen, the president is not going to go there, you start to think, well, is he going to do that? Is that orchestrated spontaneity? So by saying and laying out the case that no, he's never going to go to the DMZ, he's not going to go to the North Korean border, it would have been very much like President Trump to then decide he's going to order the helicopters around, he's going to go there himself and go to the border. But apparently it was not cooperative, and that trip got aborted.
Richard, I sort of hate to ask you this, but I feel like I have to. Is there anything that could really go wrong tonight with the president's speech? Is there anything that he could say or do here that would really be dangerous in terms of the threat of war with North Korea, in terms of anything that could really threaten our allies in the region?
Yes, and yes. There are many things. We've been speaking to a lot of analysts, military experts, retired military officials. We have an entire hour, as you know full well, on Friday about this very subject. When you have so much force in the region, and you have the alignment of the political stars as they are right now, where you have Xi Jinping in China feeling very empowered after he was just given a new... You have President Trump with this enormous appetite for brinkmanship. You have Kim Jong-un, a young leader also with a huge appetite for provocations. When you have these 3 leaders right now at this moment where the North Korean missile program and nuclear program are advancing to a stage where the U.S. says it is an intolerable risk, then any miscalculation could send things out of control here. There is a risk by sending the wrong message. If he comes out again and is insulting to the North Korean leader, if he starts issuing more bellicose threats, then the real concern is, with so much military power, with these leaders who are in charge right now, that you get a miscalculation from a fighter pilot, from a sub-commander. Something happens, a small escalation, it goes into a bigger escalation, and things spiral out of control. So, yes, there's a real concern that if he doesn't watch what he says, that things could escalate.
Richard Engel, live for us tonight in Seoul. Richard, I know we'll be checking back in with you after the president's speech. Thanks for being with us right now to set things up, my friend.
Absolutely.
Again, we are waiting the president's live remarks. We're waiting for the president to start speaking. He should have started a couple of minutes ago based on the guidance that we have, but we expect that this will be shortly. I do want to just recap the major domestic news of the night as we are waiting for this address by the president, and that is that there have been two governor's races tonight, one in New Jersey, which was won easily by the Democratic candidate there, Phil Murphy, who was running against Chris Christie's lieutenant governor. So the current governor of New Jersey is a Republican, Chris Christie. He is a spectacularly unpopular governor at home. His approval ratings in New Jersey are on the order of 14 or 15%, which makes him among the lowest polling governors ever in the history of American polling in any state. Kim Guadagno, being his lieutenant governor, did not help her against Phil Murphy tonight, and Phil Murphy has won that race. NBC News projects him to be the winner. A more surprising result tonight, I guess maybe not surprising, but certainly not as much a fait accompli, was the Virginia Democrats winning the governor's race there too. Ed Gillespie defeated tonight by Ralph Northam, the Democratic candidate and the current lieutenant governor of the great Commonwealth of Virginia. Joining us now live is Virginia Democratic Senator Mark Warner. Senator Warner, thanks very much for being with us tonight. I know it's been short notice. We're happy to have you.
Hey, Rachel, how you doing?
I'm really good. You ran against Ed Gillespie. He gave you a run for your money for your Senate seat in 2014. A lot of Democrats watching this race tonight were worried that the polling in Virginia tended to understate how Republicans did there. But this has been a big win tonight for Ralph Northam. Are you relieved? How do you feel?
Listen, Rachel, I feel great. This is a voice that was cost not only across Virginia, but all across the country. People are tired of the kind of approach that Donald Trump has brought. You know, I want to thank you for continuing to try to bring out the truth that we're pursuing as well. And people are saying enough of hatred, enough of division. And what we've done in Virginia, kept our eye on the ball. We've got a great current governor, Terry McAuliffe. Ralph Northam tonight is leading a sweep not only of all of our statewide elected officials, but a whole host of our House of Delegates. It is a great night, not just for Virginia Democrats, but for people who say our country is better than what we've been getting from Donald Trump.
You mentioned that statewide sweep tonight. We have had now NBC News project the winners in the governor's race, the lieutenant governor's race, and in the attorney general's race. Democrats winning all three of those statewide races tonight. We're continuing to watch the results come in from those 100 House of Delegates races. The Republicans have a tremendous lead heading into tonight in the House of Delegates, 66-34. Democrats would need to pick up 17 seats tonight in order to take control of that House. Do you think that's within reach for Democrats tonight?
Rachel, who knows? None of us, we were hopeful, but we didn't really expect to be able to take it back. But I think what's happening is this is the first time since Donald Trump was elected that Americans, in this case Virginians, have had a chance to have their voices counted. You know, and we've come so far in Virginia. 16 years ago, Tim Kaine and I was governor. Tim Kaine was lieutenant governor. 16 years ago, Virginia was as red a state as any state in the country. Every statewide elected official was Republican. We've come back now because Virginia Democrats know how to govern. We know how to get things done. And tonight, this is both a win for Ralph Northam and his great ticket and a lot of House of Delegates, but it's also a very strong message I hope will be heard across the country and, for that matter, across the world. We reject the kind of division that Donald Trump has put forward, and frankly, and you know, I know I'm not supposed to say nice things about folks in the media, but people want to know the truth about many of the things that took place in 2016.
Senator Warner, when you're just talking about this being potentially a bellwether in terms of how this relates to what's going on in national politics, is there a special sauce? Is there a describable approach in terms of how Virginia Democrats approach this tonight that other Democrats in other states or other Democrats nationwide might build on in terms of trying to rebuild Democratic success in the Trump era?
Well, you know, there's oftentimes in Washington and elsewhere a lot of kind of internal navel gazing. You know, in Virginia, we thought about, we don't want to leave anybody behind. We did very well in urban areas. We did well in suburban areas. We've still got more progress to make in rural communities. But there's a young man I want your audience to look at named Chris Hurst. He was a reporter whose girlfriend was shot on air in a horrible tragedy a few years back. In the most rural parts of Southwest Virginia, he's winning by a huge margin tonight. So we're showing that Virginia Democrats can win not just in urban and suburban areas, but rural areas as well. I think we've got a message that I hope that the rest of the National Party will take going forward, because there's a lot more elections to take on in 2018.
Virginia's Democratic Senator Mark Warner. Senator Warner, obviously joining us from a very boisterous Democratic celebration tonight in Virginia. Thank you for your time, sir. Looking forward to having you back on the show again soon.
Thank you, Rachel.
All right, joining us now, joining us actually, I should say, in just a moment, is Steve Kornacki, who's MSNBC's national political correspondent. We want to stay closely focused on what's going on in Virginia. As we heard Senator Warner just say there, a Democratic sweep of the statewide elections, a very interesting situation unfolding in terms of the control of the state legislature there. We're going to talk to Steve about that and find out what else he's watching tonight. I should also tell you, in the immediate moment, we're also waiting for the president to start his remarks tonight in South Korea. You see a live shot there of the South Korean parliament. Steve Kornacki, what are you watching right now in terms of that legislature?
Yeah, well, what it has to do with, it's the coattail effect here. It's Northam. You can see now, look, he's edged up 8 points. I'll tell you what, we're into territory here we haven't been in Virginia in more than 30 years. The last time a Democrat won a governor's race in Virginia by a margin of 8 or better, you got to go to 1985. It was a 10-point margin then. This thing is creeping up. This thing could get even higher still when you look at some of the areas still to come. Look, I think the overall headline story here, the reason this has potential implications for 2018, think back to election night last year. Donald Trump got elected, and what were we talking about? We were talking about that class divide, the college, non-college split, that 40-point margin that Trump got with non-college white voters, carried him in those Rust Belt states. We're seeing the other side of that tonight. You're seeing the college degree, half of that, the suburbs here in Virginia, Northern Virginia, around Richmond. You're seeing margins. You're seeing turnout that we did not expect. Zoom in and I can show you what we're talking about here. This is the D.C. suburbs, and go through them here. Look, Ed Gillespie, basically the model for Ed Gillespie, the idea for Ed Gillespie was this. Donald Trump got blown out in these suburbs last year by a margin worse than Republicans usually do. The Gillespie model was to get back to the losses that Republicans usually get here, a respectable loss. I'll give you an example of what happened, though. Take a look up here in Loudoun County tonight. Gillespie's lost this by 20 points.
Whoa.
The margin in this county last year, when Donald Trump was on the ballot, was 17. This is worse than Trump. How about this? Ed Gillespie ran for the Senate 3 years ago in 2014. He won this county. So Ed Gillespie's goal was get back to my 2014 levels here and then get the Trump levels in rural Virginia. But you don't see it anywhere. Take a look here. Take a look in Arlington. 80% tonight for Ralph Northam, the Democrat. That's more than Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton got 76% here last year. This is an improvement. So you're seeing a turnout, and you're seeing a level of support here for the Democrats that is much more than was expected, and extends to, look, down in Virginia. Take a look here. This is a place when Ed Gillespie ran 3 years ago, margin here was about 13 points. It explodes. He loses by 23 points. This is a Trump gap. You're seeing the whole theory for Gillespie was you play those cultural hot-button issues and you run up the Republican support in Southwest Virginia, but you do it in a way that doesn't sacrifice, doesn't get you stigmatized like Trump did in the suburbs. He got the stigma, and maybe even more. And the implications for 2018 with that is, look, you talk about those districts out there, those Hillary Clinton districts that have Republican incumbents in them, those places where Hillary Clinton was competitive that have Republican incumbents. These suburbs look like they haven't moved at all since election night 2016. If they've moved at all, it's even further away from Donald Trump. You're seeing energy. You're seeing a desire to vote against Trump, against the Republicans here, and against Trump tactics, frankly, because it was Trump issues that Ed Gillespie ran on. And we talk about that coattail effect, and I'll give you some numbers. These are fluid. These are subject to change. These are about 3 minutes ago, though. You said 17 is the magic number. If Democrats want to get the House of Delegates in Virginia tonight, they need a net gain of 17. As of about 3 minutes ago when I was handed this, you had 10 that were in the bag for Democrats, 10 Republican seats that they had won. You have 7 Republican seats that they are leading in. 10 and 7, 17. Now, those 7, not official yet, so it's a fluid situation, but it is possible Democrats will end up tonight. They've won the governorship. They've won the attorney general's race. They've won the lieutenant governor's race. Nobody thought this was really a game tonight. They may win the House of Delegates, too. That would be a sweep that was unimaginable 24 hours ago when people were talking about, oh, my goodness, Ed Gillespie could win this thing.
Steve, I have one update for you, and then I have a couple of just clarifying questions. I want to make sure I understand what's going on in Virginia. The update is that we've just heard from the South Korean parliament that President Trump is working on his speech. They've made some sort of announcement that he's working on his speech. They've asked people to hang out and wait for a minute before he gets ready to go. We had expected this speech to start about 15 minutes or so ago. We now know that the president is apparently still working on it. So we'll stay watching for that. Let me ask you, though, in terms of this, the overall tide that we're looking at in Virginia here, we get Northam winning. We get him winning by more than the polls suggested he was going to win by. The state Senate is not up in Virginia right now. Is that right?
Right.
And the state Senate is very close. The state Senate's like 21-19 Republican control.
Right.
With the Democrats winning the other statewide seats, they win the Attorney General's office. Mark Herring stays on as the Democratic Attorney General. We also get a Democratic Lieutenant Governor, Justin Hendricks.
Fairfax, yep.
Fairfax, excuse me. Justin Fairfax win as Lieutenant Governor. That's interesting because that's only the second African-American statewide elected in Virginia ever in the history of Virginia. But if somebody in the Virginia State Senate could be persuaded to switch parties, he would become the deciding vote as Lieutenant Governor if there was going to be partisan pressure in the Senate. The only way that kind of partisan pressure could be created is if Democrats also take the legislature, take the House of Delegates. Now, all 100 seats in the House of Delegates are up, right?
Right.
Democrats need 17. How unlikely are the 10 that the Democrats have picked up already? Are those the ones that you sort of expected them to get in a win this big, or are those 10 already exceeding your expectations?
What you're starting to see is the coattail. It's the highlight, the race that you're talking about earlier. That's in Prince William County, and we can show you right here. I'm always scared to touch that. Let's try this and make sure we get it right. Perfect example here, Prince William County. I got to look down at my notes just to make sure I got this right. But here is the story of what happened tonight in 2014. This is sort of suburbs, almost excerpts from Washington D.C. This was a 3-point loss for Gillespie in 2014. It turned into a 17-point loss for Trump, 23. The margin just exploded against the Republicans.
We're Steve Kornacki with us tonight, and throughout the evening as we watch these results, President Trump is about to begin his remarks in Seoul, South Korea, before South Korea's National Assembly. This is obviously a time of intense, heightened tension with North Korea. The president was due to visit the DMZ today, tried to visit, but was pushed back by heavy fog. As the president is at the dais and about to begin his remarks, I want to let you know that we've got here as part of our coverage tonight, nuclear expert Joe Cirincione. We've also got Sue Mi Terry, who's a senior fellow for the Korea chair at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Sue Mi, can I just start with you briefly as we're waiting for the president to start his remarks? We're talking with Richard Engel about potential sort of worst case scenarios, things that really could go wrong in the president's remarks tonight. Are you bracing for danger tonight in the president's remarks, or are you expecting a more traditional diplomatic speech?
Well, we're always bracing because you never know with Mr. Trump, and I'm sure South Koreans are bracing themselves for anything to go wrong. I mean, they're used to Mr. Trump's rhetoric about totally destroying North Korea and even calling Moon Jae-in, President Moon, a appeaser. I mean, we're always bracing, but I do think that Mr. Trump, and I'm hoping that he will stick with the script, because he really needs to show South Koreans that they can trust Mr. Trump with their security, that Trump is trying to get South Korea on board on getting tough on North Korea policy. We need to get South Korea and Washington on the same page. So I hope Mr. Trump does that tonight and stick with the script for once.
In terms of the idea of him having a script, we just had this shot moments ago showing Rex Tillerson, the Secretary of State, H.R. McMaster, the National Security Advisor, and Jared Kushner, presidential son-in-law, who are all in person there at the National Assembly waiting for this speech to begin. Joe Cirincione, MSNBC nuclear security analyst. The Pentagon said this week, heading into these remarks by the president tonight, that there is no way to independently secure North Korea's nuclear arsenal in the event of some kind of conflict, absent a massive American ground invasion of North Korea. What are you expecting tonight from the president in terms of just the military and the nuclear part of his message?
Yeah, what the Pentagon is telling the president and what his advisors are telling him is that there is no good military option. There's no military solution here. If you start a war, even if with a powerful U.S. Push, you have no guarantee that you can find the nuclear weapons and that the North Koreans will not use the nuclear weapons, short of a complete ground invasion. Well, that is not the kind of scenario the president wants. It may be why his tone in South Korea has been more muted than previously, why he's making a nod towards diplomacy, emphasizing diplomacy first in South Korea, whereas he just left Japan, where the president of Japan, Abe, said this is not the time to talk. What's unclear is which position Donald Trump really holds. The bellicosity that we've been hearing up until now, or the statements he's making. It's an erratic, somewhat incoherent policy. Experts are divided. Some people think this is a strategy. Some people think it's a psychosis. Whatever, it's been a policy that has failed. It has driven the North Koreans into a mutually reinforcing cycle of escalation that brings us to the brink of war. The fear that I have, Joe, is that we could stumble into a war.
The president's remarks beginning right now in the South Korean National Assembly.
Members of this assembly, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the extraordinary privilege to speak in this great chamber and to address your people on behalf of the people of the United States of America. In our short time in your country, Melania and I have been awed by its ancient, modern wonders, and we are deeply moved by the warmth of your welcome. Last night, President and Mrs. Moon showed us incredible hospitality in a beautiful reception at the Blue House. We had productive discussions on increasing military cooperation and improving the trade relationship between our nations on the principle of fairness and reciprocity. Through this entire visit, it has been both our pleasure and our honor to create and celebrate a long friendship between the United States and the Republic of Korea. This alliance between our nations was forged in the crucible of war and strengthened by the trials of history. From the Incheon landings to Pork Chop Hill, American and South Korean soldiers have fought together, sacrificed together, and triumphed together. Almost 67 years ago, in the spring of 1951, they recaptured what remained of this city where we are gathered so proudly today. It was the second time in a year that our combined forces took on steep casualties to retake this capital from the communists. Over the next weeks and months, the men soldiered through steep mountains and bloody, bloody battles. Driven back at times, they will their way north to form the line that today divides the oppressed and the free. And there, American and South Korean troops have remained together holding that line for nearly 7 decades. By the time the armistice was signed in 1953, more than 36,000 Americans had died in the Korean War, with more than 100,000 others very badly wounded. They are heroes, and we honor them. We also honor and remember the terrible price the people of your country paid for their freedom. You lost hundreds of thousands of brave soldiers and countless innocent civilians in that gruesome war. Much of this great city of Seoul was reduced to rubble Large portions of the country were scarred, severely, severely hurt by this horrible war. The economy of this nation was demolished. But as the entire world knows, over the next 2 generations, something miraculous happened on the southern half of this peninsula. Family by family, city by city, the people of South Korea built this country into what is today one of the great nations of the world, and I congratulate you. In less than one lifetime, to among the wealthiest nations on earth. Today, your economy is more than 350 times larger than what it was in 1960. Trade has increased 1,900 times. Life expectancy has risen from just 53 years to more than 82 years today. Like Korea, and since my election exactly 1 year ago today, I celebrate with you. The United States is going through something of a miracle itself. Our stock market is at an all-time high. Unemployment is at a 17-year low. We are defeating ISIS. We are strengthening our judiciary, including a brilliant Supreme Court justice, and on and on and on. Currently stationed in the vicinity of this peninsula are the 3 largest aircraft carriers in the world, loaded to the maximum with magnificent F-35 and F-18 fighter jets. In addition, we have nuclear submarines appropriately positioned. The United States, under my administration, is completely rebuilding its military and is spending hundreds of billions of dollars to the newest and finest military equipment anywhere in the world being built right now. I want peace through strength. We are helping the Republic of Korea far beyond what any other country has ever done. And we will work things out far better than anybody understands or can even appreciate. I know that the Republic of Korea, which has become a tremendously successful nation, will be a faithful ally of the United States very long into the future. What you have built is truly an inspiration. Your economic transformation was linked to a political one. The proud, sovereign, and independent people of your nation demanded the right to govern themselves. You secured free parliamentary elections in 1988, the same year you hosted your first Olympics. Soon after, you elected your first civilian president in more than 3 decades. And when the republic you won faced financial crisis, you lined up by the millions to give your most prized possessions, your wedding rings, heirlooms, and gold luck keys, to restore the promise of a better future for your children. Your wealth is measured in more than money. It is measured in achievements of the mind and achievements of spirit. Over the several decades, your scientists have engineered so many magnificent things. You've pushed the boundaries of technology, pioneered miraculous medical treatments, and emerged as leaders in unlocking the mysteries of our universe. Korean authors penned roughly 40,000 books this year. Korean musicians fill concert halls all around the world. Young Korean students graduate from college at the highest rates of any country. And Korean golfers are some of the best on earth. In fact, and you know what I'm going to say, the women's U.S. Open was held this year at Trump National Golf Club in Bedminster, New Jersey, and it just happened to be won by a great Korean golfer, Sung Hyun Park, and 8 of the top 10 players were from Korea. And the top 4 golfers, 1, 2, 3, 4, the top 4 were from Korea. Congratulations. Congratulations. Now that's something. That is really something. Here's all architectural wonders like the 63 building and the Lotte World Tower. Very beautiful. Grace the sky and house the workers of many growing industries. Your citizens now help to feed the hungry, fight terrorism, and solve problems all over the world. And in a few months, you will host the world, and you will do a magnificent job at the 23rd Olympic Winter Games. Good luck. The Korean miracle extends exactly as far as the armies of free nations advanced in 1953, 25 miles to the north. There it stops. It all comes to an end. Dead stop. The flourishing ends, and the prison state of North Korea sadly begins. Workers in North Korea labor grueling hours in unbearable conditions for almost no pay. Recently, the entire population was ordered to work for 70 days straight, or else pay for a day of rest. Families live in homes without plumbing, and fewer than half have electricity. Parents bribe teachers in hopes of saving their sons and daughters from forced labor. More than 1 million North Koreans died of famine in the 1990s, and more continue to die of hunger today. Among children under the age of 5, nearly 30% of afflicted and are afflicted by stunted growth due to malnutrition. And yet, in 2012 and 2013, the regime spent an estimated $200 million, or almost half the money that it allocated to improve living standards for its people, to instead build even more monuments, towers, and statues to glorify its dictators. What remains of the meager harvest of North Korean economy is distributed according to perceived loyalty to a twisted regime. Far from valuing its people as equal citizens, this cruel dictatorship measures them, scores them, and ranks them based on the most arbitrary indications of their allegiance to the state. Those who score the highest in loyalty may live in the capital city. Those who score the lowest starve. A small infraction by one citizen, such as accidentally staining a picture of the tyrant printed in a discarded newspaper can wreck the social credit rank of his entire family for many decades. An estimated 100,000 North Koreans suffer in gulags, toiling in forced labor, and enduring torture, starvation, rape, and murder on a constant basis. In one known instance, a 9-year-old boy was imprisoned for 10 years because his grandfather was accused of treason. In another, a student was beaten in school for forgetting a single detail about the life of Kim Jong-un. Soldiers have kidnapped foreigners and forced them to work as language tutors for North Korean spies. In the part of Korea that was a stronghold for Christianity before the war, Christians and other people of faith who were found praying or holding a religious book of any kind are now detained, tortured, and in many cases, even executed. North Korean women are forced to abort babies that are considered ethnically inferior. And if these babies are born, the newborns are murdered. One woman's baby, born to a Chinese father, was taken away in a bucket. The guard said it did not deserve to live because it was impure. So why would China feel an obligation to help North Korea? The horror of life in North Korea is so complete that citizens pay bribes to government officials to have themselves exported aboard as slaves. They would rather be slaves than live in North Korea. To attempt to flee is a crime punishable by death. One person who escaped remarked, "When I think about it now, I was not a human being. I was more like an animal. Only after leaving North Korea did I realize what life was supposed to be." And so, on this peninsula, we have watched the results of a tragic experiment in a laboratory of history. It is a tale of one people, but two Koreas. One Korea in which the people took control of their lives and their country and chose a future of incredible achievement. And another Korea in which leaders imprisoned their people under the banner of tyranny, fascism, and oppression. The result of this experiment are in, and they are totally conclusive. When the Korean War began in 1950, the two Koreas were approximately equal in GDP per capita. But by the 1990s, South Korea's wealth had surpassed North Korea's by more than 10 times. And today, the South's economy is over 40 times larger. So you started the same a short while ago, and now you're 40 times larger. You're doing something right. Considering the misery wrought by the North Korean dictatorship, it is no surprise that it has been forced to take increasingly desperate measures to prevent its people from understanding this brutal contrast. Because the regime fears the truth above all else, it forbids virtually all contact with the outside world. Not just my speech today, but even the most commonplace facts of South Korean life are forbidden knowledge to the North Korean people. Western and South Korean music is banned. Possession of foreign media is a crime, punishable by death. Citizens spy on fellow citizens. Their homes are subject to search at any time, and their every action is subject to surveillance. In place of a vibrant society, the people of North Korea are bombarded by state propaganda practically every waking hour of the day. North Korea is a country ruled as a cult. At the center of this military cult is a deranged belief in the leader's destiny to rule as parent protector over a conquered Korean peninsula and an enslaved Korean people. The more successful South Korea becomes, the more decisively you discredit the dark fantasy at the heart of the Kim regime. In this way, the very existence of a thriving South Korean republic threatens the very survival of the North Korean dictatorship. This city and this assembly are living proof that a free and independent Korea not only can, but does stand strong, sovereign, and proud among the nations of the world. Here, the strength of the nation does not come from the false glory of a tyrant. It comes from the true and powerful glory of a strong and great people, the people of the Republic of Korea. A Korean people who are free to live, to flourish, to worship, to love, to build, and to grow their own destiny. In this republic, the people have done what no dictator ever could. You took, with the help of the United States, responsibility for yourselves and ownership of your future. You had a dream, a Korean dream, and you built that dream into a great reality. In so doing, you performed the miracle on the Han that we see all around us, from the stunning skyline of Seoul to the plains and peaks of this beautiful landscape. You have done it freely. You have done it happily. And you have done it in your own very beautiful way. This reality, this wonderful place, your success, is the greatest cause of anxiety, alarm, and even panic to the North Korean regime. That is why the Kim regime seeks conflict abroad to distract from total failure that they suffer at home. Since the so-called armistice, there have been hundreds of North Korean attacks on Americans and South Koreans. These attacks included the capture and torture of the brave American soldiers of the USS Pueblo, repeated assaults on American helicopters, and the 1969 drowning of a U.S. surveillance plane that killed 31 American servicemen. The regime has made numerous lethal incursions in South Korea, attempted to assassinate senior leaders, attacked South Korean ships, and tortured Otto Warmbier, ultimately leading to that fine young man's death. All the while, the regime has pursued nuclear weapons with the deluded hope that it could blackmail its way to the ultimate objective. And that objective, we are not going to let it have. We are not going to let it have. All of Korea is under that spell, divided in half. South Korea will never allow what's going on in North Korea to continue to happen. The North Korean regime has pursued its nuclear and ballistic missile programs in defiance of every assurance, agreement, and commitment it has made to the United States and its allies. It's broken all of those commitments. after promising to freeze its plutonium program in 1994. It repeated the benefits of the deal and then immediately continued its illicit nuclear activities. In 2005, after years of diplomacy, the dictatorship agreed to ultimately abandon its nuclear programs and return to the Treaty on Non-Proliferation. But it never did, and worse, it tested the very weapons it said it was going to give up. In 2009, the United States gave negotiations yet another chance and offered North Korea the open hand of engagement. The regime responded by sinking a South Korean Navy ship, killing 46 Korean sailors. To this day, it continues to launch missiles over the sovereign territory of Japan and all other neighbors, test nuclear devices, and develop ICBMs to threaten the United States itself. The regime has interpreted America's past restraint as weakness. This would be a fatal miscalculation. This is a very different administration than the United States has had in the past. Today, I hope I speak not only for our countries, but for all civilized nations when I say to the North, do not underestimate us and do not try us. We will defend our common security, our shared prosperity, and our sacred liberty. We did not choose to draw here on this peninsula. This magnificent peninsula, the thin line of civilization that runs around the world and down through time. But here it was drawn, and here it remains to this day. It is the line between peace and war, between decency and depravity, between law and tyranny, between hope and total despair. It is a line that has been drawn many times in many places throughout history. To hold that line is a choice free nations have always had to make. We have learned together the high cost of weakness and the high stakes of its defense. America's men and women in uniform have given their lives in the fight against Nazism, imperialism, communism, and terrorism. America does not seek conflict or confrontation, but we will never run from it. History is filled with discarded regimes that have foolishly tested America's resolve. Anyone who doubts the strength or determination of the United States should look to our past, and you will doubt it no longer. We will not permit America or our allies to be blackmailed or attacked. We will not allow American cities to be threatened with destruction. We will not be intimidated, and we will not let the worst atrocities in history be repeated here on this ground we fought and died so hard to secure. That is why I come here, to the heart of a free and flourishing Korea, with a message for the peace-loving nations of the world. The time for excuses is over. Now is the time for strength. If you want peace, you must stand strong at all times. The world cannot tolerate the menace of a rogue regime that threatens with nuclear devastation. All responsible nations must join forces to isolate the brutal regime of North Korea, to deny it, and any form of it, you cannot support, you cannot supply, you cannot accept. We call on every nation, including China and Russia, to fully implement UN Security Council resolutions, downgrade diplomatic relations with the regime, and sever all ties of trade and technology. It is our responsibility and our duty to confront this danger together, because the longer we wait, the greater the danger grows and the fewer the options become. And to those nations that choose to ignore this threat, or worse still, to enable it, the weight of this crisis is on your conscience. I also have come here to this peninsula to a message directly to the leader of the North Korean dictatorship. The weapons you are acquiring are not making you safer. They are putting your regime in grave danger. Every step you take down this dark path increases the peril you face. North Korea is not the paradise your grandfather envisioned. It is a hell that no person deserves. Yet, despite every crime you have committed against God and man, you are ready to offer, and we will do that. We will offer a path to a much better future. It begins with an end to the aggression of your regime, a stop to your development of ballistic missiles, and complete, verifiable, and total denuclearization. A skytop view of this peninsula shows a nation of dazzling light in the south and a mass of darkness in the north. We seek a future of light, prosperity, and peace, but we are only prepared to discuss this brighter path for North Korea if its leaders cease their threats and dismantle their nuclear program. The sinister regime of North Korea is right about only one thing. The Korean people do have a glorious destiny, but they could not be more wrong about what that destiny looks like. The destiny of the Korean people is not to suffer in the bondage of oppression, but to thrive in the glory of freedom. What South Koreans have achieved on this peninsula is more than a victory for your nation. It is a victory for every nation that believes in the human spirit. And it is our hope that someday soon, all of your brothers and sisters in the North will be able to enjoy the fullest of life intended by God. Your republic shows us all of what is possible. In just a few decades, with only the hard work, courage, and talents of your people, you turned this war-torn land into a nation blessed with wealth, rich in culture, and deep in spirit. You built a home where all families can flourish and where all children can shine and be happy. This Korea stands strong and tall among the great community of independent, confident, and peace-loving nations. We are nations that respect our citizens, cherish our liberty, treasure our sovereignty, and control our own destiny. We affirm the dignity of every person and embrace the full potential of every soul. And we are always prepared to defend the vital interests of our people against the cruel ambition of tyrants. Together we dream of a Korea that is free, a peninsula that is safe, and families that are reunited once again. We dream of highways connecting north and south, of cousins embracing cousins, and this nuclear nightmare replaced with the beautiful promise of peace. Until that day comes, we stand strong and alert. Our eyes are fixed to the north and our hearts praying for the day when all Koreans can live in freedom. Thank you. God bless you. God bless the Korean people. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
President Trump wrapping up his remarks to the National Assembly in South Korea in Seoul. It is just coming up on 10 p.m. on the East Coast in the United States. That means it is coming up on noon tomorrow, Wednesday, in Seoul, South Korea. The president making lengthy remarks tonight. Started a little bit late, but coming almost right to the top of the hour tonight. You see First Lady Melania Trump there. He's also joined in the chamber by his National Security Advisor, H.R. McMaster, by Secretary of State Rex Tillerson, and by his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who appears to have overlapping and wide responsibilities, particularly on diplomatic and international matters are somewhat poorly defined when it comes to Mr. Kushner, but he is there. In terms of the content of the president's speech tonight, certainly bellicose, as is the president's want. As far, I am willing to be corrected on this matter, but as far as I hear this, I do not think there was anything actually new announced by the president or called for by the president tonight. It is remarkable to hear an American president basically denigrate the possibility of negotiation or diplomatic solutions to conflicts like the one that we have with North Korea, but from this president, that is not a surprise. Lengthy complimentary remarks for his South Korean hosts in the first half of his speech, and confrontational, bellicose rhetoric towards the North for the second half of his speech, and the president now proceeding his way out of the chamber. That does it for us tonight. We will see you again tomorrow on what has been this has been a remarkable night of news, and I have to tell you, MSNBC's live coverage continues late into this evening as we continue to follow the response to the president's remarks, but also what's turned out to be a very, very, very big election night for Democrats. Now it's time for the last word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Good evening, Lawrence.
Good evening, Rachel. And the next speech we're going to have on this network will be Democrat Ralph Northam of Virginia, the winner of the governor's race. We're awaiting his remarks. But, Rachel, I want to get your reaction to what you just witnessed in the president's speech in North Korea, a speech that had the usual kind of Trumpian surprises that as you're listening to the speech, you can't quite believe it's happening, but then you go, oh, yeah, this is Donald Trump. Of course, he's doing an advertisement for one of his golf courses, self-enriching against all of the previous principles of the presidency right there in that speech, along with several other things.
Yeah, so this is the speech in the South Korean National Assembly, certainly aimed at North Korea for the second half of his speech. But you're right, in the first half of his speech, he did kind of he kind of read a complimentary encyclopedia page about the accomplishments of South Korea, which I'm sure was designed to have him warmly received by his hosts. The president was very stiff for the first half of his speech. The turning point came when he did start to talk about golf. And I will give the president credit for appearing to be slightly self-conscious about the fact that he was about to start bragging about his golf course. He at least said, you know what I'm about to say. And he bragged about his New Jersey golf club. He bragged about Korean golfers doing well there at a golf tournament that he hosted there recently. He did appear to be somewhat self-conscious about that, or at least, I don't know, I've never seen him laugh at himself, but at least he had sort of a different tone there, so it wasn't just a straight-up ad. But then the whole second half of the speech was him threatening North Korea and denigrating the possibility of diplomacy and trying to talk every other country in the world out of talking to them as we stop talking to them, too.
And the two positions, if you were looking for positions that I heard him take, tell me if there were more. One is North Korea must disarm. His position is North Korea can't have any nuclear weapons. Not stop where you are now, but must go backwards and disarm. And then that other point that no country should trade or deal with North Korea in any way. Not China, not Russia. No country should do anything with North Korea. And of course, there's zero prospect of him doing anything to enforce reinforce those sentences in his speech.
Right, and these are not new proposals. I mean, you could make a case that this is new from the president in the sense that he went to South Korea and laid out his anti-North Korea case there, and so maybe that will be persuasive to other countries when he tries to affect their attitudes and their policies toward North Korea. But he wasn't asking for anything he hasn't asked for before. He wasn't making any new threats. He wasn't drawing any new lines that he hasn't drawn before. He did say, oddly, and it'll be interesting to find out if this was in his prepared remarks, he did say at one point, this is a very different administration than the United States has had in the past. And at that point in his speech, he was sort of denigrating the idea of weakness and seeming to criticize the United States in years past in terms of the way that we have dealt with North Korea. But it's aside from possibly, if my reading of that part of the speech is correct, aside from him going abroad and criticizing the United States in another country, which is something that presidents don't generally do, I really don't think there was anything new here other than the fact that he said it in South Korea instead of saying it here.
And Rachel, I have to get your reaction to this, what looks like a Democratic sweep on this election tonight. New Jersey, Virginia, everyone had their eyes on Virginia, and now we have a Democrat governor-elect in Virginia.
Yeah, I mean, New Jersey, it's not as much of a surprise, and I think that's because New Jersey's a blue state, although they did elect Chris Christie. There was some question as to whether or not an ex-Goldman Sachs Democrat might have a little John Corzine baggage when Christie got into office in 2009 by defeating John Corzine, and the Democrat Phil Murphy was running in New Jersey, also has a Goldman Sachs background. There was some question as to whether or not that might drag him down. Nothing can drag down the Democrat as much as being associated with Chris Christie dragged down the Republican in that race. So that Democratic win in New Jersey was called almost instantly as soon as polls closed. Not that much of a surprise, given that Christie's polling at 14% in New Jersey. It was a surprise to see things called, at least to me, to see things called so quickly in Virginia. There's been bad polling in Virginia in recent years. In the 2013 governor's race, the polling there understated the Republican performance. In 2014, when Mark Warner was up against Ed Gillespie for that Senate race, the polling in Virginia understated Republican performance. When I was looking at those polling averages today, where it looked almost even between Northam and Gillespie in Virginia, I thought, well, if previous polling biases hold, that means it's going to be a good night for Republicans in Virginia. But very quickly, within an hour of polls close, we got that Democratic win called in Virginia. Very soon thereafter, we found out that in terms of all the statewide races, it's a Democratic sweep in Virginia. And now there's this drama as to whether or not Democrats might do what is almost literally unthinkable and take back that House of Delegates where they were behind. I mean, they need a 17-seat pickup there, which is insane. But there's a question as to whether or not they might get there tonight.
And they are on their way to it. We're going to be joined by one of those new House of Delegates elect, the first transgender member of a state legislature. And she, Rachel, defeated a candidate who proudly called himself, and has been in that seat for 25 years, proudly called himself Virginia's homophobe in chief. So you can't ask for a more stunning flip of a seat.
Yeah, you know, it's one thing, it's important for the country to have our first ever elected state legislator who's openly transgender. That is an achievement for American civil rights that will stand no matter despite the rest of the circumstances of that election. But for Danica Roem to have beaten Bob Marshall, the guy who authored the Virginia bathroom trans ban, the guy who called himself Virginia's homophobe in chief, the guy who has ridden prejudice against the LGBT community to a 25-year career in the Virginia House of Delegates, for Danica Roem to beat him, it shows you that sometimes history is written with the caps lock key on, right? It tells you that sometimes history is not subtle about these achievements. And she's going to go down in history tonight for this victory, but she's going to be a big change for Virginia just because she's the one who showed Bob Marshall the door. And not by a small margin either. It looks like she beat him by double digits.
Yeah, and now it feels like tonight's history is being written by movie writers. It is so dramatic.
Unsubtle movie writers.
Rachel, thank you very much for sticking with us for a few minutes. Really appreciate it. Well, here we are. You remember where you were, what you were feeling, what you were thinking at this hour a year ago. On the one-year anniversary of the man who came in second place with voters but first place with the Electoral College, thereby plunging the White House into the most unpopular first-year presidency in the history of polling, that man and his party have been sharply rebuked by voters in elections around the country. Donald Trump's record-high disapproval rating as president seems to have translated tonight into a massive disapproval of candidates who have the word Republican near their names. The biggest crushing defeat of the night came in Virginia. Democrat Ralph Northam won the governor's race, defeating Republican Ed Gillespie. Democrats won all 3 statewide races in Virginia, winning lieutenant governor and attorney general. And in New Jersey, Democrat Phil Murphy won the governor's race, defeating Republican Kim Giordano. Joining us now is MSNBC's Garrett Haake, who is at Ralph Northam headquarters in Fairfax, Virginia, awaiting the victory speech. Garrett, what's the scene there tonight?
Well, Lawrence, I think we're going to see Ralph Northam any second now, so if he comes out, I will stop talking. But Democrats here are just palpably both thrilled and relieved, I think. I mean, you talked about this being an issue that's gone on over the last year. This is the win that they have been looking for. This is what they've been waiting for. Okay, we've got Terry McAuliffe coming out behind me now, so I'm going to keep talking. But look, I was out talking to Democratic voters all day today, and I think what's clear is this campaign and this state have figured out a way to weaponize the resistance. I mean, I talked to voters who like Ralph Northam, who wanted to see his values in this governor's office, but I talked to a lot of Democrats and some Republicans in Northern Virginia today who wanted to stick it to Donald Trump. And this was their chance to do that. They were able to come out and cast votes to push back against this White House. And if Democrats around the country can get on board with that, it could be a very big sign. And I think the other thing we saw tonight on the Democratic side that's really important is this idea of these reverse coattails. You and Rachel were talking about all these Virginia House of Delegates races. That has brought out voters, it's clear, all around the Commonwealth of Virginia. And there's some idea here that it might sort of validate the Tom Perez strategy of where Democrats compete, they will find a way to win because they found a way to pour energy into all of these races around the Commonwealth. And that, I think, is why you're seeing some of these blowout numbers in a state that, you know, less than a generation ago was a solidly red state. And now it's hard to argue that Virginia is not a blue state going into 2018 completely.
Garrett Haake, we're going to go to Steve Kornacki quickly before the governor-elect speaks. Steve, we're waiting for the governor-elect to do his victory speech. Your reading of what happened in Virginia tonight. I've been watching every one of your reports, Steve, on the edge of our seats before 8 o'clock, and then the picture just became very clear.
Yeah, and first, to put this in some perspective, what you're looking at here, this is the biggest margin for a Democrat in a governor's race in Virginia in 32 years. Looks like it's going to be 9 points for Ralph Northam. You got to go back to 1985 to find a Democrat winning by that much. How did this happen? Why did this happen? Let's tell the story this way. Ed Gillespie, the Republican, he ran. We talked about this a lot. He tried to run on Trumpism. And what did that mean? Look at it this way. 2 different stories happened in Virginia. Last year in the presidential election, Donald Trump, whoa, that wasn't supposed to happen. Donald Trump got absolutely annihilated in the suburbs outside of Washington, D.C. Republicans usually struggle here, but it was much, much worse for Donald Trump than it usually is. On the other hand, Donald Trump did very well in Southwest Virginia, rural areas, culturally conservative areas. So what was Gillespie trying to do with immigration, with Confederate battle statues, with the cultural issues? He was trying to get Trump-level support in rural Virginia. He succeeded in doing that mostly tonight. He did run up the score here, but what he thought he could do was get back to the typical Republican performance in these suburbs, not get blown out like Trump did. Let me show you, though, what happened in these suburbs, because it is something when you put these numbers out there. Take a look right here, actually. This is Prince William County. Put this in some perspective. Ed Gillespie ran for the Senate a few years ago. He lost this county by 3 points. He thought he could do that again this time, hold it to 3 points. Well, last year, Donald Trump lost here by 21 points. Tonight, Ed Gillespie loses by 23. He did worse than Donald Trump. And what happened last year for Republicans, they thought was the worst case scenario possible. It actually got worse. Loudoun County. Ed Gillespie won Loudoun County when he ran for the Senate. Trump lost it by 17 last year. What happened tonight got worse. 20-point blowout. We see this all across these suburbs. There's a lot of vote here. A quarter of the vote in the state is just in these places I'm pointing to right here. That is the story. These places didn't like Donald Trump last year. They don't like that he's president. They don't like the way he's acted as president. And they have not moved an inch toward him. In fact, they've moved even further from him. And you're seeing into here that, look, I think there was an expectation coming in tonight that Northam was more likely than not to win this thing. There was no expectation the margin was going to be like we're seeing, almost a 10-point win.
Steve, quickly before you go, because I watched your coverage earlier before we really had a verdict here, very dramatic. Privately, in your mind, what was the moment, what was the thing you saw on this map where you said, this is where it's going to go, before we could officially call it?
It was in Loudoun County. It came in pretty early. This is sort of the suburbs outside D.C. That was the question, because Ed Gillespie won it, a small margin. He won it when he ran for the Senate in 2014. And the whole Gillespie theory was you run on the Trump issues, but you don't bring Trump into Virginia. You don't campaign with him. You don't have him come into the suburbs outside D.C. You try to keep your distance so you can get the Trump margins without alienating the suburbs. You can go back to being Ed Gillespie, the establishment Republican, the Bush administration alum, the guy who did okay here in 2014. That was the strategy. They thought they could get that separation. When I saw those results in Loudoun County, I said, nope, it might as well be Donald Trump on the ballot tonight.
Steve, thank you very much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Thank you. We're joined now by Larry Sabato, the director of the University of Virginia Center for Politics. Also with us, Nicholas Kristof, Pulitzer Prize-winning columnist for the New York Times. And Larry, let's go to what Steve was just telling us about these margins. So we saw a candidate, you watched this race way closer than I did, about who, as Steve was saying, seemed to try to embrace Trumpism in the part of the state where he thought it would work, and then get as far away from it as possible in the part of the state where he thought it wouldn't work. It turns out the state turns out to be like a small town. They're going to hear you no matter what you say, wherever you say it in that state.
Yeah, I think people got the message. Look, Virginia was anti-Trump last year, the only southern state that was anti-Trump. But this is so much bigger. Hillary Clinton won by 5 points and got 50% of the vote. Ralph Northam is edging up 9, maybe even 10 points. By the way, he's winning more than Phil Murphy is winning in percentage terms in New Jersey. Murphy was supposed to sweep in. But this election, in my view anyway, was a repudiation of Trumpism and a backlash to Trump himself. It's the combination of the two. This is a blue state. I get it. You can't say it's going to happen in red states next year. But in this state, for a majority of Virginians, a growing majority of Virginians, Trump is poison.
And, of course, Nick, tonight, Donald Trump is disowning Ed Gillespie immediately. He tweeted as soon as he possibly could, as soon as this was called. Ed Gillespie worked hard, but did not embrace me or what I stand for. Don't forget, Republicans won 4 out of 4 House seats, and with the economy doing record numbers, we will continue to win even bigger than before. We will play you Donald Trump's robocall for Ed Gillespie after the governor-elect speaks, because we don't know exactly what moment that speech is going to start. But, Nick, Donald Trump got in there, tried to help this candidate get across the finish line, and his candidate lost again.
And then he today threw him off the bus and rolled over him. I think that's because, indeed, the election was to some degree a referendum on Trump. And obviously, he did exceptionally badly. I mean, if the Democrats had lost, I think it would have been a really bad sign. As you know, this Obama won twice, Clinton won. But the scale of the victory for the Democrats, I think, is a good omen for them for the House in 2018. And boy, if I were Democrats, I think they should be thinking about putting some referendums on the ballot on guns, on reproductive health, on a lot of other issues. So I think this is a good omen for Democrats in 2018.
And Steve Bannon was ready to claim the Ed Gillespie victory. He told the New York Times just this weekend, talking about Ed Gillespie, he closed an enthusiasm gap by rallying around the Trump agenda. And I think the big lesson for Tuesday is that in Gillespie's case, Trumpism without Trump can show the way forward. If that's the case, Democrats better be very, very worried. Larry Sabato, who has to be very, very worried now?
I think a lot of Republicans in competitive districts in purple states, that's both House seats, even a few Senate seats, and certainly governorships. That's the big place where Democrats can make gains next year. You know what was funny? You just read the Bannon quote, and he was bragging a little too early. And what did Donald Trump do tonight with that tweet? It was incredible. It was so ungracious. That's so atypical of Donald Trump. It was so ungracious. And he said, Gillespie did not embrace me me or my issues. Well, yes, Gillespie didn't have him into campaign, but he certainly embraced his issues and then some. He campaigned on immigration and crime and football players taking a knee and Confederate monuments, and Virginians stood up, a very large majority, and said, no, thank you.
And Nick, it was interesting to watch at least some analysts, political analysts, especially on television, being very impressed with the Gillespie campaign of the last few days, apparently believing that Confederate monuments and scary talk about Mexican gangs and drug crime is the way to win elections.
Yeah, I mean, boy, I never really understood why Gillespie was pursuing that, was pushed that far to the right. I mean, obviously he wasn't the primary, and then he kind of stayed in that direction. But I also think he misunderstood that, you know, one of the things the Republicans did most successfully in the Obama years was to say, you've got to vote Republican in local races as a check on President Obama. And now that picture is reversed. And so I think that is going to be to the Democrats' advantage.
We have Governor-elect Murphy in New Jersey taking to the microphone. Let's listen to what he has to say.
And I'm so grateful to say it today. You've always had mine. Tonight, we declare the days of division are over. We will move forward together. This is exactly who we are, New Jersey. We have each other's backs. To believe in each of us is to believe in all of us. 18 months ago, I chose to run for governor on a belief that New Jersey's best days are before us, that our future is unlimited, and that we have been failed by leadership which forgot what it meant to dream big. For 541 days, we have asked New Jerseyans to join us. First, we did a whole lot of listening. Then we asked folks to listen to our ideas and to decide for themselves if they wanted a change in direction. The military veteran uneasy about his access to health care. The young person simply hoping for an equal opportunity to work. The woman worried if her Planned Parenthood clinic will be open so she can get a cancer screening. The victim of anti-Semitic or other hateful actions. The senior citizen losing sleep over whether she'll be able to continue to stay in her home, and the college graduate doubtful if they can even ever afford a home. The parents anxious about the funding of their children's school and also anxious about protecting them from gun violence. The small business owner concerned about her long-term prospects in an economy that is stubbornly stalled and unfair, and many, many others. Today, in resounding fashion, they gave us their answer. A few moments ago, I received a very gracious...
Northam headquarters in Virginia for Governor-elect Ralph Northam's victory speech in this resounding and historic high-margin victory for a Democrat in a Virginia governor's race.
A gracious call from Ed Gillespie. I wished him well, and I thanked him for his service.
It seems there's some kind of possible security issue there where Ralph Northam was all but physically forcibly removed from the stage by one of the security people there. It looks like there may just be a protest on the floor there. Looks like possible protests against the perceived immigration policy of Northam versus the Trump immigration policy. There's something about sanctuary on one of those handwritten signs. Looks like Governor-elect Northam is coming back out to the microphone.
Virginia, we have witnessed yet another Democratic sweep today. I want to congratulate my friend, Attorney General Mark Herring, on his great reelection, and thank you for reelecting Mark Herring. I also want to thank our friend, the next Lieutenant Governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, Justin Fairfax. What a great team we have here in Virginia. You know, it was said that the eyes of the nation are now on the Commonwealth. Today, Virginians have answered and have spoken. Virginia has told us to end the divisiveness, that we will not condone hatred and bigotry, and to end the politics that have torn this country apart. I want to let you know that in Virginia, it's going to take a doctor to heal our differences, to bring unity to our people. And I'm here to let you know that the doctor is in. And this doctor will be on call for the next 4 years. We need to close the wounds that divide and bring unity to Virginia. Whether you voted for me or not, we are all Virginians. And I hope to earn your confidence and support as we move forward. The Virginia way is to work together to get results. I have taken care of a lot of sick children over the years and their families, and nobody has ever asked me whether I'm a Republican or Democrat, nor have I asked them. When someone's life is at stake, they don't care whether you're a Democrat or a Republican. They just want someone to help. That's the way that our administration will govern our Commonwealth. We will put the people of Virginia before politics, before party, and before ideology. And I want to thank so much to Virginia for putting your trust in me. We put a lot of miles on the Sequoia. My man Seth and me. We drove all over this Commonwealth. We listened to a lot of 80s music. And sometime we bumped it up to the 90s. You know, as we've traveled across Virginia, I have seen an outpouring of support. I saw the outpouring of people looking to get involved. To those of you that knocked on doors, who made phone calls, and talked to their neighbors about the principles and values that are so important to us as Virginians, I say thank you so much. And for those of you who supported our campaign financially, the people who scraped $5, $10, $20, your contributions sent a message that will be heard around the country and the globe. I am so proud of my team, led by Brad Comar and Gabrielle Greenfield. I have never been around a team that was more professional, that was more talented, more hardworking. And so, to our team, the ones that got us to where we are today, please join me in giving them a big round of applause. To the elected officials across this great Commonwealth, and I know you've heard from a lot of them tonight, I want to thank all of those that supported my campaign. To Senator Warner, to Senator Tim Kaine, to Congressman Scott, Connolly, Byron, McEachin, I appreciate your friendship and your support. What a wonderful 4 years of leadership we have had under our friend Governor Terry McAuliffe and First Lady Dorothy McAuliffe. Terry and Dorothy, you have built a new Virginia economy and put Virginia on the right path, and we are thankful to you. The progress we will have over the next 4 years is because of your hard work over the last 4 years, and we thank you. To my family, I cannot thank you enough. To our children, I love her too. To our children, Wes and Aubrey, we are so proud of you. And to my wife, Pam, who is the love of my life. Pam Northam. I had to go all the way to Texas to find her, but I'm glad I did. But I want to tell you that Pam Northam is going to be a wonderful First Lady for the Commonwealth of Virginia. In closing, I want you to know how humbled and honored I am to have your trust to serve as the 73rd Governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Having grown up on a small farm on Virginia's Eastern Shore, I have worked very hard, but I've had wonderful opportunities, and I want Virginians to have those same opportunities. And you know, as I travel around the Commonwealth, I listen to a lot of folks, and what I hear is, number one, Virginians want a job that they can support themselves and their families with. They want to make sure that their children have access to a world-class education. They want to make sure that all of us as Virginians have access to affordable and quality health care. They want to make sure that we live in environments where the air and water are clean. They want to live in communities that are safe, where there are not guns on every street corner. And finally, something that I am so proud of, and I remind you all the time, we live in a very diverse society. It is getting more diverse every day. It is that diverse society that makes this country great. And as long as I'm governor, I will make sure that we're inclusive, that we welcome people to the Commonwealth of Virginia. Our lights will be on, our doors will be open. So tomorrow, my fellow Virginians, the hard work of governing begins. Let's get to work. May God bless all of you, and may God bless the Commonwealth of Virginia. Thank you all so much.
An historically large margin of victory for a Democratic gubernatorial candidate in Virginia, Ralph Northam, accepting that victory just now in his victory speech. It began, this victory speech tonight, as a direct rebuke to Donald Trump and Trumpism without mentioning the president's name. Ralph Northam began by saying his election means the end of divisiveness, and it means the end of the politics that have been tearing this country apart. He closed that speech with another very direct rebuke on Trump and Trumpism, saying that the diverse society of Virginia and that the diverse society of this country is what makes this country great. Words that could never be spoken by Donald Trump or a follower of Trumpism. And Nick Kristof, you've been writing a lot about ammunition control, weapons control, and gun control as a public health issue. Ralph Northam did not dodge this issue, especially when Las Vegas, the 58 people being killed in mass murder there, brought it inescapably into this campaign. And what he said at that time, as a former Army physician treating wounded soldiers, he said, "I know all too well what assault weapons do to human beings, and until I don't have another breath in my lungs, I will stand up and tell people that we do not need assault weapons on our streets." That in Virginia, that was not an easy political position to take.
You know, there is some indication indication that the politics on guns are beginning to change. I would say that, though, that I think one's better off framing it not as gun control, but as gun safety. But you know, over time, demographically, so the number of guns in America is continuing to grow, well over 300 million now. But the proportion of households who have guns is steadily dropping, and so there are fewer people who are really passionate about these issues. And even among gun owners, more than 90% favor universal background checks. And so I do that. And on referendums around the country, we've seen voters approve stricter gun laws. So I do think that what's happening in Virginia is emblematic of a broader shift that offers some hope of advances on toward a more sane gun policy, more likely at the state level than at the federal level.
Larry Sabato, I want to get your reaction to that speech we just heard, which to think of it as a Southern governor's speech, it has a certain surprising quality to it. It sounds like the victory speech of a Democratic governor who just won in Massachusetts and New York.
Well, it did. Of course, Virginia has gotten a lot bluer, and it's really a middle Atlantic state. It's not a southern state. You know, some things are going to come back into Virginia, some issues that we thought were settled because the Republicans controlled the legislature by such a large margin, at least in the House of Delegates. Believe it or not, the Democrats are inching close to a 50-50 split. They may even get a majority. If they don't, they'll only be a seat or two behind that. And I think that puts health care back on the agenda here. Medicaid reform, Medicare, that's back on the agenda. And with Northam being a doctor and having nearly half the House of Delegates, and the Republicans only control the Senate by 2 votes, 21-19, and many of their districts were carried in a landslide by Northam tonight, I think there's a real possibility for bringing that issue back.
Larry Sabato and Nick Kristof, thank you very much for joining us during this breaking news coverage of the Virginia election. Appreciate it. Coming up, the first transgender state legislator, Danica Rome, will join us after the break, and we will have much more live coverage of tonight's election night.
We've all been to a job interview,
Nice to meet you.
but we've never been invited to someone else's until now. Look behind closed doors at what people do when their livelihoods are on the line. The Job Interview, series premiere tomorrow at 10. CNBC, get yours.
When news breaks,
deadliest mass shooting in modern U.S. history.
Our trusted NBC News journalists will guide you through it. So wherever the story goes,
how is this White House going to answer this question tomorrow?
You'll be right there with
it. In Virginia, and the first elected to a state legislature anywhere in the country. Her election to the Virginia House of Delegates. In that election, she beat Republican incumbent Bob Marshall, who has been in office for 25 years and proudly has been calling himself Virginia's chief homophobe. He was the author of failed legislation in Virginia to ban transgender people from using public bathrooms of their choice. We are joined now by phone by Danica Rome. Danica Rome, thank you very much for joining us tonight. I know this is a hard night for you to squeeze in a phone call with us from your victory celebration, but here you beat someone who's 40 years older than you are. You're 33, he's 73. He's been in the office for well over 20 years, and no one more hostile to you and your personal interests and your personal life choices than this man. What was it like to campaign against someone like him?
Well, Lawrence, what it was like to campaign against someone like him was just basically the idea that I got into the race because we have major infrastructure problems that have been getting worse and worse and worse throughout the 33 years that I've lived in Manassas my entire life. And, you know, I know this is going to be a hard night for Delegate Marshall, his family, and his supporters. So rather than pile on him, I'm just going to, stick to the same message that we've been, going to this entire year, which is basically that, number one, I campaign on the platform of building up our infrastructure instead of tearing down each other. And that means fixing out 28 locally here. And that also means working to make Virginia a more inclusive Commonwealth. So no matter what you look like, where you come from, how you worship, who you love, how you identify, or any other inherent identifier that you have, You should be celebrated because of who you are, not despite it. And in the words of St. Francis of Sales, be who you are and be that well. And that message resonated, and a message of inclusion and equality resonated here. And for a national audience, I think it's really important that we note that discrimination is a disqualifier, and that you can champion inclusion, you can champion equality and equity, and you can win.
And Governor-elect Northam's victory speech tonight ended on that same note. He talked about the diverse society that makes this country great. He expanded on that point in a few sentences toward the end of his speech, the kind of thing that we would never hear from the current president of the United States. Hearing the same note from you, was that a unified message that Democrats were delivering in
I haven't
Virginia?
even heard, I honestly haven't even heard his speech. I haven't been around anything. Ralph's a friend. Dr. Northam is just absolutely amazing. I know he's going to be incredible. He's committed to me that he's going to work with me to fix 28. And I also know that with our incredible new, hopefully majority by the time everything's done in the House of Delegates, that we're going to be able to focus on, the issues that unite us and help us and improve our quality of life, like finally expanding Medicaid so that 3,700 uninsured people who live in the 13th district and who earn, less than $18,000 a year, which in Northern Virginia you can't pay rent on, we can finally help take care of them. And it's so important that we help out the people who need it the most, and that we set the example for the rest of the country to follow, that when we focus on traffic, jobs, schools, healthcare, the core quality of life issues that matter so much in every locality, let alone Prince William County, instead of singling out and stigmatizing the constituents who we're elected to serve, then we can accomplish great things together. And that this is a great one for Virginia. This is a great one for our country. And to anyone who ever had a doubt that, people have diverse backgrounds, whether it's like me as a reporter, and keep in mind, my main qualification for office is that I was the lead reporter of the Gainesville Times, covering my home community for 9 years, 2 months, and 2 weeks. The administration that we see in Washington right now has absolutely the President of the United States literally declared reporters to be enemies of the state. Our local reporters are the people who keep our local governments accountable. They have to be able to thrive, and we need an independent press with, disinterested third-party observers who are neutral, who are committed to pursuing the truth, and who are committed to accountability. Facts matter. Vetted facts matter, and alternative facts are BS. We have to, it's so good that Virginia chose to elect 2 reporters between myself and Chris Hurst to go to Richmond, because we will always be reporters before we're politicians.
And Danica Rome, no one knows the local issues better than local reporters. And your campaign, as you keep stressing, was run on classic local issues involving traffic congestions, traffic problems, the infrastructure solutions to those. You keep telling us about 28, which is this important road in your district that needs help. And that's the kind of thing that longtime legislators can take their eye off, especially, Bob Marshall, who you unseated, who spent his time worrying about bathrooms that apparently no one else in the state, or certainly in that district, was worried about. And so the national media will hear that he was the guy with the bathroom bill, and you're the transgender candidate running against him, and think that it's all about that. But what we're hearing tonight from you, that it was all about the local issues that it would have been about, no matter who the candidates were.
Well, let me put it this way to you. Starting next year, Delegate Marshall will be one of my constituents, and I'm not going to attack my own constituents. I think if there's any lesson that comes out of the race this year, it's that attacking your constituents, singling them out, stigmatizing them, and trying to just make people feel bad about themselves, that's not our Virginia. That's not our Prince William County. It's not our Manassas Park. Our Virginia is a commonwealth where we celebrate each other because of who they are, not despite it.
And you outraised financially for financing your campaign. You outraised your incumbent opponent by 3-1 with a lot of outside help, a lot of LGBT communities around the country helping your race. Could you have won without that outside infusion of cash?
I want to mention a few things with that. Number one, we had hundreds and hundreds of donations from within the 13th district, from Manassas Park, Gainesville, and Haymarket. You know, there was reporting periods where we were crushing it locally. And another big thing is look at the small dollar donations. We had something like almost like 12,000 donations between $1 and $100. That is a grassroots army where we succeeded in the 13th. We succeeded raising money throughout Prince William County. We succeeded raising money throughout the Commonwealth of Virginia. And yeah, we succeeded raising money nationwide too. And yeah, our LGBTQ groups came in and they knocked doors for us as well as raised money for us. And the reason for that is that in our message, it wasn't just, oh, Danica's transgender. It wasn't just who I was running against. It was the fact that they knew that when I succeed running on local issues, that when I succeed running on the issues that unite us, that they can succeed in whatever it is that they're called to do. If it's politics, great. But if it's just being called to, come out, if it's just called to, just be a good parent, if it's just called to, just be a great teacher, whatever it is that your wife's calling, if you're gay, if you're transgender, you should be able to pursue happiness, and the government should recognize your right to pursue happiness just as much as anyone else. And next year, the people of 13th District know there won't be bathroom bills, that are just going to be done on arrival. There won't be discriminatory legislation coming out of the 13th District. We're going to be focused on infrastructure. And yeah, if you read my platform, it said traffic, jobs, schools, and equality. And I will be a champion for equality. I will be a champion for raising teacher pay, so it's not the lowest in all of Virginia. I'll be a champion for extending the Virginia Railway Express out to Innovation Park in Gainesville in a cost-effective way so we can bring more high-paying defense, high-tech, biotech jobs out to Western Prince William. And of course, I will be a champion for improving our infrastructure, from traffic, water to education, and everything in between. Let's work together. And yeah, Lawrence, we are stronger together.
Danica Roem, thank you very much for joining us on what is a historic election night. I really appreciate you taking the time. And I think people having listened to you, many people listening to you for the first time, have no confusion now about how you won that race tonight and won it decisively. Really appreciate you joining us.
Thank you. And to everyone out there, be yourself better than anyone else ever could.
Thank you very much, Danica Roem. Appreciate it. We'll be right back with more of the breaking news coverage of tonight's elections.
This is one of the first major elections since Donald Trump was elected. Tonight, New Jersey sent an unmistakable message to the entire nation. We are better than this.
That is the Democrat governor-elect Phil Murphy in New Jersey. He will be succeeding Chris Christie, who, as he serves out his final days as governor of New Jersey, is the least popular governor in America. And of course, Chris Christie earned that position in New Jersey by his incompetence in government, his deliberate mendacity in government, by tying up the traffic on the George Washington Bridge as a political stunt to aggravate an opponent of his, and also because Chris Christie was the very first governor to endorse Donald Trump for president. We're joined now by David Jolly, former congressman from Florida, and Crystal Ball, a former congressional candidate in Virginia. And Crystal, you're watching history made in your home state tonight.
I'm very happy tonight. And I think one of the lessons here that cannot be overlooked is two things. First of all, activists said from the beginning, we're going to try to win back the House of Delegates. And the experienced hand said, oh, it's too far, it's too much of a stretch. And now you can
It'd be
see,
like saying Democrats going to win back the House of Representatives, saying that 6 months ago.
Exactly. Yeah. And now we see, I mean, control's not going to be determined tonight, but they've got a really great shot at it. And the other thing that I would say is we competed everywhere. And that made a huge difference. We had an incredible crop of candidates. Danica, who you just had on, was amazing. And that helped inspire people locally on the ground, too. So compete everywhere. Don't leave any stone unturned.
David Jolly, your reading of what this means to Republicans tonight, the election results across the board, New Jersey to Virginia.
This is what a wave feels like. And Democrats won tonight because Donald Trump is president. And that's what Republicans need to reconcile with. Democrats won tonight because the Republican Party has accommodated these white nationalist themes. They've accommodated a president who has bragged about sexual assault. They've accommodated a president who has accommodated, frankly, firearm policy that does not address the concerns of a nation and is pushing a tax bill that favors the rich and not Main Street. And what this means for Republicans is, without a change of course, which I think we won't see one, we will see a divided government come January of 2019. This is the beginning of a wave where where Democrats begin to take over the first branch of government, and that being the legislature.
Now, Donald Trump tweeted from South Korea as quickly as he could, disowning Ed Gillespie, saying, when Ed Gillespie lost the Virginia governor's race, saying, Ed Gillespie worked hard but did not embrace me or what I stand for. Now, did not embrace me or what I stand for. Today, on voting day in Virginia, Crystal Ball, as you know, Donald Trump placed robocalls. They placed recorded robocalls for Ed Gillespie by Donald Trump. Let's listen to Donald Trump's phone call today to Virginia voters that did not work.
Like me, Ed is tough on crime and on the border. Ed will protect your family from crime, drugs, and violence, something Northam will never do. And Ed loves the vets, loves the military, and loves your Second Amendment. With your help, Ed Gillespie will help make America great again. A phrase that I like a lot. Vote for Ed Gillespie.
Crystal Ball, a lot of pundits working from a national frame, looking into Virginia from places like here, thought that stuff was going to be very effective.
Yeah, and, you know, Gillespie really embraced the worst of the worst parts of the Trump agenda and the Trump campaign. He went all in on the nastiness, on the xenophobia, on the racism, and Virginia said, it's not going to work. And so I think Republicans nationwide, as David Jolly is pointing out, need to take notice. Voters are not interested in your racism in 2017 or 2018. They want to hear what you're going to do for them, like Danica, like Ralph Northam. They want to know how you're going to help them with their health care and their lives and get jobs. And that's what it's going to be all about. Health care, by the way, the #1 issue here, and that's what I'm hearing in states across the country. That is the issue for Democrats for 2018 going forward.
And David Jolly, let's extend the electoral results up to Maine, the anti-Trump, anti-Republican. Maine had a ballot initiative tonight voting on expanding Medicaid. Maine voted to expand Medicaid, and they have a Republican governor in Maine who is Maine's version of Donald Trump.
Listen, from Maine to New Jersey to Virginia, frankly, to St. Petersburg, Florida, we saw the nationalization of very purple electoral races. And the reality is Republicans did not win a single purple race tonight. And it is because of the headwinds of Donald Trump, and there is no getting around that. What we heard in those phone calls and what we saw in his tweets thereafter is an egotistical liar. And I say that as a Republican about a Republican president. But the reality is this president is an anchor around Republicans running in purple races. The off-year elections provide that purple litmus test. It is why Republicans are poised to lose the House of Representatives or the Senate coming up in 2018.
Crystal, I just want to go back to your confidence level as the Virginia election day was approaching, because we saw a lot of concern about it, that the Democrats were slipping, and why can't the Democrats ever get this right?
I was very nervous, I'll be honest with you. And when I saw it was raining today, we heard the turnout was really strong to start with and that it was slipping off. I started to get nervous again, but this is an incredible result and a real testament to the activists on the ground.
That's going to have to be the last word for this hour tonight. David Jolly, Crystal Ball, thank you both for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Trump's closest aide over the years, questioned for hours on Capitol Hill about his boss, all as a part of the Russia investigation. The 11th hour getting underway on a busy night. Well, good evening once again from our NBC News headquarters here in New York. Day 292 of the Trump administration. 1 year ago tonight, it was the eve of the presidential election. Tonight was election night in races around this country, and one big one in particular. And here's the theory. If you believe that voters in Virginia voted for governor today with a wider message in mind, then tonight was a very bad night for the Trump-controlled Republican Party and a very good night for a Democratic Party in search of good news. Ralph Northam, the Democrat, is celebrating an easier-than-expected victory. He is governor-elect of the Commonwealth of Virginia, defeating the Republican Ed Gillespie, the former GOP party chair, now turned away in two major elections for Senate and governor. While traveling halfway around the world, the president rushed to distance himself from Gillespie, writing on Twitter from South Korea that, quote, Ed Gillespie worked hard but did not embrace me or what I stand for. And that is partially true. Gillespie didn't let Trump anywhere near him, but ran a campaign fueled and tinged by Trumpism. Here is a little bit of what Northam said at his victory speech in the last hour.
You know, it was said that the eyes of the nation are now on the Commonwealth. Today, Virginians have answered and have spoken. Virginia has told us to end the divisiveness, that we will not condone hatred and bigotry, and to end the politics that have torn this country apart.
Also tonight, a pickup for the Dems in New Jersey. Democrat Phil Murphy, former ambassador to Germany, former partner at Goldman Sachs, handily defeated Chris Christie's longtime lieutenant governor, Kim Guadagno, in that very blue state. As the numbers have rolled in tonight, our own Steve Kornacki's been at the big board tracking them. That is where he is right now. Steve, I was watching Chuck Todd at 5 o'clock. He didn't believe in the data. I don't think I believed in the data. I don't know if you believed in the data, but having said that, what just happened tonight?
You know, you can call this one the revenge of the suburbs. Let's take you through the road to victory here for Ralph Northam, the Democrat. By the way, that margin you're seeing there, 9 points, biggest margin for a Democrat in Virginia in a governor's race in 32 years. You got to go back to 1985. How did he put it together? Well, all the attention was on Ed Gillespie, the Republican, and what he was trying to do. He was trying to run on Trumpism. He was trying to run on cultural issues, on immigration, on these Confederate battle monuments and statues, on the M13 gang. He was trying to run on Trump issues, but he didn't bring Trump into the state. He didn't want to campaign arm in arm with Trump. Why? What was he trying to accomplish? There were two things. Number one, he was looking at Southwest Virginia. He was looking at sort of the rural part of the state. When Ed Gillespie ran for office here in Virginia a few years ago, he did okay down here. He wanted to do a lot more than okay. And Donald Trump, when he ran last year, absolutely owned it down here. So the attempt to run on Trump issues was to get Trump support down here in this part of the state. We can show you. You know what? Guess what? It kind of worked. Ed Gillespie, when he ran here 3 years ago, he only won this county, for instance, by 36 points. Tonight, wins it by over 50. That's what Trump did down there in Washington County. Kind of result you saw. So he got half of what he was looking for. But what's the other thing that Ed Gillespie was looking for? Northern Virginia, the suburbs, the college-educated suburbs right outside Washington, D.C. Almost a quarter of the state's vote is right in there. Now, here's the thing. Republicans always struggle in these suburbs, but when Donald Trump ran last year, he did worse than Republicans basically have ever done. So Ed Gillespie was looking at it and saying, well, I don't want to do Trump bad. I want to do normal Republican bad. If I can get the Trump numbers in the rural areas and I can do just normal Republican bad in the suburbs, I'm going to have the formula to win. Well, what actually happened? Here's where we can take a look at the story. Zoom in on these counties. I'll give you one that tells the whole story. This is Loudoun County right here, sort of a suburban, exurban county outside Washington. And what you see here, Ralph Northam wins it by 20 points over Gillespie. Guess what? When Ed Gillespie ran for the Senate 3 years ago, he won this county. Donald Trump last year against Hillary Clinton, he lost it by 17 points. The Gillespie theory was you don't bring Trump in, you don't get the Trump baggage in the suburbs, you can have that competitive showing that he had in 14. Instead, he did as bad. He even did a little bit worse than Donald Trump. And we saw that throughout these suburbs here in Northern Virginia. Here's another one, Ed Gillespie. He only lost Prince William County by 3 points 3 years ago for the Senate. Tonight, by 23. That's basically what Trump did last year. Northern Virginia, these suburbs, we saw this around the country, these suburbs, they did not like Donald Trump at all last year in the presidential election. They were very much against him then. They have not moved an inch toward him. In fact, they've moved even further from him. And tonight, it felt like, you look at these results, it really felt like the voters here, suburbs down by Richmond, they had been waiting since election night last year for the chance to do this. They saw Ed Gillespie's name on the ballot, and what they really saw there was Donald Trump, and they voted against Donald Trump tonight.
Well, your headline, Steve, was right on. Revenge of the suburbs in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Steve, thanks so much. We know we'll be seeing you later on. MSNBC's Garrett Hake is live at Northam Party headquarters in Fairfax, Virginia, where Northam spoke tonight. Garrett, I know you and I both expected a later night. They're going to start vacuuming before you know it. This was over so much earlier than expectations.
Yeah, and they won't be complaining about that, Brian. Look, this was cathartic for the Democrats in the room tonight. They have been waiting for a moment, something like this, for the last year. And so they were surprised by the margin of victory, but not at all disappointed by it, certainly. And let me set the scene for you a little bit. I was out with voters today in some of those suburban counties. I spent most of the day in Fairfax County, Democratic stronghold, usually big numbers there. It was a rainy, gross day in Northern Virginia today. And as Steve just said, Ralph Northam blew the doors off in these counties. They had huge turnout and huge margins. And the Northam campaign told me their best poll, their most optimistic poll coming into today, had them winning by 5. So this margin surprised even then. So I think we're going to have this sort of question that all Democrats are going to want to answer over the next couple of days is how did they do it? And the early autopsy seems to revolve around 2 things. First, they've sort of weaponized the resistance. They found a way to channel this anti-Trump energy into votes and into volunteers, into door knocks, into phone calls. The campaign's been telling me they had more volunteers and more people offering to help essentially than they could use. And the second is they had an authentic candidate. They had a candidate who they thought really represented Virginia. A lot of national Democrats kind of push back on Northam. It's a Southern accent. He doesn't seem like he's a high energy guy. But this is a Virginia Military Institute educated military doctor who spoke to Virginians. And you heard some of that in his victory speech tonight. Take a listen.
We live in a very diverse society. It is getting more diverse every day. It is that diverse society that makes this country great. And as long as I'm governor, I will make sure that we're inclusive, that we welcome people to the Commonwealth of Virginia. Our lights will be on, our doors will be open.
So, Brian, you hear it right there. That's a rejection of Trumpism without saying the name Donald Trump. I think you'll hear more of that kind of language from Democrats in the future. But as for the Republicans, as Steve said, the whole premise of the Gillespie campaign was to be Mitt Romney in Northern Virginia and Donald Trump in Southern Virginia. And it's pretty clear tonight that that was not a winning strategy for him. And I think you're going to see a lot of other Republicans, particularly I think about Barbara Comstock, who's a Republican House member in Northern Virginia, having to figure out who and what they're going to be in 2018.
Garrett Hake with the story behind the story we're covering tonight, which is this big Democratic win in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Garrett, thank you very much. Time now to bring in our leadoff panel this evening. White House Bureau Chief for the Washington Post, Philip Rucker, is back with us. Kimberly Atkins is back with us as well, Chief Washington reporter for the Boston Herald, and Chief White House correspondent for the New York Times, Peter Baker, who covered Virginia politics for a decade. And boy, Virginia politics never ceases to amaze me. Peter, we'll start with you. What just happened, do you think, in the Commonwealth?
Well, the Commonwealth of Virginia provided Donald Trump a real thumping. That's the phrase, of course, we've heard in the past on off-year elections. We should remember, of course, that the Virginia governor's election always comes 1 year after a presidential election and doesn't necessarily tell us anything about what will come after this. Having said that, President Trump had a pretty good run of these special elections all year, managed to hold on to a bunch of House seats that were mostly Republican to begin with, but Democrats had thought they might be able to take. And the resounding nature of this victory, a 9-point victory, far greater than what anybody had expected, leaves no doubt for debate at this point. And what they're telling the country is there is, room for resistance against President Trump. There is a consequence to a president who has a 35, 38% approval rating.
Phil, seniority has its privileges, and you got to duck out of the Asia trip for 12 days of your life. Having said that, as you read the dispatches from your colleagues, as you hear the language of the president, as you look at things like body language, how do you think tonight this result, broadcasts like this, are going to play halfway around the world?
Well, it's a humbling moment for President Trump. It's his first thumping, as Peter put it, a real defeat and a rebuke of his presidency and of the kind of issues, these cultural wedge issues that Trump has really tried to magnify as president. We have to remember his approval rating nationally is at a historic low. There's been no president in modern history with an approval rating at this stage of his presidency as low as it is right now. And you've got to think that Republicans in Congress and the House are nervous looking at this result, because the story of these House elections in 2018 and the midterms is really going to be told in the suburbs, just like the ones that Steve Kornacki was just talking about. There are so many House districts there where Republicans are going to be defending their seats in suburban areas where Trump is unpopular, that it's going to really force the Republican Party, I think, to develop a strategy that's going to work, given what just happened in Virginia.
And Kimberly, let's talk about Ed Gillespie, the Republican candidate tonight who went down to defeat. A lot of people said when he embraced Trumpism, if not Trump, it wasn't him. It wasn't the guy he had shown Virginians he was, kind of a dependable, predictable, conservative Republican who has been the former party chairman.
He was. I mean, he was about as an establishment Republican as you can get, and actually defeated a more Trump-like candidate in the primary. But in the last weeks of this race, he seemed to have really embraced this Trumpist kind of Steve Bannon-esque way of campaigning that focused very strongly on things like immigration, trying to tag Ralph Northam as being embracing immigrants who would become gang members and threaten Virginia, and that sort of was the baton that Donald Trump picked up, even though Gillespie didn't embrace him wholeheartedly. Donald Trump tweeted his support for Gillespie, did a robocall today, as you said, saying that he would keep the state safe. Of course, Virginia is one of the safest states in the country, so it sort of belies the facts there. But it really backfired on him. I mean, Virginia is a big state, but it's hard to run that kind of campaign focused to the South, thinking that the folks in Northern Virginia wouldn't see it. And those ads were the talk of the town in Northern Virginia by people who were really appalled by that and really motivated to vote against it.
Peter, let's talk about 2018, and it's fraught, of course, because no two candidates or districts or races are alike. Can Democrats get by with the bumper sticker slogan, Democrats, because we're not Republicans? What must they do? And also, how do Republicans handle this going forward now, Trump and Trumpism?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. No, this is a great moment for Democrats in the sense that they're feeling pumped, they're feeling victorious. They haven't had a lot of good news in the last year electorally to point to, but it doesn't actually change the fundamental flaws in their party right now. They've got a big schism ideologically and leadership-wise. Who is going to take this party and define a message that goes beyond "we're not Trump"? "We're not Trump" goes, certain ways in terms of mobilizing a base in a low turnout election, but we've seen in the past that by itself it wasn't enough to get Hillary Clinton elected, and it may not be enough to get the House of Representatives back in 2018. If so, who's going to lead this party? Who's going to be the person who defines what it stands for? And we still see that divide. Ralph Northam was not a Bernie Sanders candidate. He beat a Bernie Sanders candidate to win the nomination. He was an establishment Democrat. Does that mean that wing of the party is now on the ascendant, or in fact, will the more liberal side reassert itself itself as we head into these midterms? We don't know the answer to that yet.
I have to interrupt a little bit with foreign affairs because on the other side of your screen, this is the President, First Lady. They're preparing to depart from Osan Air Base in South Korea. Next stop is China on this 12-day Asian trip. Phil Rucker, I couldn't help but notice after the White House made it known that this president wasn't going to try to go to the DMZ. They called such visits cliches. We've seen the vice president there. We saw the previous president there and many other presidents since the war was at least halted, interrupted. They did try to go. They had the white top Black Hawk helicopters. If those Marine Corps pilots couldn't make it, no one could. They decided the fog was too thick today, so they had to scrub the trip because he had to give the speech and then make this flight to China.
That's right, Brian. But do you really believe that this president didn't want to have that photo op? It's the greatest photo op in the world.
And it comes with a jacket, and you know he loves those military jackets.
Exactly. He wanted to be right there and look across into North Korea. And he was going to be going with Moon as well, which Sarah Sanders told the reporters would make it a historic visit, the two of them together at the DMZ. But Mother Nature intervened, and the helicopters couldn't make the trip.
Now, back to current events, especially politics. Hey, Kim, this is a tweet tonight from our friend Charlie Sykes out in Wisconsin. For the GOP, the really sad and alarming part of tonight is that the Trumpist campaign Gillespie ran is a mirror of the way so many other Republicans have been transforming themselves. This borrows from pieces of our conversation so far tonight, but what is it going to be like on the Hill tomorrow? People forget the entire House is up every 2 years.
The entire House is up, and they also have policies that they're trying to pass. They're still trying to pass some sort of tax cut plan and still talking about health care, maybe trying to throw in a repeal of the individual mandate of the Affordable Care Act. This is going to have to give lawmakers pause because clearly these are not things that voters in a big state like Virginia want to hear. And we have talked a lot about the Democrats really having trouble with their message and not having a leader, but the Republicans have been sort of twisting themselves into knots in the last year since President Trump has been elected, and I think Ed Gillespie is a really good example of that, and it doesn't always pay off in the end. So I think you're going to see Republicans doing a lot of soul searching as to how they talk to their constituents and how they address policies here in Washington moving forward.
As you've been talking, a lot of blue coming up with that yellow check mark on these election returns from Virginia and elsewhere tonight. Our leadoff panel members have agreed to stay with us tonight. We will interweave them into the conversation, and we have so much to talk about domestically and foreign affairs. So Phil Rucker, Kim Atkins, Peter Baker will stay where they are. We'll take a break, and coming up, the critical member of the Trump inner circle who was interviewed today about one of the president's closest confidants is the latest to face questions about possible campaign contact with Russia. Keith Schiller was grilled by the House Intelligence Committee for about 4 hours today behind closed doors. The role Keith Schiller has played in Donald Trump's life can best be described by borrowing the Farmers Insurance tagline. He knows a thing or two because he's seen a thing or two. Schiller was Trump's bodyguard and body man, a fixture by his side for years. He's a large human. He remained with him all during the campaign, and then Trump made him head of Oval Office operations in the West Wing. Schiller is a former New York City police officer. He's also a Navy veteran. As Politico reports it today, he was the first person to see Trump in the morning and the last to communicate with him at night. Schiller managed to avoid reporters as he exited the Capitol today, and committee members aren't elaborating on what was asked or what was answered. But one can assume they are interested to learn what Schiller observed and perhaps overheard as part of the inner circle. We're also learning today that President Trump sent the head of the CIA to meet with a conspiracy theorist who doesn't believe Russians hacked the DNC's emails. Former NSA whistleblower Bill Binney confirmed to NBC News that he met with Mike Pompeo, who was on a fact-finding mission. The Intercept website, which first reported the meeting, spoke with a former CIA official who categorized the significance of this event this way, quote, "This is crazy. You've got all these intelligence agencies saying the Russians did the hack. To deny that is like coming out with the theory that the Japanese didn't bomb Pearl Harbor, said this former CIA officer. With us tonight, Matthew Miller, former chief spokesman at DOJ, now an NBC News justice and security analyst. Annie Carney's back with us, White House reporter for Politico, the author of that article we referenced just a moment ago. And Jonathan Swan, Axios national political reporter, is back with us. Welcome to you all. Jonathan, first things first, let's go back to the top and talk about Mr. Schiller. There were all kinds of contemporaneous reports back when the president first became president that he was banging around the residence with no one around to play with except Schiller. These two guys who spoke New York in this strange town and a big empty house. They have spent concentrated days and hours together. Add to the narrative what you can about the closeness and this relationship.
It's hard to overstate how close they are. They were and they are. I thought Annie did an excellent job in her story. But really, he's a peer of Trump, a generational peer. If you look at Trump's inner circle at the moment in the White House, obviously you've got Jared and Ivanka and their family. Hope Hicks is almost like another daughter. But Keith was something else. He was a generational peer who Trump would confide in for everything. And it wasn't just that they would talk about sports and women and all the other things that Trump likes to talk about, but he would actually ask him policy advice. And as Annie correctly reported, he was often the first person to see him in the morning, the last person to see him at night. He would walk him between the Oval Office and the residence. And in those early sort of Wild West days of the administration, when the Oval Office was kind of like Grand Central Station, people would just wander in and out, Keith was the guy, often just on pure gut instinct, who would decide whether the president was in the right mood to see this person. He knows the president so well that he didn't even need to talk to Trump often. He would divine by his own understanding of Trump whether this person who was in the outer oval, whether it was the right time to bring them in. So as I said, you just can't overstate how close these two are. And as you said in your intro, he has seen a lot of things.
Let's quote Annie's work. Back to Annie, shall we? Annie, here's another quote. Many Trump officials and friends said their main concern is that the sight of Trump's longest-serving and closest aide, the man who is widely credited with knowing how to manage the president's moods, his diet, what triggers him, and what soothes him, being hauled in front of a committee could aggravate Trump as he enters a series of high-stakes meetings with the Chinese on his 12-day trip through Asia. Annie, at minimum, it's got to be a preoccupation.
Definitely. And I just want to add to Jonathan's recap of what he means. A lot of people in the White House have told me of all the high-level departures we've seen, the one with long-lasting effects is the departure of Keith Schiller. This really has taken a toll and made the president feel more isolated. Now, we're watching now Keith Schiller going in. This wasn't going in to talk to Mueller, so Democrats had low expectations of any bombshell being revealed to the House Intel Committee. They saw this more as potentially him going in there to discredit the famous dossier and kind of the White House kind of giving their blessing to him going in and doing this. Nonetheless, that footage that was all over the news today of Keith Schiller walking in, someone told me in that article, you bet Trump's DVRing this and watching it. It's a sign that these investigations are coming now for the people closest to him. Hope Hicks is scheduled to talk to Mueller when she gets back from Asia. This is now the inner circle, and I was told that the idea that Keith Schiller is being grilled for 4 hours. This is the Trump whispers. This is the people that really know him, and that even if Schiller went in there just to discredit the Trump dossier and say none of it is true, it's getting closer and closer to home.
Annie, there's another aspect, and that was what put them together originally. It's muscle and brawn. There's a greatest hits video reel of Keith Schiller getting the better of a whole lot of protesters at a whole lot of events, and in some cases when he didn't think anyone, he's being gentle here with Jorge, but when he didn't think anyone was watching, and Trump has really, that's a little less gentle there. Trump has really appreciated that role, and it was a fraught relationship. When the Secret Service had to learn to live with Keith, subsume him into their ranks, he would often be seen, especially up on the Hill, walking in the phalanx with the president, where a lead agent would often be seen.
The whole setup was one of the stranger things from the beginning when Trump came into office. It was one of the ways he was testing what is just norms and what is law. Can you bring in a private security person to work hand in hand with the Secret Service? It's never been done before. Another where he's shattering norms, but he did it. He brought in Keith. He was a loyal guy. John Kelly, the new chief of staff, has tried to create a culture where people in the White House understand they're serving the country and the Constitution. And then the president, Keith Schiller, was there to serve Donald J. Trump.
So, Mr. Miller, he was the Clark Clifford of body men, if we're allowed to say that. He was present at the creation of this presidency. Go through the list of things he might know about and be able to speak to in granular detail.
I think the most important things all have to do with what Jonathan called those Wild West days of the early administration. So from the time Trump was sworn in until Comey was fired in early May, that about 3.5-month period that really formed the heart of Bob Mueller's obstruction of justice investigation. So obviously all of his meetings, all the president's meetings with Jim Comey, his request for a loyalty pledge, his request that he back off of the Flynn investigation, and then his apparent anger when Comey didn't do that led to him asking the director of national intelligence to intervene with the FBI, asking the head of the CIA to intervene, asking the head of the NSA to intervene, and ultimately firing Comey. For Bob Mueller to prove that that's obstruction of justice, he has to show motive. He has to show that the president had a corrupt motive in mind when he did that. And the way you show that is what the president said at the time. If he ever said in a room, either to Keith Schiller or to other aides, but you know Keith Schiller would be one of the ones because he was there in the most unguarded moments. If the president said, if Jim Comey doesn't back off this Russia investigation, I'm going to get rid of him. That's the motive that Bob Mueller needs to show to prove obstruction of justice, and that's why Keith Schiller is such an important witness to his team.
Jonathan, what's going on with the director of the CIA? We hasten to add, he is a man of consequence. He was #1 in his class at West Point, went to Harvard Law School. Mike Pompeo, never one to suffer fools gladly, confident in his intellect and ability. What's he doing meeting with this guy?
It's not a great sign.
Well, you guys do understatement really well from your part of the world.
Well, I mean, if you believe the account in The Intercept, and it hasn't been contradicted by the CIA, this is Donald Trump saying, you know, this is the way it was quoted, that if you really want to know the facts, go and talk to this guy. And, I mean, at the very least, it's troubling because this person's theory runs entirely contrary to the entire intelligence community over which Pompeo reigns. It would be one thing to send, one of your deputies, subordinates, a few levels down to, humor the president and listen to things. But for the head of the CIA to go and take this meeting, and very recently, it's hard to interpret as anything else apart from just indulging some of your boss's perhaps less savory instincts.
Good choice of words there. So, Annie, if Pompeo has ambitions beyond Langley, and the rumors are all over the place. I don't think there's anyone in Washington who expects the Secretary of State to remain in office past Christmas. We just don't know from the Secretary of State, but Pompeo's certainly been mentioned as being a possible move to Foggy Bottom. This could leave a mark on his permanent record.
That was the first thing I thought when I read the story today. He is the front runner, as far as I can tell from talking to a lot of people, to replace Rex Tillerson. People think it's not if, it's when. Pompeo has by far a Trump favorite these days. He gives him his daily security briefing in person at the White House. And now this reveals kind of why he has risen and why he's a Trump favorite. He appears to be willing to do what the president asks him to do. And this situation has created, I mean, if he is going to go for Secretary of State, any confirmation hearing will start with a question of, why did you meet this person? Is your loyalty to the president or to the oath you took to do the job. Meeting with someone who's denying claims that have been substantiated by all of our law enforcement agencies, it certainly will create a wrinkle in any future confirmation hearings, and it sheds light on why he has risen to be one of Trump's favorites as well.
It's never boring here. Matt Miller, Annie Carney, Jonathan Swan, thank you so much, as we thank you always for coming on. Terrific conversation. Coming up, did he really just promote his New Jersey golf course in what had to be a first tonight before the Korean Assembly Chamber? That's when the 11th hour.
Today, I hope I speak not only for our countries, but for all civilized nations when I say to the North, do not underestimate us and do not try us.
At the Korean National Assembly speech tonight, President Trump, as you heard there, took a strong, calculated stance against North Korea, staying on teleprompter to do it, speaking just miles from the DMZ separating the North from the South. He had a warning for the leader of the North.
Anyone who doubts the strength or determination of the United States should look to our past, and you will doubt it no longer. We will not permit America or our allies to be blackmailed or attacked. We will not allow American cities to be threatened with destruction. We will not be intimidated, and we will not let the worst atrocities in history be repeated here on this ground we fought and died so hard to secure.
So that was the meat of the speech, calculated, written out, disciplined, and tough talk, make no mistake. Elsewhere in the speech, though, perhaps a surprise to many in the audience in South Korea, a mention of his golf facility in North Jersey.
The Women's U.S. Open was held this year at Trump National Golf Club in Bedminster, New Jersey, and it just happened to be won by a great Korean golfer.
All righty then, let's bring back in our panelists who have been so patient. Philip Rucker, Kimberly Atkins, Peter Baker, back with us. Boy, Peter, I don't have a question here except what did you make of what we witnessed tonight?
Look, anywhere he gets a chance to tout the golf clubs, he's going to do it. He's shown that even in the most unlikely of settings. But what was interesting about the speech was it was meant to be tough. It was meant to send a signal, but it was not full of the fire and brimstone we've heard from the president in past weeks on this. He did not use the phrase fire and fury, which he used in August. He did not call Kim Jong-un Little Rocket Man as he did in September. He didn't threaten to wipe the nation off the face of the earth. And in fact, earlier in the day, he said, you know, come to the table and make a deal, just a few weeks after he told his own Secretary of State publicly that negotiating was a waste of time. So we're seeing something of a mixed message, to say the least. Is he, in fact, pumping his chest in order to foreshadow a potential military confrontation, or is he opening the door to a genuine negotiated solution? We can't really tell. And I think that's sort of the thing that leaves the situation so uncertain and so unsettled for many allies in the region.
Phil, who do you reckon has their hands in what is the traveling foreign policy shop? Is it kind of a committee, as it has been in so many other administrations? We are seeing differences in these remarks from day to day.
That's right, but the speech that he delivered, the formal speech that he delivered a couple of hours ago, is very much in keeping with what the top national security advisors had previewed back in Washington before they departed on the trip. And Trump's top aides are with him on this trip, including General Kelly, the chief of staff, and General McMaster, the national security advisor. But the other thing that stuck out to me in this speech, Brian, is he really painted a picture of what life in North Korea is like under this regime. He described it as hell. He talked about a murderous regime in very dark terms. And then he painted a picture of South Korea, talking about South Korea's economy that's been booming for decades, about the political independence there. He even praised scientists and authors and writers and talked about the Olympics and really tried to draw a comparison out as he really tries to build support around the world to join this coalition against North Korea.
Yeah, to Phil, to one of your points, I was really struck by how clinical and graphic the speech got at one point.
Very much
very
so.
Dark. Wondering what, how that was injected into the speech. It's not the kind of thing you wanted children in the room to hear.
It's not, but we've seen this before in some of President Trump's speeches, including his inaugural address when he talked about American carnage. He likes this sort of graphic imagery. He spoke this way on the campaign trail a lot. He describes terrorists as animals. I mean, he likes to come up with really sort of visceral terminology when he's making his points.
Kimberly, you have to admit, yesterday's theme, though, from him was kind of, let's make a deal. Even in Japan, he was saying, you know, we can work something out. It was a little bit of outreach. Today, tonight, we are back to something closer to fire and fury.
I think that's right. I mean, I think we've heard the president say many times that he doesn't want his enemies to know what he's thinking, and he likes the element of surprise and unpredictability. So we're certainly seeing that play out in these very different words, very different approaches that we've seen in a matter of 24 hours. I mean, while he still has not gone all the way to calling Kim Jong-un pejorative names, it certainly was a lot stronger, a lot more resolute that, you know, either you put these, you stop this nuclear program or it's going to end very badly for you, and being really strong and resolute. So I think it's a way to keep the enemy guessing.
Peter, I got something to show you. It's tomorrow in South Korea. So for the president, tomorrow it's already the anniversary of his great election victory. And no matter where he is in the world, he is always capable of retelling and relitigating his great election victory. Here is a collection of what he had to say about that today on the other side of the world.
Almost 2 million jobs have been added since a very, very special day. It's called Election Day, November 8th. 2 million jobs.
Numbers are phenomenal over the last, since November 8th, Election Day. I appreciate very much your acknowledging and stating the fact that the United States economy has done so well since our election on November 8th. So it's November, and he said to me, congratulations on your victory. It was a great victory. It is interesting that it is 1 year as of tomorrow that we had our election victory, and it was a great victory, and a victory that made a lot of people very happy. And trade is something that we always talk. It's one of my favorite subjects. I guess it's one of the reasons that I had that great successful victory last year at this time.
And since my election exactly 1 year ago today, I celebrate with you.
So that was a compendium, since he's been on the Asia trip, of his mentions of his, I don't know if you heard, a great election victory. And remember, this is the guy who said to the Boy Scouts, they told me there was no path to 270. Peter, this is just going to be his thing, I guess more and more so because of the existential threat to his election victory that goes on every day in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Look, Brian, did you remember, by the way, that today is the anniversary of his election? Don't forget that. Look,
I was going to remind you.
This is the one thing he holds on to as sort of a moment of great triumph, right? He overcame the odds. Nobody expected him to win, including Donald Trump. And so he holds on to that because every day since then has been full of turmoil and trouble. It's true the economy is doing well. It's on the same path that it was on when he inherited it, with the exception of the stock market, which I think has gone up more substantially since he became elected. Unemployment, job growth, GDP growth, these are more or less on the same track that he had inherited when he came in. So the truth is that he is still struggling to find things to hold on to that can count as victories. He didn't get one tonight in Virginia in the off-year governor's election. He hasn't got a big one yet on Capitol Hill. We don't know that he'll get one by the end of the year on taxes. And so the one thing he hangs on to, the one thing he can point to again and again and again is the election. And as you point out, because of this investigation into Russian meddling, even that election is called into question election. So he brings it back up again in order to dispute the idea that there is anything unvarnished about it, because he thinks that's trying to delegitimize his presidency.
Our panelists will stand by with us. We'll keep the conversation going. Another break for us. When we come back, what just happened in the Commonwealth of Virginia tonight? Voters have spoken in there and some other big races. Our own Steve Kornacki speaks voter. He will join us at the big board for more of that when we come right back. We are back as advertised. Steve Kornacki is back at the big board after a big night for the Democrats, Steve. The question is, if you're looking over the map as the head of the party, where do they go from here?
That is the question. Can you roll this into something bigger? Obviously, Democrats, they needed the moral victory. They need to put something on the board. But what about 2018? What about trying to get back control of the House of Representatives? And that's where I think some of the results we saw tonight might be significant. We talked about this earlier. I said revenge of the suburbs. You had these areas up here, D.C. suburbs, densely populated. Quarter of the state's population is up here. These are places that did not go for Donald Trump at all last year. They stayed very much against him. You saw extremely high motivation, very high turnout here, even worse margins against the Republicans. Basically, voters here who already didn't like Trump, they decided to attach Trump to every Republican, and that meant Ed Gillespie, and that meant Ed Gillespie really losing the election here in these counties. Something else, though, is happening in Virginia because of this. Coming into tonight, the margin in the House of Delegates, the state legislature, it was 66 for the Republicans. It was 34 for the Democrats. But because of this wave, especially up here, so many of these districts, 100 districts in the state, so many of them are up here in these suburbs because of this wave, the size of this Democratic wave. Right now, as of this moment, Democrats have won at least 13 of those Republican-held seats. They lead in 2 others. They are in striking distance three others, and they are in striking distance of 3 others. They could get control of the state House of Delegates because of this wave, and the implications for 2018. You know, look, if you get the same dynamic, that's the House of Delegates there. If you get that same dynamic, though, think about nationally. That's what Democrats want to do, a suburban wave next year.
Wow. When you put it that way in terms of the House of Delegates, and people were saying in microcosm they were going to use it as a bit of a House preview in 2018. We've just witnessed quite a night, I guess. Steve Kornacki, thank you for chronicling all of it at the big board. Our long-suffering panel members remain with us, Philip, Kimberly, and Peter. Peter, you could form a theory that Donna Brazile is the luckiest woman in the United States tonight. Her new book about what just happened, speaking of relitigating the election, which has made so many people so angry with her, will probably get nicely overshadowed by this victory, and those who are in charge in the DNC can talk about good things going forward?
Yeah, I think that's you're right about that. I think that the Democrats are looking for a unifying event to hold on to. The Donna Brazile thing just threw them for a loop. They didn't know it was coming. They were angry. They're upset. They're, relitigating a year ago rather than looking forward. This gives them a chance to put that behind them a little bit and say what they plan to do in 2018. These numbers that Steve goes over are really striking. I'm struck by, for instance, in Chesterfield County is outside of Richmond. I lived in Richmond for a few years, and that's a really Republican area. Northam almost beat Gillespie in one of the most Republican counties in the country. Loudoun and Prince William County, which were pretty heavily Republican when I covered Virginia, now clearly switching pretty solidly to blue, not just in this election, but in the last few. So we're seeing 2 things here. One is a change of Virginia from a very competitive purple state increasingly toward the blue column as a regular thing. And then secondly, this backlash against President Trump, or at least Trumpism, as Ed Gillespie sought to project it in this election only. Whether this means anything going forward, again, very open question.
Phil Rucker, in 30 seconds or less, do you expect to see more Republicans in the House decide this will be a great time to spend more time with their families?
Potentially. I think a lot of Republicans in the House are going to have to decide whether to continue to support, President Trump in every way, or try to find ways to break with him and show some independence. And, we'll have to see how much the Republicans in the House contort themselves over the next year before these midterms.
And Kimberly, 30 seconds, same rule to you. Legislative outcome between now and the end of the year, what's the chance, the actual chance, chance a bill will arrive on the president's desk saying anything that he will sign?
I think that it gets tougher tonight because of the contortions that Republicans will start twisting themselves into, and the fear about what comes in the midterm if they pass something that the voters will ultimately reject. I think tonight it became a little harder for President Trump's legislative agenda to move forward.
You guys have been great. You're always great. Combat pay all around tonight for Phil Rucker, Kimberly Atkins, and Peter Baker. Thank you so much for staying around with us on this election night 2017. Another break. We're back with some good news out of today's news right after this.
Hello, this is Joey Walmart Online Grocery.
This job that they created to do online grocery and to have that one-on-one experience with the customers, he's meant for it.
Thank you. I'm Joey Gabe.
Last thing before we go here tonight, we've been looking for some good news to pass along. We always do around here, and there it was, as if on cue, on the website of the Daily Mail today. The headline, "Humans will one day live forever and only die in accidents," claims scientists who believes blood transfusions can keep people perpetually youthful. So we've got that going for us, and it sounds like we've just got to take it real easy and live very carefully, and then we're home free. Everlasting life promised by so many of the world's religions, and yet so far mathematically impossible among us mortals here on Earth. It's the holy grail, as you might imagine, to so many scientists. And the biomedical gerontologist, the aging expert quoted in the article, seems to indicate blood plasma may play a big role. And once we reach this point in human history when disease and age can be stopped in their tracks and then forced to march backwards, we just have to really drive carefully. By then, of course, Amazon and Google will be driving while we sit inert in the back seat while Apple Music plays something it sure thought we liked. And yes, while a near zero death rate does raise issues of housing, natural resources, and restaurant reservations, we are confident in Silicon Valley's ability to come up with a workaround patch by this weekend. Well, for all of us who must now cheat death and commute home at midnight in New York City, that is our Tuesday evening broadcast, a live edition of
Trump thumped. That's my hardball. I'm Chris Matthews. It's midnight in Washington on a huge night for the resistance. Democrats in Virginia and New Jersey won massive victories and sent a clear and unmistakable message nationally, a rejection of President Trump. In Virginia, Ralph Northam bounded ahead of late polls, defeating Republican Ed Gillespie, who had run a Trumpian campaign focused on crime, illegal immigration, and Confederate monuments. Democrats won all statewide offices. Trump backed Gillespie, even putting out a robocall for him. But tonight, he sent him a Dear John letter all the way from Seoul. Not even the 7,000 miles between Virginia and South Korea was enough distance for him. He tweeted, "Ed Gillespie worked hard, but did not embrace me or what I stand for." Well, tonight it's the Democrats who got a big morale boost, while Trump and his party have plenty to worry about a year ahead of the 2018 congressional elections. I'm joined right now by Republican strategist John Brabender and U.S. Congressman Jerry Connolly of Virginia. Gentlemen, settle this out, but it seems to me, if you look at all the numbers, Congressman, a walloping victory for the governor, for the gubernatorial candidate, and possibly taking over the entire assembly from the Republicans.
It was a comprehensive Democratic win in Virginia, no getting around it. And if the Democrats take back the House of Representatives, I think it has real implications next year for the House of Representatives, because it mirrors exactly what we had to do. Hillary Clinton won 17 seats held by Republicans. We're winning most of those seats tonight. In the House of Representatives, she won 23 seats. We need 24.
John, it just seems to me, John Brabender, that when you want to vote against something, you only have a few little levers. and you use every one. It looks like they used every one.
Well, and we
In other
saw
words,
that
governor, lieutenant governor, attorney general, and the individual delegate races in that state, 100 of them, and then 17, as the congressman points out, that are decisive, where Hillary had won and they were Republican. It looks like they switched parties.
Well, I would argue it's a little bit different.
Well, go ahead.
Because, first of all, I think it was a good night for the Democrats. I'm not arguing that. But if you look at it, Gillespie lost by about 9 points. The lieutenant governor and the attorney general candidate, however, only lost by about 5 to 6 points, which is what Trump lost last year. So that's number one. Number two is the loss was not just Donald Trump. The loss was also McConnell and Ryan and the lack of Republicans getting anything done. There was nothing there. There was nothing to run on. So I think the Republicans are going to have to look inside and say this is not just Donald Trump. This is not his failing. This is his agenda not being properly explained and properly and effectively passed. And I think you'll hear a lot of Republicans put as much blame on McConnell and Ryan as they do Trump tomorrow.
Really?
I really do.
I respectfully disagree. First of all, Democrats only win Virginia statewide by single digits. Ralph Northam tonight significantly outperformed that. He won by 9 points. Nobody called that. Secondly, there's no getting around the fact that Trump is toxic in a swing state like Virginia. The reason for the magnitude of this loss is Donald Trump. Democrats ran a good campaign, but Donald Trump helped every day of the week.
Yeah, but Gillespie was not Donald Trump. In fact, he almost lost a primary that nobody thought he was even going to be competitive by somebody who was running as the Trump person.
Warn you, my friend John Brabender, tomorrow morning's newspapers all across the country
Absolutely
will say
they are.
Trump was thumped.
Because he's an easy target. He's an easy. People want to say that.
Well, okay. Anyway, wasn't it about him?
I think it was about largely. It was a real referendum on this presidency, and it came up very short.
All anybody talks about is Trump anyway.
The majority of people in the exit polls said that Donald Trump was not even a factor in how they voted.
Okay, right.
Well, I'll take you to my district where Ralph Northam won 70% of the vote. No Democrats ever done that, and I can tell you those voters voted that way because of Donald Trump.
For Democrats in Virginia, the message was bigger than just the Commonwealth. Let's watch.
Today, Virginia sent a very important message. We are the United States of America, not the divided states of America. And we sent an even more important or equally important message. The Democratic Party is back, my friends.
Tonight, we are sending a message to the world that Virginia will be the match that sparks the wildfire of progressive change all across this country and all across this world.
Virginia has told us to end the divisiveness, that we will not condone hatred and bigotry, and to end the politics that have torn this country apart.
What's interesting, John Brabender and Congressman, is that the issues we were all watching, besides Trump, was this issue of the Confederate statues.
That's
and
right.
3 out of 5 people in Virginia, and that includes all races, obviously, and genders and everything, was for keeping the statues the way they are. They don't want any changes. They don't want anything taken down. Yet, that was the position of Gillespie, the Republican. The position of the Democratic candidate, Northam, was get them all down. That's how he started anyway.
Yeah, but what that says to me is the voter said, that's where I am on this issue, but I did not vote on this issue.
Yeah.
That's right.
I think that's what you have to understand.
I think that's right. It was not a dispositive issue. But I do want to go back to Gillespie and Trump. Gillespie didn't know who Trump was in Northern Virginia, but he ran an ad campaign, a television ad campaign, that absolutely invoked the worst of the Trump campaign last year.
Is he credible as a Southerner?
No, and
he's a guy.
This time it didn't work.
I'm not saying ethnicity, there's Catholics in Virginia, but here's a Catholic guy from Catholic U that grew up in New Jersey. And he's running down there waving the flag of Stonewall Jackson. I mean,
Here's what I'll guarantee.
And the other guy, Northam, had a Southern accent. And I thought, well, maybe.
A native and a doctor running against a New Jersey lobbyist. I don't think it was a credible candidacy from day one.
What do you think, New Jersey lobbyist trying to be governor of Virginia?
Here's the deal. I'll guarantee you that was never in their game plan. I'll guarantee you that they had polling numbers about 3 weeks ago that said, we're losing this race. We have to figure out something to change the topic. And they sort of rolled the dice and decided that those were going to be the issues.
What would have happened if they brought Trump into campaign with them?
I don't think the results would have been any better, but I think they were trying to spark some of those Trump voters without having the negativity that they would have had in a place like Northern Virginia by bringing Trump in here. And so I think they got greedy, tried to do that with an issue. But I'll guarantee you that strategically they had to make a shift to try to do that. That would be my guess.
I think it's very tough for this fellow, Gillespie. I've known him a long time. It's very tough for Gillespie to represent a controversial president in a by-election. Churchill, my hero, once said, never, ever represent the government in a by-election, because anybody who's got any problems with the government party, the one running the country, any problem, they lay on you. Right, Congressman?
Absolutely right.
You stand there as the only one taking all the hell that has Trump's name on it.
And historically, that's how Virginia performs. Yeah. We have our election the year after the presidential election, and almost always, Terry McAuliffe being an exception, we vote for the other party candidate. It's a corrective.
Is Virginia changing enough that a transgender person was elected as a delegate this week?
Yeah, I mean, Virginia's much more of a middle Atlantic state now than it is a southern state. It's like New Jersey or any place else. So it is becoming a harder state for Republicans. We saw that in the last two presidential races. Yes, we're going to compete in Virginia, and we really did effectively.
You put single women together with a growing minority, a strong minority population, and a growing highly educated population with more and more college. We saw that showing up in the numbers. More college grads voting this year than last year, and that's tough.
But Ralph did well for a Democratic candidate among white men. He did well with non-college educated
voters. He carried
voters.
white women.
Yeah, so
like
he actually broke some barriers.
It's how we talk like South Africans when it comes to this thing of politics. You're not laughing.
Yeah, well,
we shouldn't be talking like that. Anyway, we do.
You know, it is what it is.
Word, did you win or lose tonight?
We didn't lose tonight, but here's how I look at it. We still got a Supreme Court justice that we got passed, and that's like 6 or 7 governors.
Okay, you mean this year?
Well, it was.
You had that in your bag before tonight.
Yeah.
By the way, you are Baghdad Bob tonight to say you guys won.
I didn't say we won tonight.
Okay, John Brabender, thank you for coming on and being the guy in the barrel tonight. And Congressman Jerry Connolly, congratulations, because you were on this program a couple weeks ago and you predicted the whole thing.
Thank you.
And I don't really like being out-predicted. You did it. I'm joined right now on the phone by one of the rising stars of the Democratic Party across the country, Congresswoman Cheri Bustos of Illinois. Congresswoman, thank you for joining us tonight. And the reason I want you on is you are one of the rising stars. Does this make you feel more aloft, this victory in Virginia as a Democrat?
Oh, you know, I want to be very optimistic about something that we're seeing tonight. But, gosh, I also want to say, hey, you know, we got a lot of work to do, and November of 2018 is still a year off. I don't want to lose sight of the fact that we've got to keep focused on what people back in districts like mine in rural Illinois are talking about, and that is it's still jobs and the economy. And as we saw in the exit polls tonight in Virginia, a lot of this is about health care as well. People are very, very concerned about what's happening with health care, that Donald Trump and Paul Ryan are sicking on people.
Let's stay on that for a minute with Congressman Connolly here, because what happened was in Virginia, you had until tonight a conservative legislature that said no expansion of Medicaid up to a higher percentage of poverty level, in fact, above the poverty level. And apparently that's one of the pressures, right, yeah. Congressman Connolly?
It was the #1 issue tonight. And by the way, we saw a referendum on this issue in Maine, and it passed with 60%. Yeah. So health care is going to be a big issue going into the midterm.
What is it in Illinois? What is the particular aggravating point on health care? Is it the threat to Obamacare, Congresswoman? What is it?
Well, Chris, you and I have talked about how I go back home and I do these supermarket Saturdays, just walk the aisles and see what's on everyday people's minds. And healthcare has just been dominant, starting with Donald Trump's election. The biggest concern I hear is people who have seen family members live through cancer or heart attack and the pre-existing conditions, and what in the heck is going to happen to them. And with what Paul Ryan is doing, what Donald Trump is doing on the cost of health care, we're going to continue to see this go up unless they decide to work with Democrats and address the rising cost of health care, address the rising cost of prescription drugs. And we can do that if they're willing to work with us.
When you walk through the supermarkets, we talked about this. Do you walk counterclockwise or clockwise? I think it's better to go counterclockwise because then the people are coming at you. Because most people go into shopping center, they go to the supermarket around the right and then around the. I'm just kidding. Anyway.
Well, Chris, ever since you advised me to do that, I'm going counterclockwise with your advice. Thank you.
It's something I learned running when I was 20 years old. Anyway, U.S. Congressman, I meant you are a rising star. It's so great to have you on. Sherry Bustos of Illinois. Coming up, the big issues that powered Democrats to victory tonight, plus health care being the #1. And the majority of voters in Virginia say they want to keep the Confederate monuments, but they're not voting on that issue, as John Brabender pointed out. And it's been a big night for Democrats, as Donald Trump would say, but he wouldn't say this night, a huge night. And our coverage of Decision 2017 will continue here on the special edition of Victory. By the way, the first big night of victory since Trump was elected president. First time. This edition of Hardball, back after this. Welcome back to this special edition of Hardball after midnight. What pushed Democrat Ralph Northam from over the top in Virginia? Well, a closer look at the exit polls tells us more about the issues that animated actually moved the voters down in Virginia today. For more, I'm joined by our expert, Steve Kornacki. Steve, what made it happen?
Yeah, Chris, well, here's the exit poll. Ask him what issues motivated you, and you see those, the national issues intersecting. You were talking there about health care. Obviously, big story nationally this year with the Republican push to repeal Obamacare. Also been an ongoing story in Virginia with Terry McAuliffe trying to expand Medicaid. You see almost 40% say that was their issue. Overwhelmingly, by the way, the 40% who said this were Democrats, were people voting for Ralph Northam. Then you got gun policy, most recently in the news with that tragedy in Texas the other day. This was about split. About half the people saying guns were their issue were voting for Gillespie. About half of them were voting for Northam. So different motivations there. Sure. You got taxes, more of a sort of a bread and butter Republican issue there. And then you got immigration. Obviously, this is the one that Gillespie was really playing up. These were Republican voters you were looking at here, Gillespie voters. And you mentioned this, too. This is a very interesting result, I think. Gillespie, he ran on that issue of heritage, he called it, the Confederate monuments, saying they should not be torn down. This question was asked, Confederate monuments on government property, what should be done with them? You see here, only 38% said remove them. Almost 60% were with Gillespie on that. They said leave them in place. Gillespie was trying to build a winning coalition out of that 57%. Just didn't materialize. And that may be because the biggest issue here wasn't really in this exit poll. It might just have been Donald Trump himself.
Yeah, I wonder about the statues issue. Is it reasonable to assume that if you have 21% turnout among African Americans in this election, which is a good turnout in terms of proportionality, that only about 18% of white voters were for getting rid of the statues? The whites generally for keeping them historically. They wanted to keep that history, whatever, despite its moral mix, to put it lightly.
And you have to say, while Gillespie really ran aggressively on the issue, Northam didn't really take the opposite position. Northam kind of punted on it. He said, you know what, municipalities, localities, you decide. So it wasn't like he was out there doing the culture war stuff from the other side.
Yeah, and he started out being a complete get him out of the way to the Senate of the Museums guy. And you're right. Then he said, we'll leave it up to the locals. That was a pushback. I don't think that's the right issue for Democrats. I know they have to do it, but I think they better put that on the back burner for a while. Anyway, thank you, Steve. Sure. That's where it belongs. As Steve mentioned, the removal of Confederate monuments became a hot-button issue in the Virginia race in the wake of last summer's, well, here's why it got hot, the deadly protest in Charlottesville where the real right-wingers, the alt-right, were pushing it. From where I'm joined by the mayor of Richmond, Virginia, LeVar Stoney, and Larry Sabato, director of the Center for Politics at the University of Virginia. Mayor, like it or not, this issue made Virginia, it sort of became the iconic issue, because everybody else can identify with health care and guns and immigration, but no other state has got the history that Virginia has in terms of fighting the Civil War.
This is true. We have a special, unique, and rich history here in the Commonwealth of Virginia, particularly in my city, in the city of Richmond. But I think what you saw today at the polls, that there are issues that matter a whole lot more than bronze and granite. The living matter a whole lot more. So that means health care, public education, and also, obviously, combating gun violence matters a whole lot more than bronze and granite.
Yeah, I think that's true. Larry, I guess we're not completely moving over to the Middle East where they fight over every statue, every piece of ground, because it all has historic and religious meaning to the different communities, right? I'm not sure it's reached that point now where we're actually going to war over the statues, but your thoughts, you're the expert down there. Larry.
Well, I tell you, I think there was a backlash to what happened in Charlottesville and what later happened in Richmond, and the mayor handled that very well. But long story short, I think both parties are just going to back off from this. To the extent they can, they will leave it to localities. That's probably the way to handle it. Some localities may want to have referenda, for example. That may be a way to deal with it. As a statewide issue, I have to tell you, the Democrats were very, very worried that this was going to end up hurting Ralph Northam. They were very concerned that this would stimulate another racial issue. And already you had Gillespie harping on MS-13 and immigration and crime and lots of and football players taking a knee, all this kind of stuff. But what was really interesting, Chris, this boiled down not to those issues that Steve just mentioned, though he's correct, that's what was asked on the exit poll. It boiled down to Trump and Trumpism. It's not a referendum on Trump, but it was a public backlash to Trump and some kind of repudiation, I think, of Trumpism. That was what this election ended up being about.
Yeah, Mayor, you know this as well. You run for office, you get elected, Mayor. I have a sense, I said it earlier tonight, that voters only have a crude tool when they go in the voting booth. They can't, they can't write a letter or write an essay. They got to vote. It's basically binary, yes or no. Do you vote yes in the campaign or vote no? And this time they voted no. What is it about your community, your voters, that they, be honest here, what is it they most dislike about Donald Trump?
I think they hate the divisive and bigoted sort of rhetoric that's coming out of his mouth. I mean, you heard some of the way I think it all began. You look back at, what he said about African Americans during the presidential campaign. Like, what do we have to lose? Well, now we saw what we had to lose, and we came out in full force. In my city alone, 70,000 voters came out and voted this time around. We won at 81%, what Ralph Northam did. Last time, when Terry McAuliffe was on, about 58,000 came out to vote. So you see the difference there. Not only African Americans, but young white voters as well kind of came out and said, you know what, in a resounding way, said that this is the sort of politics we don't want in our Commonwealth and beyond.
Tell me what it means that the millennials did what you said, that it wasn't an ethnic thing or a racial thing among millennials, that, and you, Larry, jumping on this too, this idea that young people really did vote against Trumpism. Mayor first.
Yeah, I would say this. When I look at my city is young, between 20 and 29 years old. 23% of our population is made up of those individuals. We want a progressive style of politics, a politics that is inclusive and welcoming. What you hear out of Washington, D.C., and what you heard from Ed Gillespie was maybe he did not embrace Donald Trump, but he ran on the Trump playbook of fear-mongering, talk about MS-13, talk about statues. He may not have embraced Trump. Maybe that's his fault, but guess what? He ran with the Trump playbook.
Larry, is this going to disabuse the Republican candidates in 18 that they can win as Trump? Mimicking his issues.
Chris, it ought to if they are in either purple competitive territory or blue territory. How could a Republican get elected by being associated either with Trump personally or with his issues? Now, look, if you're from a deeply red state, if you're running in North Dakota,
Alabama,
you can run with Trump.
Alabama looks purple right now. Could that
look,
be
it
with
might
Doug
be.
Jones? You're laughing, Mayor, but they're even in the polls.
It's pretty extreme.
One thing I'll add is we may take back the House of Delegates here tonight as well. I mean, I look at it right now, looks like a 50-50 seat. If I were a House Republican in Congress, I'd be scared. Also, I'd add this as well. We had a great 4 years of Terry McAuliffe's leadership. And, Terry McAuliffe and Ralph Northam were tied at the hip. I think Ed Gillespie made that case, and I think you saw what won out.
Are you for McAuliffe for president?
He's going to run.
I think Terry McAuliffe would make it. I think he'd make an excellent president if he chose to do that. We'll see what happens.
Will you be with him if he runs?
I'm going to be the mayor of Richmond. That's where I'm going to be. But,
Mayors can endorse presidents. I love doing this. I caught you, Mayor. You don't want to say you're for Terry or not. He'll call you tomorrow, maybe tonight.
If if Terry McAuliffe runs for president, he has my endorsement without a doubt.
Well, a man who makes decisions on a dime. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Hey,
Lamar Stoney of Richmond, a great man. Thank you. Larry, what do you think of this as a representative of the United States coming next year? Is this a lodestar for 2018 politics?
Well, it's going to help Democrats raise money. It's going to help Democrats recruit candidates. Chris, what this legislative vote in Virginia showed is Democrats have to recruit candidates to run everywhere. You never know where you might win. Incredibly, Northam's coattails picked Democrats from just 34 of 100 seats in the House of Delegates to a 50-50 split, and they're going to be recounts. They might go over 50. The key there was having lots of candidates who could catch on to a wave. There could be a wave next year. We don't know yet. It's too early.
Larry, you've taught something very important to those watching tonight. In elections like next year, you may run in a seat that has never gone Democrat, and you may win. And in 1964, 1974, 1990, there were all kinds of years where the people who, teachers just announced, I think I'll run for it. I'll run it the last day. Tom Foley ran it the last day. Howard up in Maryland, or New Jersey he ran the last day. He got elected. It's a year to put your name on the ballot. Get it on the ballot. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Larry Sabato, who knows his politics. Up next, President Trump is in South Korea right now, but his mind is on Virginia and the governor's race he lost. And tonight he blasted Ed Gillespie, supposedly his guy, before the voting, saying the Republican lost because he failed to embrace, that's his word, the Trump agenda and maybe the Trump manner. You're watching a special edition of Hardball.
I just called Lieutenant Governor Ralph Northam to congratulate him on becoming Governor-elect Ralph Northam. As I said throughout the course of this campaign, Governor-elect Northam is a good man, and I appreciate his service to our country and our Commonwealth, and I wish him nothing but the best success as our 73rd governor. Obviously, wish it had gone the other way, but I thank those who voted and cast votes, even for, obviously, those who won today.
Well, doing that's a lot harder than you think. Welcome back to Hardball. That was Virginia Republican candidate for Governor Ed Gillespie, who got walloped tonight, conceding the race to Ralph Northam. He didn't mention, you notice there in the whole speech, in fact, Donald Trump. But as I mentioned, the president tweeted earlier that, quote, Ed Gillespie worked hard but did not embrace me or what I stand for. Don't forget, Republicans won four House seats over the year, and with the economy doing record numbers, we will continue to win even bigger than before. That's Trump doing as usual. It's an about-face, of course. Earlier today, the president tweeted that, quote, Gillespie will totally turn around the high crime and poor economic performance of Virginia. MS-13 and crime will be gone. Vote today, ASAP. Well, that was him before the votes came in. This is a pattern, of course, for the president. He tweeted against Alabama Senator Luther Strange after he lost his primary runoff to Roy Moore. He dumped on him afterwards and dumped him and deleted his previous tweets in support of Strange. Somehow he erased them. I'm joined now by Jason Johnson, politics editor at The Root and an MSNBC political contributor. Jason, this unfortunate human nature here to scamper away from defeat when you did become partner with the guy politically.
Well, you know, not only partnering with yourself, this isn't just like leaving the prom date that you weren't happy with, right?
No.
This is
don't talk. Nobody does that.
Yeah.
I know, that is worse than I can imagine.
Exactly. I mean, and here's the thing, you know, the tweets just earlier in the day, and you're saying this guy is wonderful, and now you're saying that he's not wonderful. But the other problem is this, Chris, every Republican out there, like every other tweet that Trump sends, they're seeing this now. They're seeing this guy is not going to have my back. I do. I didn't believe it until I saw what's happening on the state legislator level. That's where this is really worrisome for Republicans.
Yeah.
Because if you see a state legislature flip in an off-year election, and if that level of enthusiasm continues, that's where you've got some real problems.
Well, that's how the Republicans built up their strength over the last 20 years.
Exactly.
Let me ask you about the decision by Mr. Gillespie. And these decisions are not accidental or casual. You go out there to give a very plaintiff, difficult moment. It is very difficult to give a concession speech and to do it without crying, without showing any kind of emotion. You don't want to show it. You got to show strength, and you just have to. And to decide, as he was composing his thoughts and his emotions and his words, I'm not going to mention the SOB.
He's a better man than me.
I mean, well, he said, I'm not going to say I want to thank the president for all his help, and all. He didn't do that.
And I don't think he ever really wanted to. You know, Pence came down there. Gillespie was never really going to embrace Donald Trump. And I think, you know, look, I've looked at this.
Why? Because he's an establishment figure.
He's an establishment figure.
RNC chair.
Exactly. And Trump would have caused more trouble than help.
How about Trump? 7,000 miles away, and it wasn't far enough away that he felt that he had a dump on this guy. Anyway, here's a little sadism for all of us. New Jersey Republican Kim Guadagno conceded her race to Democrat Phil Murphy early tonight. She, of course, was running on the opposite of coattails of Governor Christie, who's down in the low teens in terms of respect and popularity. Let's watch the best she could make of it tonight.
About 10 minutes, well, maybe even 5 minutes ago, I called Phil Murphy and congratulated him on a fabulous race. Stop. It was a great race. We left no stone unturned. And we would not have done anything differently. I want to congratulate him on the win, and you will too right now. Give him congratulations on the win. This is not the end. This is the beginning of a good fight. We will keep up that fight.
I'm sorry. I know she's a woman, but I love the phrase Jersey girls. I think she's got the attitude, the spunk. I love it. I'm sorry. A little bit of Joan Rivers there. It was great.
I thought she was fantastic.
She toughed it out.
Yeah. And you know, you see the people walking around like they're already beginning to sweep up. She was going to do this. She was going to be brave and say, and look, you know, it's like, I'm sure you've done this too. You ever try to run a marathon?
I've been in there when the trash is all over the floor.
Exactly. You know, people but she kept to it. She didn't give up. That's something to be credited.
She must have known, Jason, from day one she wasn't going to. Republicans don't get elected that easily in New Jersey.
No.
And then to have to go. What are the opposite of coattails? I was trying to think of what.
I don't know, banana peels. Yeah, millstone. Exactly.
Around her neck. She had that big, and I don't mean just physically, big governor on her shoulders.
Yes.
And the bridge, they even threw the bridge at her, and she had nothing to do with those cones out there.
We have too many puns. It's like a governor-sized millstone on her neck, a bridge too far.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, she was just not going to be able to do this.
Oh my God, that was a good movie, too. A great book. Cornelius, what's his name? Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Cornelius Ryan wrote A Bridge Too Far. Thank you, sir. It's great to have you on. Up next tonight was the big morale boost for Democrats and progressives that happened today. This is going to have an afterglow for weeks now, what happened today in Virginia. And what does it mean for 28? You bet it's going to mean something. It means a lot of people are going to run for office next year as Democrats who wouldn't have run otherwise because they think they can win now. Well, the Democrats now stand a real shot at winning those Senate races in Arizona, Alabama, in addition to Nevada, maybe. You watch this special edition of Hardball. Big night for the D's.
Virginia, we have witnessed yet another Democratic sweep today.
Well, it was a wipeout for Republicans at the hands of Ralph Northam and the Democrats tonight. Wipeout indeed. But did Ed Gillespie, well, he wasn't the only loser in tonight's Democratic wave in Virginia. Just days ago, former Trump chief strategist Steve Bannon told the New York Times that Gillespie closed an enthusiasm gap by rallying around the Trump agenda. Do you think? Anyway, the big lesson is that in Gillespie's case, Trumpism minus Trump can show the way forward. Well, not really. Well, tonight, voters in Virginia rejected Trumpism at the top of the ticket, and all the way down the ballot, actually, they may have cost the Republicans the entire state legislature. Was openly transgender Democrat Danica Rome won a Senate seat against 13-term incumbent who called himself Virginia's chief homophobe. That was certainly a battle of differences. Let's bring in the Hardball Roundtable. Yamiche Alcindor, national political reporter for the New York Times. Steve McMahon's a Democratic strategist, and John Feary's a Republican strategist. Down the line here, I think this is big. I think it's going to change the morale across the country of Democrats who haven't won a battle since last November, and they lost that one.
And the choices couldn't have been any more clear. You have someone, like you said, was calling himself the chief homophobe, and then you have a transgender woman saying, I'm going to usher in a completely different phase of Virginia.
She's 34 and he's 74, by the way.
Exactly. So to me, there was so much. This was not just kind of a nuance, or this was a clear choice. Either you want Confederate statues to dominate this conversation, or you want progressive ideals to dominate this conversation. And I think what's important is you see the numbers of people who saying they really do want those statues up, but they don't care because that's not what's going to be on their mind. The number one issue is health care, and in that regard, they're trusting Democrats to do that.
Good. I'm glad. I'd like to put that issue aside for a while and let it calm down. A little benign neglect on the statues for a couple months might be good. I don't like those pictures of those big cranes and everything. It's just, this is trouble. Anyway, Steve, it seems to me that when you look at the numbers, I think it was they wanted to vote no, right?
Absolutely.
They just wanted to vote no.
It was this pent-up outrage that was directed at Donald Trump, and this was an opportunity for voters to go out and really take a stand. And Ed Gillespie, it was kind of an unusual campaign because it was like the invasion of the body snatchers. Ed Gillespie, the caricature of Ed Gillespie that ran was not the Ed Gillespie that all of us have known.
I know.
In Washington
He was a regular
for a very long time.
Washingtonian.
A Chamber of Commerce establishment Republican who beat Trumpism in the primary and then became Trumpism in the general election. And it came back to bite him, and everybody up on Capitol Hill is worried right now.
Let's nail it down real simple here. We do talk ethnicity here. We got to do it because we're not South Africa, but sometimes when we talk politics, we sound like it. I think it's amazing. If you take 21% of the electorate, which was African-American this time, just assume roughly 20 out of the 21 voted against Trump. And then you take the white electorate, which is Southern in the Southern accent part of the state, right? Northam has a Southern accent. He's not some crazy left-winger. He's pretty much a centrist, a medical doctor. I think the Republicans would have had to run up a ridiculous percentage among white voters to win with 20% automatically against them because of statues and Trumpism, more Trumpism. John? How do you win an election like that if you're a Republican?
Which they didn't.
They didn't.
They didn't. If you look at the turnout, Northam did a lot better.
White women voted for Northam.
A lot better than anyone would have thought, and the suburbs was catastrophic for the Republicans. We got wiped out in the suburbs. Gillespie got wiped out in the suburbs. And, I think that if you're Barbara Comstock or if you're any of the many Republicans who make up the majority who come from suburbs around the country, you got to think, okay, how the heck am I going to get myself reelected? And they got to start thinking about that right now. And what they first got to do, they got to start getting things done in Congress.
This is interesting. Do you think people around the big cities, the better off suburbs like Delaware around Philly or Bucks, Fitzpatrick or Meehan, do you think they're getting a little shaky in their boots right now because they're on the leaning list? They're in that Charlie Cook leaning list.
I don't think they really liked Trump to begin with. I think a lot of them voted against Trump, and now their worry is that they not only voted against Trump, but they voted against the Republicans who are trying to align themselves with Trump.
Throw in the fact they're voting against property tax deductions in their tax bill this year, and they have high property taxes in these suburban areas, and they always comforted themselves like any normal person would by saying, at least I can write it off my federal income tax, and then you tell them, not now, not if Trump wins.
They're going to find a way to kind of get a deal on that. Be more acceptable to folks.
It's
but it's
you take away the property tax deduction to a guy who owns a woman who owns a house in the suburbs. They're
going to get a property tax deduction. What they're not going to get is the state and local taxes. That's where it's going to be the rub. But this is a big issue.
No, they're not going to get the property tax deduction.
It's capped at $10,000. That's not going to be sufficient for the people who enjoy it. Look, I think what's interesting about tonight is you look at the suburbs of Washington, where Ed Gillespie ran and did quite well when he ran against Mark Warner. He was 20 points. He got 20 points less in the vote in this election than he did when he ran against Warner. And that was true in Prince William County. It was true in Loudoun County. It was true in Fairfax County. The Ed Gillespie that ran last time was the sort of establishment.
Okay, you're a Republican running for election in any sort of reasonable state, not far right, reasonable state. Are you going to have Donald Trump's face on your literature?
Probably not. Mainly because, not only because I think this Trumpism's obviously lost tonight, but I also think there's this idea that Republicans have always been kind of not in Donald Trump's corner. They've never been.
He beat him. That's how he won. He didn't join him. He beat him.
He did, exactly, but I think there's this issue where Republicans for a long time, even before he won, didn't want to run as Donald Trump, and now they were feeling this pressure to be Donald Trump because of the fact that he had this surprising win. I think now Republicans are like, we can go back to our corners and not be Donald Trump.
Will he let him? Will he let him? Will he let him go on their own?
I mean, the problem is that you're going to have national, right? Like, you're going to have national effect no matter what happens. I think Donna Brazile, I know we're not talking about her, but I think
if we talk about Donna Brazile, it's all we can talk about because she's too big, literally.
But the problem
news this week.
The Democratic problems are also going to. I think that we've entered this stage where things are national in general.
Great question. Democrats are divided now. There's the Bernie people who are still hanging on for Bernie. I think Donna didn't help that. What she said the other day, I'm not sure what she wanted to do. But the Republicans now may have a real split, it seems to me. I'll go to John on this. The Republicans, are you going to have the Trump and the un-Trump Republican candidates next year?
Well, I think, first of all, it all depends on how the economy is doing. And if Trump's popularity gets above 37%, if it gets up to 40, 42%, I do think that they will not run with Trump. I think they're going to try to localize all these elections. They're going to talk about their
If what gets to 42%?
His approval rating. His approval rating can't be at 37%. If it is, it's a real problem for Republicans. He's got to get up 42, 43, 44%. Below that, the Republicans are in big trouble.
Well, that's where he was in Virginia, though, about 42.
Well, that's why we lost Virginia.
No, but it wasn't good enough.
The generic ballot right now for Democrats is 11 points, 11-point advantage.
Right, and that's
it's the highest it's been in 10 years.
Donald
Trump is a one-man wrecking machine, and I think Republicans up on the Hill tonight are beginning to figure that out. And they've got tax reform coming up. You've got the Senate and the House.
Are they better off passing tax reform or not?
I'm not sure that they get that much by giving big tax breaks to corporations and rich
people. How do they
people.
not pass tax reform?
They have no choice.
What did they accomplish if they don't do that?
If they pass it, they make enemies too. Anyway, the roundtable's sticking with us, and up next, we're going to look at another major victory tonight. New Jersey voters overwhelmingly elected Democrat Phil Murphy for governor and buried the legacy of Chris Christie scarily deep. You're watching a special edition of Hardball.
This is not an election about me, no matter what. If Kim wins, it's not an affirmation of my 8 years, and if Phil Murphy wins, it's not a rejection of my 8 years.
Can you get some of your 8 years in office in one word?
Exciting.
That's an unusual shot. That was Governor Chris Christie. Well, not a great morning for him. Today's other marquee race was the one to replace him in New Jersey, and replace they were ready to do. Democrat Phil Murphy beat Republican Ken Guadagno by a double-digit margin. I think a lot of double digits. According to a recent Suffolk University poll, Christie is leaving office with an approval rating of 1 in 7, 14%. That's 14%. The lowest, some people said today, in the history of any state in the United States in all the years of the Republic. Anyway, Christie was known for his colorful and confrontational style of politics. We got an example of that fresh today. Leaving his polling place, he was confronted by a constituent. Of course, this is Jersey, who wanted him to merge two local municipalities. Now, that's a reason to really go at it. Let's watch.
The easiest thing in the world is to stand where you stand and stand on the sidelines and critique. And well, you're not, but you're the one here doing the critiquing. So you know what? You want to merge. You live in Mendon Township. You want to merge Mendon Township and Mendon Borough. Run for the township committee. Run for the township committee in Mendon Township and be the voice to do it. No, I know, because that's too hard. It's easier. It's easier to sit here. It's easier to sit here and complain. Easier to sit here and complain. But you know what? That's the joy of public service. It's serving folks. It's serving folks. Yeah, it's serving folks like you that is really such a unique joy. It really is.
I think he loved it. Anyway, here's some more of Christie's colorful moments over the past 8 years. Let's watch.
Did I say on topic? Are you stupid? On topic. Next question. Thank you all very much, and I'm sorry for the idiot over there. It's people who raise their voices and yell and scream like you that are dividing this country. We're here to bring this country together, not to divide it.
What's her name? What's her name, guys? Real quick, because the governor's talking. What is it? Gail. Talk to Gail.
Hey, Gail, you know what? First off, it's none of your business. I don't ask you where you send your kids to school. Don't bother me about where I send mine. Unbeknownst to everybody, I was actually the guy out there. I was in overalls and a hat, so I wasn't, but I actually was the guy working the cones out there. You really are not serious with that question. If what you want to do is put on a show and giggle every time I talk, well, then I have no interest in answering your question. You know, Tom, you must be the thinnest skinned guy in America. If she wants to get on a plane and come here to New Jersey and ask me if she wants to examine me and review my medical history, I'll have a conversation with her about that. Until that time, she should shut up. So listen, you want to have the conversation later? I'm happy to have it, buddy. But until that time, sit down and shut up.
We're back with the roundtable. Yeah, me, Steve, and John. Well, he had his comeuppance today, I think. New Jersey rejected him. They put in a replacement for him that's nowhere like him. Guadagno, this woman who I think courageously ran in his footsteps and tried to succeed him, got nowhere. And now we're playing this sorry hall of shame here against him. Your thoughts?
He went from someone who people were talking about running for president and possibly being president to this person who now has just so many other gates behind his name. There's Bridgegate, there's There's Beachgate. There's Yellgate. I mean, there's so many things. I think that Chris Christie, while he says that this election wasn't about him, this election was clearly about him and clearly about rejecting the fact that people just don't want a governor who acts like that and who governs like that.
Well, let me explain. Steve, you and I have had similar backgrounds, I think, and a certain kind of Philly guy likes that. They did in the beginning, and South Jersey person liked it because it showed he had some lip, some attitude, and if somebody was sort of pushed him into a corner about where his kids go to school, he had a right to defend himself. But then, obviously, he went on a tear, and he got worse.
It's like he jumped the shark, because you're right. A certain amount of attitude and authenticity is a very good thing in a politician. Tip O'Neill had it. Ted Kennedy had it. A lot of the people.
Frank Sinatra had it.
A lot of the people that we've worked for had it.
Yeah.
But you can see Chris Christie got to a 14% approval rating by earning it every single day. And when you become a bully, it's not an attractive thing.
Yeah, I think that's right.
There's a very fine line.
It's one thing to defend yourself. It's another to trample on people. Your thoughts, John Fury? He's their party again?
He could have been a contender.
Yeah, he could have been a contender.
You know, I think that Chris Christie was the Trump before Trump. He was a very authentic guy. He was a battler. He was able to take on the media. His problem was Bridgegate, and that started a long, terrible path down.
Well, here he goes.
It took away the authenticity.
You tell me who the bully is and who's the authentic guy here. During the 2016 presidential campaign, not a million years ago, last year, Christie focused much of his contempt on Marco Rubio. Let's watch.
When Senator Rubio gets here, when the boy in the bubble gets here, I hope you guys ask him some questions. Let's get him up here. Let's get the boy in the bubble out of the bubble. Let's see if he'll answer some of your questions.
Of course, he's jumping on him after that ridiculous performance by a guy who got a little bit brain frozen and repeated the same neocon line. It was a neocon line 6 times in a row in the same debate.
Yes, but I think.
Let's watch that. I'm sorry. It was the unbelievable moment of a Republican debate in February after Rubio repeated the same line over and over. Let's put Rubio in the barrel now. Bad night for Republicans.
Let's dispel once and for all with this fiction that Barack Obama doesn't know what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. Let's dispel with this fiction that Barack Obama doesn't know what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing.
In the memorized 25-second speech, that is exactly what his advisors gave him.
Here's the bottom line. This notion that Barack Obama doesn't know what he's doing is just not true.
There it is.
He knows exactly what he's doing.
The memorized 25-second speech.
Well, that's the reason why this campaign.
I think for years we're going to try to figure out the psychology of why a guy would repeat himself. You know, I don't even get it.
I mean, I think some of it was the fact that he was obviously, I watched that speech and thinking that he was nervous, that he clearly was kind of out of his game, that he was trying to be authentic, and it was just, he was failing miserably. Now, while Donald Trump,
we got to go. It's like a broken doll on the floor. It keeps repeating itself on the tape. Anyway, Yamiche Alcindor, Steve McMahon, and John Fury. We'll be right back. Well, that does it for this special edition of Hardball. Join me again tomorrow night at 7 Eastern. The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell starts right now.